Hi, I'm Case Lowe, co-host of the Open the Voice Gate podcast. The one question I'm constantly asked when it comes to Dragon Gate is, how do I get into the promotion? Well, stop asking and start listening to the Open the Voice Gate podcast, released every Wednesday on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. For exclusive news and show reviews, look no further than the leader in Dragon Gate coverage, Open the Voice Gate.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling listener. Dave Ryan here. Have you ever wondered to yourself how many hidden gems are hidden away inside the last years of World Championship Wrestling? Have you ever asked yourself how many tenuous gags can be made about the name Mike Enos? And have you ever thought about what it sounds like for two Irishmen to interpret a very chaotic company through its B-show? The answers to all this and more are just a click away. Check out Days of Thunder every second Thursday on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It's episode number 277, part 2 of our Wrestle Kingdom week preview, which, because we're doing these out of order, is the very first thing we're recording. So it's very, very weird. I'm going to try to get myself in the headspace of, you've already listened to like probably a 4-hour plus podcast before you get to this one. But yes, the very first thing we're recording is the first 2 segments of the part 2, which is, of course, our Joshi episode. But yeah, so we're here to preview. Again, I don't need to do a big introduction because you probably already heard part 1, but just in case someone only listens to part 2. And by the way, I apologize for the random sirens in the background. Doing this at my dad's, which is always louder than my house for some reason. You'd think my house in New York would be louder than his house in New Jersey, but there's always more background noise here. Anyway, but yes, with the sirens getting us on the air, we're going to preview a lot of promotions. Not every single promotion running Japan. There were a few that nobody signed up for, like nobody wanted Just Tap Out for some reason, or a couple other ones. But most of the promotions running Japan, during what we're calling Wrestle Kingdom week, it's really more like, I don't know, Wrestle Kingdom 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something. But the confluence of shows all around Wrestle Kingdom, where a lot of people, fly in for it. A lot of people that you're going to hear today are going over for it, and we'll talk about that too. But yeah, the idea is we'll go promotion by promotion, hopefully spend around a half hour on each promotion, and we'll talk about what their year has been like up to now, what we thought of their year. I'll ask everybody to give like a little letter grade, and then we'll talk about what they have running on Wrestle Kingdom. So again, you've probably already heard part 1 by now, but we're going to be bringing in guests in and out for each segment. So let me introduce all 3 guests here who are all definitely new to this episode, because this episode is just starting now. I'll start with the 2 returning guests. First of all, Aramutha, you're here all the time. They barely need an introduction from you. You're practically the co-host.
Hey, yep, I'm here for quite a few of the promotions as well, starting with Marigold. So, good to be back.
And Dylan from Eastern Lariat, you've been on the show before too, but I think it's been a little while, so welcome back.
It's been years and years, and I'm sad to say that because I love everything that you're doing. I love talking about Sailor Moon with you before as well. So we have a deeper history than people know, I would say. But it's great to meet everybody, and I hope that we have a lot of fun this week.
Yeah, I was excited when you signed up. So definitely cool to have you back on. And finally, a new guest, another John. There are going to be 3 Johns on this episode. So John DK, how you doing, John?
I'm doing good. I think I haven't talked to you since Stardom in New York.
Oh, we met there. That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about. Yeah, that show was awesome.
Yeah, it was Stardom and DDT.
Yeah, that was a really cool. So you're not the only person on this episode that I saw that weekend, because Jamie from Dramatic DDT is going to be joining us for Tokyo Joshi in the next segment. Was also on that episode. Was also there that weekend. But yeah, that was cool. But did you see the Japanese fans were passing out streamers at the DDT show? That was so cool.
Oh yeah, that show was wild.
Yeah, it was such a cool show. All right, we don't have a lot of time to reminisce though, because we have so many promotions to hit.
Keep things moving.
Want to keep to the schedule as much as we can. So let's start with Marigold. That is the first promotion we're going to talk about here on this Joshi episode. So Marigold, I guess, just to first start with a recap of their year, they had what I would consider a good year. I mean, their first year, was a little rough. I think some of the young talent, especially, didn't feel ready for prime time to me from what I saw, and I didn't watch all of it. I won't say I watched a lot more of it this year, but like this year, especially once you get to that Yoyogi show, it felt like they really found their stride, and then they produced some pretty good Korakuens, and then a really good Ota Ward gym show. So you can really see the young wrestlers start to come along. Obviously, you saw Victoria Yuzuki really break out, but I wouldn't say she's the only one either. I mean, you saw like Rhea Seto has looked a lot better. Joined Darkness Revolution, which seems to be a good fit for her. And there's been a lot of promising developments over in Marigold. Like I said before, the booking is still a little but the promotion, from what I've seen, I've enjoyed. I'll start with you, Dylan. What do you think? Give me a letter. If you had to give a letter grade to Marigold's 2025, what would you give it?
I'd give it about a B minus. I think I'm about where you were at. You made a lot of the points I was going to make, in that this year should be looked at as a development year for them. I know you're a big fan of baseball, John, and congratulations on Toronto this year. Although it didn't come through in the end, it was still so amazing what they did.
That's where I landed at the end of it. It's like it was heartbreaking by the end, but now I'm just like, what a great year. Such a great season.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt the same way with the Cubs, even though we got bounced earlier. So it's all good on that end. But I'm going to use a little bit of a baseball term here. This is basically, in my opinion, for Marigold, this season where a team that built big on prospects, they finally started to turn it around. Because I think even all of the biggest guys from the minors, when they get up to the major leagues, they often struggle. Like, nobody jumps in unless you're like Javier Baez or something for the Cubs. But a lot of the other ones struggle, and I think now we're seeing in year 2, that's when a lot of these prospects become major players, and we're seeing a lot of the people in Marigold take a lot of good steps, and they've gotten even more. Obviously, everyone will bring up Yamaoka, who's fantastic Rookie of the Year level player, but Shino is another one that has made great strides in a very early run. I think they have a lot of great talent. There's some that haven't come in, even someone like Yuzuki, who was like Rossi's crown jewel coming up from Stardom almost. She struggled hard when she came through in Marigold, in my opinion. But she really turned it around, and they've used her in a way to where, in a similar path to what they did with Kamatani, even in Stardom, where the early goings of Kamatani, it wasn't all smooth. But they didn't stop her. They let her go out and make as many mistakes as she could make, because ultimately it would help her grow in the long run. And I think that Yuzuki is following a similar path. So not a great year in terms of like match of the year bangers. You had a couple in there that really stood out, but on a show-by-show basis, a lot of them were not that great, or you felt like you would miss anything if you saw them. Business-wise was not tremendous either, but still, they're on a good path. I think next year they're setting themselves for an A year, but I'm going to be conservative this time. B minus.
Yeah, that seems fair. I would say they had 2 matches, or no, I'd say 3 that really stood out. Or maybe 4. The Mayu Iwatani versus Io Shirai match, of course, or Io Sky, whatever the fuck her WWE name is. The white belt match, Victoria against Mai Sakurai from the same Sumo Hall show, the retirement match for Nanai, and also Nanai versus Mayu, I think would be the standout matches to me. But yeah, two really, really good super shows too. When you put the Yoyogi show and the Ota Ward Gym show, I mean, I think those would be the two best shows in Marigold history. Can't really think of any other ones that would like be above them. But.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I will ask you, John, are you just saying that because people got mad at you when you said that EO's WWE song sucked?
They really did get angry about it. It was weird. I was like, okay, apparently this is considered one of the good ones. I don't even know. I don't want to hear the bad ones.
Most people feel that way. Don't worry.
Aramutha, what would you give Marigold as a letter grade for 2025?
Yeah, B- sounds about right to me. It's been a good year, but also one where I feel like some unexpected cracks were exposed, right? Some problems kind of came up. One of them, I think, was Utami as champion wasn't quite what I think we would normally expect from her. She had a pretty bad match against Iroha, right, with that hour-long tie, double knockout, and wasn't all that memorable as champion until her match with Mikuano. And I think I
like the Mirai match, but I kind of wish
the Mirai match was very good, but that was one of those where I felt like the rivalry and the build was better than the actual match that was delivered at the end.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair.
And Mirai leaving also hurts because she's one of my favorite wrestlers and a big reason why I would watch Marigold. And while she seems to be thriving as a freelancer already, it kind of hurts because I don't think they have anyone who could really step up to the 1B slot, but I guess that's what Victoria Yuzuki is expected to do now. It's kind of a mixed bag for me, but when you go to Wrestle Universe, they have added a ranking of what videos are popular right now, and Marigold takes up most of the slots. Maybe from the point of view of Wrestle Universe and Cyberfight, Marigold is a huge success because even their Hokkaido tour, which is largely like house matches and title matches where you don't expect the challengers to win at all, is doing really well on there. It's staying up with Noah and TJPW. So,
yeah, no, I mean they definitely have some buzz about them. I mean, it feels like more people were interested in them this year than the first year. So that's the other big loss too. Nobody mentioned. I just thought of is they did lose Bozilla, but I wouldn't call that a huge loss for them because she was good in Marigold, but if anything, I feel like she's been way better in Stardom. Yeah. So it's kind of a thing where like it was a bigger addition for Stardom than it was a subtraction for Marigold. Weirdly,
Mayu was also a big addition, but it is a little odd how they've decided to book her in the high speed division.
Yeah.
And there's aspects of that I like because it has set up a nice rivalry with Victoria Yuzuki, which feels like the long-term play here. But also, it's kind of odd that she's probably their most popular wrestler, right? Probably the biggest face of the company, but they're not putting her anywhere near the red or white belt at the moment.
Yeah, she's going to challenge for the GHC, which we'll talk about when we get to it.
Yep.
The GHC is such a weird title, which I guess we'll talk about in a sec. But, it led to that really bad hour match that somebody mentioned. I think you mentioned it. And that was just... I mean, I know that match has its defenders, but I hated that match.
No, that match was no bueno.
Yeah. Apparently the Japanese fans loved it, though.
Yeah, well, they always seem to love long matches over there. I mean,
I don't get it. I hated that thing.
Yeah, I did too. All right, what would you give Marigold for a letter grade, John?
So Marigold's kind of a weird one for me. I'm definitely B-, but oddly enough, they've been my favorite promotion to follow for the year. The weird thing is like the undercards are really good. The juniors are all coming up, so the top level isn't there and the consistency isn't there, but the interest level's there.
No, that totally makes sense. But
so yeah, that's why they've been so fun for me to follow because it's an interesting promotion to follow.
Yeah, getting invested on the ground floor of the promotion is fun. You don't get many opportunities to do that, and it feels like Marigold's going to be around for years, and we're going to have trivia 5 or 6 years from now that we're gonna remember that nobody else is from watching the promotion in its earliest days.
I know Velky has said this kind of as a negative, but like it is like following Stardom 2018. Like it's got every beat that I used to like about the old Stardom, and it's kind of like a whole new game of it.
Yeah, Rossi's booking is still terrible. But at
that
least
is the
he
thing.
doesn't randomly give his belts to foreigners. Well, actually, no, that did happen with Tank and Mozilla, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
I'll give them a B. I'll be a little, because to me, when you have two big shows as good as they did this year, I think that's B worthy. I mean, I think I didn't see the Dream Star, and I've heard it wasn't great, so maybe that's why I'm a little higher than some people. And I didn't like the way the Dream Star ended either, but I think there was the Korakuens, the monthly Korakuens have been mostly pretty good. The two big shows, the January 3rd one, the other big show, wasn't as good, but the two main big shows were both really good, and I feel like that's worth a B. I think their promotion I enjoy watching, even if I still think Rossi's booking, can sometimes leave a lot to be desired. I mean, the way they booked Utami at the end, especially, was so weird. Like having her complain about not being at the main event, but then lose the red belt to her own move. I know that it's kind of Miku Kanaway's thing now, is beating people with their own move, but like it still came off like a borderline burial. And to a point where people were like, "Is she leaving? Like, is she also leaving like Mirai?" But which is not a question you ever want about your top star. But yeah, so that the booking is still weird for sure. But they have so much young talent. You guys talked about so many of them, and there's what's the name of that Osaka woman that just debuted? I can't think of her name off the top of my head. Nobody else can think of it either, apparently. So,
no, I know who you're talking about, and I don't remember the name.
She's not like a super rookie. They're not promoting her as a super rookie or anything like that. But
you're talking about Yuka.
Yuka, yes,
right? Yeah.
She has the right attitude for a fighter.
Yeah, so like she's really like I think already come a long way, and she's someone that I definitely enjoy watching. So, and she's already booked at a match, I think, if I'm looking at this correctly, because on the January 3rd show. But yeah, I mean, it's she's someone I enjoy watching a lot, and she's only been at this for a few months. Unfortunately, she's probably my worst match of the year against the one who quit.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and she or got fired depending on how you look at it.
I really wanted Ryoko to work out. She was never going to figure it out though.
Yeah, it's kind of it's kind of what are you going to do basically, because it didn't look like it was working at all. But yeah, I mean they have a lot of really good young talent. So that it's fun to watch them develop. And it's it is definitely one of the things about the promotion that I enjoy the most is just watching all that young talent develop. Minami Komomo is another one that I like. That I think has a little bit of
Komomo's been great.
Yeah,
Shino's incredible.
Shino's good. I really like Ryo Seto's development this year.
Me too. I mentioned her right off the top because to me, she's someone who she's totally different from the rest of the roster the way she wrestles too.
Yes,
oh, yeah, she stands out
she has a strong idea of like what kind of wrestling she wants to do. Right, very submission heavy, and that's helped define her apart from the rest of the cast. And also, I think she's just good at it too. It turns out. So,
yeah. But yeah, Kazuna Tanaka, I think, has shown some signs too after not having a kind of a rough start early on. So yeah, there's a lot. But
she's also been injured a fair bit, so
yeah, that's her biggest problem.
Overcoming that, has been a theme this year.
Yeah. So let's get into what they're doing during the Wrestle Kingdom week. So there's basically 3 shows here that people going for Wrestle Kingdom can see. It starts with the December 27th Korakuen Hall show at 11:30 a.m. on this Saturday. That is the show I will be going to. That's actually my very first show in Japan because I land at 5 a.m. on Saturday, and then I'm basically gonna relax a little bit and then go right to that show after I drop my bags off. So that's my very first show. Hopefully I sleep on the plane and I'm awake for it. But it's always people don't go who've never been. It's always rough going to that first show the day you land. But it was my only chance to. Well, yeah, I guess it was my only chance to see them because January 3rd. I'm going to be at DDT. So the Korakuen on the 27th is your first chance to see them. We don't have any announcements for that show yet, so we don't have any matches listed on their website unless they've announced something on Twitter that I didn't say. Then they have a show, a New Year's Eve show at Shinjuku Face. So that starts at it's a weird start time, 9:20 p.m. according to this. So,
yeah, I think the gimmick is that you'll be celebrating the new year with the wrestlers at the show.
Yeah, that's the show last year where the camera fell off the bar.
Yeah, I remember that. That's funny. But yeah, so it's sort of, I think it's now the only show that goes until midnight, right? Because it's Big Japan still doing that. I think they start earlier now. The Korakuen.
I think the Korakuen's still in the afternoon, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because there used to be a Big Japan, and it used to be Big Japan DDT like tag tournament, and it used to go right up until midnight, but they stopped doing that. I think after COVID. So I think this is the only show you can go to right up to New Year's Eve. I'm not planning to go to this because I'm going to this anime club party thing that I'm going to on New Year's Eve. So this one I'm not going to. I mean, it's not one of the bigger shows. I think they usually do like a battle royal, right? Isn't that what they did last year? Or am I remembering wrong?
That sounds
the Big
right
Japan
to me.
show? No, that's the deathmatch tournament.
No, the
Marigold at their
Marigold.
New Year's
Yeah,
Eve show.
That's just kind of more of a fan show.
Yeah. So it's kind of like just, here's the wrestlers and celebrate the new year. So it's not a big show, but I don't know if tickets are still available. Let's see. Because it's not that big a building. Wouldn't surprise me if it's sold out already. Just checking real quick.
Remember last year they did like a rookie tournament that wasn't announced before. Yeah.
Okay, it looks like there are still seats available for anybody going who's thinking of going to this. There's the reserved 5,000 yen seat and the unreserved 3,000 yen seat are still available, so you can still get tickets to that. And then, of course, their big show of the period is January 3rd at Ota Ward Gym. That is a 2:30 p.m. start time. So that is your big show of one of their big pay-per-views, the Marigold First Stream show. We have a GHC women's title match announced, which interestingly is listed above the world title match, the red belt match on the website. So I don't know if that's indicating it will be the main event, but it is Takumi Aroha against Mayu Iwatani, so that is a big match. And we'll see if Mayu's stated goal is to win the Grand Slam in Marigold, and she already has the Superfly title. I'm a little confused why this GHC women's title is even considered part of that and not like the tag titles, but that's what they're going with apparently. It's such a weird title. Like I've talked about this on the podcast before, but like they just kind of introduced it as part of Noah's Monday Magic thing, and it just kind of feels like I don't think it's ever been defended on an actual Noah show besides Monday Magic.
It's just Monday Magic and a couple Marigold shows.
Yeah, so it's very, very strange title, but they are defending it here hopefully they can do, this is the start of it feeling like a bigger deal in Marigold, because I wouldn't say it even feels like as big of a deal as the IWGP feels in Stardom, when it's obviously, I think supposed to be comparable. But yeah, that is the GHC women's title match. There's also the red belt match, Miko Ano defending against Mai Sakurai. I don't know why I can't remember her name for a second. But yeah, Mai Sakurai versus Miko Ano, the exact same match they did last year on January 3rd for the white belt. So they run it back this year for the red belt. Mai Sakurai, she's been on quite the run, especially since like the fall with like the matches she's had. And she's been like really leaning into like a bully role, which, makes a lot of sense for her being one of the bigger women on the roster. And I feel like ever since she started leaning into that, like she's been doing like the best work of her career. So
if there's anyone who's like developed because of Marigold, it's Mai. Like I don't know where she pulled it from. I watched her debut in awful matches. She's figured it out in this third company now.
Yeah. So that has been cool to see.
Yeah. Well, she debuted in her 30s as well, which is very unusual, even in men's wrestling. And it's been, I think she's been good for a few years, actually. The tail end of her run in Stardom, I thought was very good. And she's a leader now in Marigold, and she wears it well.
Totally. there's also there's 4 matches. There's a Megaton Challenge, so we have another mystery opponent for Megaton. Last time, of course, it was Minoru Suzuki, so we'll see who they pull out here on January 3rd. There's
Would beat Minoru Suzuki.
Yeah, that is interesting.
That's a high bar to clear.
It is a high. When he came out for the show, I was like, "Oh my god, that was such a cool moment." Then we have a 6-woman tag. So unfortunately, they don't have names on these things. So I don't, or the English. I mean, so I don't see who one of these people on one of the teams I don't recognize. But it's Seri Yamaoka, Shino, and Coco against Kazuna Tanaka. Who the fuck is that? Oh, Yuka Yamazaki, I think. And then who is this third person? Is that Minami? Is that Minami? I think that might be Minami Koko or Minami Komomo. I mean, so yeah, I think that's who the other. So sort of like a younger wrestler 6-person tag.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that is Minami Koko, and I think that is the kanji for South, so that would make sense. So yeah, there you go. Those are your 4 announced matches for the Marigold show. Obviously, I'm sure we'll get a white belt match announced at some point. Victoria Yuzuki just defended it in Hokkaido.
She's defending against Shoko.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Flying Penguin.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. That's
really?
not on the website.
Yeah, that got announced.
Okay, so that is January 3rd.
Oh no, yeah, that's January 3rd, which I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't care for that at all. There's much better challengers, especially for one of your biggest matches of the year.
Especially when they just had the Misa match in the middle of Hokkaido.
Yeah, that would have been a way better match to have here.
Yep.
I get you have the problem with the tag titles on a big show then, but
yeah. But like, just put the tag titles in the Korakuen then, because I have no idea what I'm seeing at this Korakuen, because obviously all the big matches are on this January 3rd show.
Yeah, they haven't announced a lot yet. It's maybe
the only thing I could think of is maybe Maya will defend the Superfly title at Korakuen.
Well, she still owes Mio Momono a challenge, so maybe that'll be
I don't think we're supposed to talk about that. I think that's just quiet.
Okay, well,
canon anymore.
Our Mutha got my hopes up for a second. I would see, because I would love to see that match in person.
Oh, it'd be incredible, wouldn't it?
Now you're going to First Dream, Art Mutha, right?
Yes.
So
that's the plan. I still haven't bought tickets, but honestly, tickets aren't moving, so I'm not worried.
Yeah. Actually, let's check.
Hey, I think it's important to mention too the Megaton Challenge. This time, before we had S&M and the mystery opponents in the other one, this time it will be Popular K. We have who is K? That's what we need to figure out.
Kenta.
That would be awesome. What about Jun Kasai? Then?
Oh, I like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So definitely tickets are not selling because every single category is available on Ticket Pay for the show, including the front row for 50,000 yen. So if you want to sell out 50,000 yen, Armutha, it is available.
I'm good.
But yeah, there's also S seat for 30,000 yen, and then both those with bonus, so you get some kind of gift. And then I guess that would be the S seat would be like the second row probably. Let me say that they do have a map on here. Yeah, S seat would just be second row. Yeah. And then A seat, which is the remaining ringside, is 15,000 yen, and then like 10,000 yen for the stands, and it goes all the way down to 3,000 yen. So they have everything available, Armutha. So you have a great selection here of whatever you want to get. But there you go. So yeah, that's your Marigold lineup. I think we pretty much covered it there. So good, we got it in under the half hour. All right, folks. So give us 1 second, and we'll be back in a second with Tokyo Joshi. All right, folks, we're back here on the second part of the Joshi episode, and now we're talking about Tokyo Joshi. We have 2 additional guests, so the same 3 that were just on for Marigold are still here. So let me introduce the 2 additional guests. First of all, the webmaster of the website that always helps me whenever I'm doing anything DDT or Tokyo Joshi related, the wonderful Dramatic DDT site. Hello, Jamie.
Hey, good to talk to you again.
Yeah, great to have you. It's been a long time, so it's great to have you back on. And you're also going to Wrestle Kingdom, so I'll see you there too. So yeah, actually, you're going with me to Tokyo Joshi, in fact, so it's perfect.
Oh, yep, the perfect timing for it.
Yeah, there you go. And also making his debut on Wrestling Omakase from the Joshi Around podcast is Tim. Hello, Tim.
Hi, John.
How is it going today?
I'm fine. I'm good. Doing fine. How are you?
Good. And you're also going to Wrestle Kingdom, so I'm sure you're counting down the days there too. Are you going to Tokyo Joshi? Actually, I should have asked you that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Okay, cool. And I assume I know Armuth is, but
Yep.
are you going with me? I can't remember.
Yes, you bought the tickets.
I did.
I think you bought my
Do you know
ticket
how-
too. Yeah, I'm not sure.
For Tokyo, I don't
Same
think for
here.
Tokyo Joshi. No, I don't think for Tokyo Joshi. But because I think I have 4 tickets.
I've honestly no idea who has
Yeah, I'll
which
pick
of my tickets.
I've bought so many tickets for so many people. I have like an entire Word document to keep track of who's going to me with what show. But yeah, it's I don't. Everybody listening, if someone's listening who's going, don't worry. I know who's coming with me to what. It's all on there. Don't worry.
All
Okay,
I'm saying
we're
is,
gonna
if
talk-
Boy Sumo Tickets goes out of business, you have a big opportunity here.
Well, we talked about this on an episode. I was buying so many different Japanese wrestling tickets for so many people that my Amex froze my card because they were like, "You're buying too much Japanese stuff. What is going on here?" And I had to call them to get to unfreeze and be like, "No, I'm not doing some kind of shady, scam or something. I'm just actually buying 10 million Japanese wrestling tickets for 10 million people." But yes. Because they only take Amex. If you don't have Amex on Lost in Ticket, you can't use Lost in Ticket overseas anymore. So a lot of people who don't have Amex came to me for because especially you guys being from Europe, Amex is not a big thing there, from what I understand. So I think it exists, but not a lot of people have it. Is what I understand.
I think that's the case, yes.
Yeah. All right. So Tokyo Joshi, that is the next promotion we're going to talk about. They've had a pretty interesting 2025. I'll start with you this time, Jamie. If you had, their business has been kind of up and down, but I feel like the Korakuen numbers got a bit better towards the end of the year, which was good to see. So I guess you can talk a little bit about that, but also give them a letter grade again, like we just did for Marigold. If you were going to give them a grade for their 2025, what would you give them?
I'd probably go with a B, one that maybe grew better as the year went on. They had a kind of a weird case with the rest of the Cyberfight promotions where it felt like they were scaling back on a lot of the Korakuen and bigger venues. But the saving grace for the Tokyo Joshi this year was their overseas work. Like they did the tour in Texas. They've been working a lot in Southeast Asia as well. I know Miyu Yamashita, and when she was working there, Maki Ito was doing stuff all around America and Europe, trying to increase the brand. So business-wise, it felt like TJPW's breakthrough this year was as an overseas product. Like the WrestleMania week as well, like their show at Las Vegas, I think drew around 800-ish people, which was pretty much more than they would get in Korakuen these days. And when you figure in the price of the dollar compared to the yen, like they made so much more money doing that show than they would have doing the usual April or Golden Week Korakuen Hall show.
Yeah. So that makes, and you mentioned the Dallas show. I mean, that was such a huge success for them. But yeah, it was good to see like their Korakuen numbers start to turn around a little bit towards the end of the year. They went up from I think 500-ish to more like back to 700-ish, right? I think.
Yes. Now the 500 that was usually for the Princess, not the Princess, the tag team tournament that they do, which normally does not really draw for them. The Princess Cup itself does a little bit better, but over the last few months, the shows have done better, and I think the key to that was both the Princess title reigns for Mizuki and after her Miyu Watanabe. And just so before I continue on, I rarely get to say these names out loud, so apologise in advance for any mispronunciations.
I do it every week, don't worry.
Yes, but I think this year being Mizuki finally getting her big Princess title reign that she never got before, and Watanabe being properly crowned as the next ace of the promotion has done a lot of good work for them.
Tim, if you were going to give Tokyo Joshi's year a letter grade, what would you give it?
Well, I'm not quite sure about business stuff. I'm not a big business numbers guy. I think just for the product alone, I would probably give it a low A, high B maybe. I'm tending more towards A, I think. I enjoyed it a lot. A lot of stuff they did this year I thought was very good, including the Tokyo Princess Cup with the two great Miyu Watanabe matches to top it off. And one thing I didn't like as much was the tag team titles this year. Ober Reed's beating Kyoraku Kiyomei was not something I would have done personally. But I did enjoy the the tag team tournament earlier in the year as well. So just from like a product standpoint, I think they're doing really well right now. I'm enjoying it a lot whenever I get to watch it. So yeah, I think I really like Miyu Watanabe. I like the Suzume push, and I also like Mizuki. So they kind of push exactly my wrestlers this year. So I'm quite high on it right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about when we get to January 4th, but they booked probably my two favorite wrestlers in the promotion in the main event, so I was very happy with that. Okay, I'm trying to go in reverse order with the other three of you. I think last time I ended with you, John, so why don't I start with you this time?
All right.
What letter grade do you have for Tokyo Joshi?
So I'm going to give it a C, not because it's a bad promotion at all. Actually, it's my favorite by far. But this has been kind of one of their down years while they reshuffle everyone into new positions. So kind of an awkward year. But otherwise, yeah, it's just been an amazing rebuild year where you got, Watanabe and Suzume going straight to the top now. You're cycling in your old seniors. So Shoko's kind of going to go down a little bit. Miyu's kind of going down a little bit. And you're just cycling in. Like, Indo next year is probably going to be on an incredible run. So this year's kind of been that awkward in between teenage year.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I totally get what you mean. What would you say, Arbutho? What would you give them for a letter grade?
A-. This is my second favorite promotion this year. I am a huge fan of Miyu Watanabe. I think she's one of the best champions, men or women, working in Japan right now. And it feels like she's currently the secondary ace, kind of, right outside of Miyu, who is, as long as she's working in TJPW, probably the current ace, the leader, right? They call her now. But they've done a great job kind of developing that second generation of talent outside of Rika and Shoko and Miyu. And Mizuki was a really good bridge to that as well. I thought she's had a great year. I really enjoyed the tag team scene even. Hyper Masao and Shoko's run as tag champions was one of my favorite storylines this year. And I don't even mind the current champions, but Yuki Aino and Haru, I think, are challenging next for the belts. And I would love to see those Tokusatsu girls get them. But we'll see.
They need the win after Super Sentai got canceled. I mean,
right?
Got to be in mourning right now. Dylan, what would you give a letter grade for Tokyo Joshi?
I'd probably be a little bit higher than John, but not much. I would say about a C+. It is fair to say that, I like TJP and DDT well enough, but they're not really my preferred styles. I do have to admit that, more so than the more serious promotions. Although I've followed Dramatic DDT for many, many years. So, Jamie, thank you for your work, first and foremost. And I'm really happy that you're on. But yeah, so to use my last one with the baseball reference, I would say TJP is like a team that really got started off the year cold. Like the first half of the season, they really struggled. But once we got into September call-ups and things like that, they started to turn it around and show upside for the future. Obviously, Watanabe as champion is a part of that. But also, I agree with the point about the international stuff being good, and not just the big shows they did, which was smart business-wise, but the people they were bringing in at the end of the year, people like J-Rod, Viva Von, they looked really good. And I think that you're seeing that they're really upping their game a little bit, because for a while there, even the people they were bringing in was so-so. And I think this, by the end of the year, we've got good hopes for the future. But I wouldn't say it's a great year when they downplayed both of their big shows in terms of, like, the venue they run was significantly smaller in both cases with Wrestle Princess and Grand Princess. So, I think it was a above average year, but I wouldn't say it was great. But there were pieces you could pick out. And actually, in terms of in-ring stuff, I thought it was a good, like, one of their better years, actually, because I think Watanabe is a really, really great wrestler. People like Tatsumi, as you mentioned, also one of my favorites on there. So Lots of good things going on. Business-wise, I'm so-so, but potential for the future is very high. I think they're setting themselves for a big year next year. So it was a good year, more good than bad this year.
I'm going to go B+, and I think a lot of that for me is Miyu Watanabe, because I think she's one of the best wrestlers in the world, like male or female. And I mean, once you saw, like I like the way they did her whole arc, where she loses the princess title to Mizuki. You know, there's this whole thing where she has to learn to be a princess instead of a monster, and she comes back and wins the princess title at their big show. And then her title, I mean, first of all, the Princess Cup, her run in the Princess Cup was great. The match where she won the title from Mizuki is, you know, my Tokyo Joshi match of the year, just an outstanding match. She had the awesome tag title match at the other Ota Ward Gym show, this, I think, Summer Princess. So, you know, and then she has that out of nowhere great defense against J-Rod at Korakuen, the great defense against Yuki Arai, or not Yuki Arai, God, the one who's challenging for the tag titles now.
Yuki Aino.
Thank you, Yuki Aino. Against Yuki Aino. And, you know, just... I thought, you know, her, like, she's, to me, a legitimate contender for, like, most outstanding wrestler. Like, she's on my short list for the top 3. So a lot of this grade is her, where I think you have one of the best wrestlers in the world. That goes a long way. You know, the tag title stuff was good up until they lost the titles to Overeach, which I'm not a big fan of that team either. I kind of think, especially, you know, Wakana has not really worked in that role. But, you know, so that's been kind of a little bit of a downer towards the end of the year, but, like, you know, but the tag title stuff was great for during the reign with Shoko and Hyper Misao. So, you know, there was a lot of their guest star stuff was really good on the 2 Sumo Hall shows too. You know, Desperado had a great time in that, you know, the tag where he showed up. You know, there was just a lot of really cool stuff this year for them. So I thought from a personal enjoyment standpoint, which is really how I'm doing these grades more than business, I thought they had a really good year. So I enjoyed them a lot, especially the second half of the year. Like, if I was going to give their second half of the year a grade, it would probably be an A. So, like, they really showed a lot to me in the second half of the year, and I'm excited about where the promotion's going. You know, we didn't even mention Suzume, obviously Endo winning the International Princess title finally, and, you know, she's really good, another wrestler I really like. You know, the only downer, obviously, speaking of that title, was Miyamoto having to retire. That was kind of a downer.
Yeah, that's been a rough one.
Yeah, so that's really their only big downer of the year. I mean, you know, they lost.
Well, yeah, you're probably going to say what I was about to say, which is they lost Maki Ito, but I'm not really feeling that loss.
Me neither. That's what I was about to say. Like, that is, I guess, a downside from them because she's a high-profile wrestler, but, like, she wasn't that good. I mean,
every loss that they had, they're going to recover with.
Her heart wasn't in it the last few years.
Yeah. I've seen her in great matches before, but, like, yeah, she clearly was checked out.
There was only one storyline she pretty much had since coming back earlier this year, and that was her and Uta Takami trying to reform the Maki Ito Respect Army, which was fun for 3 weeks, but it only lasted 3 weeks. And other than that, like, she was just doing whatever matches were thrown on the card for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think the question right now is, can they recover from the loss of Haruna Haneko, if anything?
Yeah.
Yes, I forgot she recovered this year as well.
But the other thing I was going to say is I really like their young generation. You know, someone mentioned Uta. God, what's the name of the tour guide girl? Because I think she's such a funny comedy wrestler.
Shino?
She knows.
Yeah.
Shino all of a sudden deciding to become some, doing belly suplexes like she's Rick Steiner.
Yeah.
I really like her tag team with Himawari.
Oh, that's a lot of fun.
For sure.
Yeah. Toga's
Pink
another
Gritters
one
is
I like.
a big highlight this year.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, I'm surprised that I'm the down one with the C grade, but I think it's just because they had an A, then they kind of have a transition year, and like next year will be another A.
Well, it's kind of funny, John, your point's interesting because you mentioned the Sumo Hall shows, which that was my negative, is that didn't happen because they ended up playing the Ota Ward. Yeah, but they were Sumo Hall shows in the past, and I think that shows you that everything wasn't peaches and cream, but there was a lot of good, though, and a lot of fun stuff, and that's kind of where, isn't that their place ultimately in the ecosystem as a fun company to watch? And I think they did live up to that for the most part.
Yeah. And also doing so many less Korakuens than before, that kind of really threw out the schedule.
They're going to be back
when you're
next year.
Someone who watches a lot of different promotions. TJPW, I think, easily could have slipped through the cracks because they didn't have a lot of notable big shows at the beginning of the first half of the year, right? They didn't have as many Korakuens, and their big shows got downgraded to smaller venues, like we said before.
I just think this transition period, the passing of the guard in a way, is why I'm so high on it right now, because I really like the transition period in a weird way. So,
also, can I throw out a random show that I really love that probably flew on the radar for some people? Namba's before she retired, her tribute show or whatever, where Rika Tatsumi and a few other people randomly played heels. That was so fun.
They always have these amazing weird
always
shows.
A heel.
well, they were real heels for once, basically.
They were purposely trying to be like the 1980s Joshi heels or something.
Yeah, that was such a fun show. So definitely check that one out. People missed it. All right, so we got to stay on schedule here. So let's talk about what's on the schedule for Wrestle Kingdom week for Tokyo Joshi. So it starts on Saturday, December 27th at Shinjuku Face, 11 a.m. start. The TJPW Year-End Party 2025. As far as I know, there's nothing announced except Max the Impaler will be there. That's the only thing on their website, at least. But yeah, that show, you can only go to that or Marigold. So I did pick Marigold for that one, but that's happening on the 27th. Their big show, of course, is on January the 4th, Korakuen Hall, 11 a.m. start time. So of course, right before Wrestle Kingdom. I am going to that. This will be my first time going to that, because when the other Wrestle Kingdom I went to 2 years ago, as people, longtime listeners may know, my partner Nicole absolutely hates Tokyo Joshi for some reason, and refused the idea of going to Tokyo Joshi right before Wrestle Kingdom. I mean, I don't think she would want to go to any show before going to a Wrestle Kingdom, but definitely Tokyo Joshi was a hard no. So she's not on the trip this year. So this was my chance to go to the pre-Tokyo Dome Tokyo Joshi. I know. Well, it's all right. She's gonna be back next year. It's okay. But yeah, we do have quite a few matches announced for this so far. So we have, of course, the Princess of Princess title, Miyu Watanabe against Suzume. I guess I just really quickly, does anybody see a title change there? I doubt it personally, but somebody,
I doubt it as well.
I doubt it, but it's going to be really good.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait. This is one of my most anticipated matches the entire trip, honestly. So, but I don't see a title change. We have the tag titles: Yuki Kamifuku and Wakana Uehara defending against Yuki Aino and Haru Kazushiro. That one, I don't think they're going to change them, but it could be possible. I mean, Aino certainly held these titles before.
That feels 50-50 to me, because they seem to be really high on Kazushiro just as their kind of young. Not ace in the future, but she's really kind of grown into her role the last year. So
she feels like she's going to be a big deal in a couple years.
Yes.
And she's only 17?
Yeah, she's 17.
Still a teenager, yeah.
I think she's currently the youngest out of all the active wrestlers. They might have a trainee or two that's younger than her, but I think she's the youngest of the actives.
Well, one of those two debuting is really young, isn't they? Aren't they?
One of the rookies is really young, yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember if she's younger than 17, but I think she is definitely around that age. Then we have the International Princess title, the big homecoming for Mirai against Arisa Endo. Somebody mentioned this during Marigold. So Mirai is everywhere for me on this trip, because I'm seeing her against Sari at Tochigi Pro on the first in Korakuen. I'm seeing her against Azusa Inaba in JTO on the 28th. I think there's another one I'm not even remembering. But
she's facing Chani Ota at the PPP Tokyo show on, I think it's the 5th.
Okay, that I'm not going to. So that's another.
You can all avoid that.
Yeah.
People involved. That's where
I'll get a lot of hard questions at the border if I go to that show.
But yeah, it's so Mirai is all over this trip, and this is another Mirai match.
Awesome.
I really can't wait to say this match could be really, really good. Does anyone think Mirai's winning?
I don't think so.
No.
It feels too early to take the belt off of Endo, but I feel like if you want to do a little storyline where she loses to the big homecoming outsider that maybe wins it back at the Sumo Hall, I could see it.
Yeah, for an outsider challenging, this feels relatively likely, doesn't it?
Yeah. So
This is just a nightmare match for me because I just think they're both so awesome. And you're literally living my dream right now, John. You're seeing Mirai everywhere you go. Why do you have these things that should be going to me? Is all I know. That's all I want in my life, and you've got it.
You're that. It's that Yu-Gi-Oh gif. It should have been made.
Yeah, yes. I love all the talk about Takahashi too, the Yu-Gi-Oh creator, for his heroic acts lately. So, shout out to Yu-Gi-Oh fans all around listening to this.
Yeah, I was a big Yu-Gi-Oh player back in the day. But yeah, Arisa Endo Mirai. That's a match I'm really looking forward to. I also love Mirai, just like Armutha does too. It's a big Mirai love zone, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So
awesome.
Yeah, the only thing with the Mirai is she going to stick around for a little bit or not? But she seems like she's popping up everywhere and has no borders.
Technically, she's Michinoku Pro, which is so funny. But,
yeah, that's still wild to me.
Yeah, it's her home company pretty much.
Prefecture,
She's really proud of it already.
Yeah, she loves it. She's really.
I mean, they're thrilled with it. You see that message coming out from one of the wrestlers just saying that they're now getting so much attention from the wrestling press who ignored them previously.
I read that article.
Mm-hmm.
So oddly enough, like her leaving Marigold was the best decision she ever made.
And she might
possibly
pop up in Marigold because she didn't burn any bridges.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. She seemed to leave on good terms, so good chance she'll show up again there.
I even think that like Marigold has like some kind of like connection now with
Michinoku.
With Michinoku, yeah. I think they're kind of working together in some ways now. I'm not quite sure, but it
maybe
seemed like
it's universe kind of connection.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, they do both their own universe. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Match number the second to last match listed here is Shoko Nakajima against Hyper Misao. That's been on here for a while.
But, they had a show earlier this year.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think this is the 5th time it's happened.
5th or 6th.
They
announced this straight after the last match ended. So 1 year in the making. Literally 1 year in the making.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So really both won 2 times each, and there was 1 draw. So they're basically exactly.
Well, there you go. We'll see what. So that'll be. I'm sure it'll be a fun match.
That's your wacky chaos of the year.
Then we have Uta Takami and Henri against Ren, Konatsu, and Shion. So Henri and Shion are the 2 debuting, right? I think.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get official names soon. I can't remember the details about them. I'll try and quickly look this up while you're going on.
And we have a lot of wrestlers announced for this show who don't have a match yet. So we have Aja Kong, Yuka Sakazaki, Yuna Manase, Max the Impaler, and J-Rod. So they're all going to be on this show as well. It says a total of 9 to 10 matches will be scheduled, by the way. It says that so on the Tokyo Joshi site. So we have a bunch of matches to add to the still, but we definitely have the biggest ones here. I wonder if they'll do Kong and Max either as a team or against each other.
Probably a tag match.
I don't think they've done them as a team before, but they've been on opposite sides of tags, I'm pretty sure.
Actually, you know what? You could do like you could do a monster match with like Aja, Max, J-Rod, and then I guess Yuna Manase. She's a pretty big girl. So
I'd love that.
Yeah, that could be a thing. But we'll see what Yuka does. I mean, I'm not surprised she's there considering
Monster. Put her in the monsters.
Put her in the monsters. But yeah, Takeshi is obviously going to be around, so it's not surprising she's there too. But I guess she actually has done stuff lately, right? Because she was in that Ring of Honor Pure Women's Title tournament. Did she win?
No, she got knocked out in the semifinals. But she has had like the most screen time on that show in 2 years, I think.
What's her name will be happy. What? My God, why can't I think? We just retired this year. The Jersey girl. I don't know. I can't think of her name. The one who retired in the New Japan America show. Nobody could think of this name apparently, so it's going to bother me. Team Tohiro Takahashi. No, not ringing a bell. Okay. But yeah, I remember she tweeted like at Tony Khan. Like somebody's yelling at their speaker right now because they remember this name. Yeah, I just remember she tweeted at Tony Khan this year and was basically like, "Why won't you book my friend Yuka Sakazaki more?" And then I think right after she did that, Yuka did get booked like on a random Dynamite, which I thought was funny. I'm like, oh, she's very powerful. I'm looking up this name because it's going to bother me forever. It's Sumi Sakai. There we go. Thank Jesus Christ. I don't know why I couldn't think of that name.
Oh, yeah. of course.
Yeah,
That was
I
an
had
awesome
forgotten they had
retirement
that
match.
really fun retirement match earlier this year.
And she didn't team with Roman; she was against Roman. She teamed with House of Torture. That match was like
Right,
probably the best thing House of Torture did all year. Probably.
And
No, actually, no.
I was just going to say, allegedly, Io Sky was involved in that match in the mask gimmick. Allegedly,
yeah, which is so funny. But yeah, see, apparently she was under the mask. But yeah, I was gonna say the House of Torture produced show was pretty great too. So those are the two best things House of Torture did. The other show, I guess, this is really stretching Wrestle Kingdom week, but towards the January 10th, I'll still be in the country at least, but I'm not going to be at this. They're doing Tokyo Joshi New Year Party 2026 on Saturday, January 10th, 11 a.m. Shinjuku Face. So they have Maxi Impaler and J-Rod announced for that as well, and I believe also Ryo Mizunami. So
yes, she was just announced.
Max is going to be there for a couple months, I think.
Oh, there you go. She fits in well there. I mean, she's like a good wacky monster for them. So kind of it makes sense.
Max fits TJPW so well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. She's awesome.
All right, so we stayed under the half hour again. Good job, team. All right, so folks, you're through the magic of audio. Up next, you're going to hear Stardom, which we're not recording for 3 more days. But wait for 1 second, and we'll be back with you in a second for the main event of the Joshi episode, which is Stardom. Hi, folks. It's John here. Really quick. So we ended up having to put Actress Girls ahead of Stardom because the news of Saya Kamitani winning the Pro Wrestling Tokyo Sports MVP, the overall MVP, the first woman to ever do so, broke while we were recording the Actress Girls segment, and we started talking about it. But then we realized it would make no sense now to put it after Stardom, since we just basically kept talking about it right into the Stardom talk, so it would have made no sense. So, just putting this here so you know, because basically when the Actress Girls segment starts, we do this running joke about how, everybody just heard Stardom, but we hadn't recorded it yet. In actuality, I ended up going before Stardom anyway, so now all that stuff makes no sense. But I figured that little bit of 2 minutes of humor at the start was better to make no sense than all of us talking about this breaking news of Saya winning MVP, after the segment where we recorded on Stardom, where we also talked about Saya winning MVP. So yeah, I'm sorry this is kind of confusing. It's just a thing that happened with already the weird, recording and putting things out of order stuff. But yeah, just ignore all the stuff at the start of the next segment where we talk about how the listener already heard Stardom. Stardom is after Actress Girls now, so you get Actress Girls next. You get us breaking the news of Saya winning MVP, or I guess you already know this probably if you're listening, but us finding out the breaking news on the air of Saya winning the overall Tokyo Sports MVP, and then going right into Stardom from there. So yeah, enjoy. All right, folks, we're back on here. Sazzy is still here from the last segment, which was the Ice Ribbon segment. And John and Velky are, quote-unquote, John DK, I should say, and Velky are back from Stardom, which we've definitely recorded already.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Keeping the kayfabe alive, brother. Okay. Actress Girls. That is the next promotion we're going to talk about. Like Ice Ribbon, they're a promotion that we don't often talk about in Omakase, mainly because I don't watch them. So, but Velky, I mean, you literally run an Actress Girls podcast, so you're the perfect person to ask. We did a lot about their history when we recorded Natsupoi and Sayori's anniversary show, since obviously, that's so tied to Actress Girls and, starting 10 years ago. But the short version of it is, if there wasn't for Actress Girls starting in 2015, you wouldn't see a lot of the talent you see all over Joshi right now.
No, even recently, Anos had on the press conference for the Stardom show, for the final show of the year, she talked about where she started and how she was an actress and never watched wrestling before. So without Actress Girls, there would not be Tam Nakano, Saori Ano, Natsupoi, basically Saya Kamitani, because without Tam Nakano, there would be no Saya Kamitani. So the hottest star in Joshi wrestling today would not exist without Actress Girls. And I blame and praise Sakaguchi for that. Blame because he is an awful booker and deserves to be struck on a tree and vented for at least 3 hours or something like that. And praised because he's one of the best recruiters and talent creators on the whole scene in the last decade plus. I don't think any other dojo, any other training system has is so prolific as Actress Girls Dojo, and I don't even count like the top stars. I'm saying that as a promotion, when they did the restart, they put 30 people onto their first Korakuen, where 20 were complete noobs and did not exist half a year ago. So they basically trained 20 people from ground up within 6 months. That nobody else does that. Nobody else does that.
Yeah. And you saw like the original class. I mean, that original class from 2015. They also have like a famous voice actor now who does like who does the new Stardom theme song. What the fuck is her name again?
I'm Aiba.
Thank you. There you go. And then she came back for that one match at that. I mean, that's one of my favorite shows of the year. If people miss that, the Sayori Natsupoi 10th anniversary show, and it's very Actress Girls Pill because besides the fact that obviously it's this 10th anniversary, of the two of their debut, which also Actress Girls debut, and they get the whole class back together. They included a pre-show match with the current Actress Girls too. So
yeah,
a good chunk of that show was just an Actress Girls reunion show.
Yeah.
It was the 10-year anniversary show because Sakaguchi forgot that it had been 10 years since he found it.
And Toy Story had to do it for him.
Yeah, then he read the actual then they ran the anniversary show in August, which is like 3 months later. Which is like that's so funny and perfectly Actress Girls. That's like Actress Girls in a nutshell. Like, forget that you have a 10 years anniversary show and have it ran on the Stardom show. Like, it's just like that's Actress.
Now, to be fair, isn't isn't this guy the one that Sayori told in her tweet about him on the 10th anniversary not to drink so much?
Maybe he came back to. He came back to Twitter, and his latest posts are basically all about drinking with his old friends. His last post was 4 old guys drinking at the year-end party. So that's what he does. And also recruiting, because the post before that about him was about him recruiting some random woman in a bar.
Well, what's Sakaguchi's background? Why is he the Jesus of turning idols into wrestlers?
I think he's like a theater kid.
He's a theater guy, right?
Yeah, I think he's been a theater guy since like his early adulthood.
Do you think the promotion's sort of been like isolating itself recently? Because I feel like the pipeline to like the Joshi scene has like stopped from Actress Girls compared to like what it was in like the 2018, 2019.
What the restart was supposed to do.
Oh.
Yeah, it comes and goes in waves.
Yeah.
And they lost a ton of wrestlers to Marigold too, which we haven't even talked about.
The big thing, if you know anything about Actress Girls, they are the factory for every single company. There is not a company out there right now that doesn't have an Actress Girls star.
Well, like half of Marigold's roster is directly from Actress Girls.
Half of Stardom, half of Marigold, Himawari from Tokyo Joshi Pro.
Yeah, and then you got Rina Amakura on the independent scene, like a bunch of people on the independent scene, Saki.
All of colors.
Riko Kawata and Marvelous. Like, it just doesn't fucking end.
They are the factory. My first line in my notes is, they're the most important company that no one watches.
That is absolutely correct. But if they've been isolating themselves, like, is that pipeline going to change? Because like we thought Natsuki was going to move, but she stayed.
Yeah, I think there's like this. I don't know if it's like loyalty or something like that, or the current top stars that should have moved, which is Natsuki, and have not moved on yet. She still has like her side projects and her acting, and it's possible
she's doing a play right now.
Yeah, and it's possible that she just doesn't want to move to full-time pro wrestling, because I don't think that Miku Kanai has actually time to audition for voice acting roles right now. I think she's full-time wrestler, because I don't think there's enough time in a day to train, to go to shows, to do the shows, then go back home and then attempt to like learn lines while your head is still being concussed from the show. So like, I don't think for example, Miku Kanai can do her side gigs or like side projects, side things, or her main work she was doing while she was still with Actress Girls. I don't think Riko Kawahata is doing any like dancing outside of wrestling. But on the other hand, I think Natsuki is still, and Koki is also like doing some acting right now because she's hurt, injured, so she probably doesn't make money.
She's coming back January 3rd, I think.
Yeah,
right?
she is.
I saw
Yeah,
that. I was like, that was faster than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that just means that she has never like healed properly those two injuries, and it will come back to bite her in the butt in next year or something like that.
She already looked rough as well.
yeah, exactly. So like there's like outside of being the production or the factory for the whole scene, they attempted to isolate themselves because of the injury bug and COVID. And Sakaguchi, that's why Actors Girls is not wrestling. That means, John, I don't know if you caught it. John DK. I don't know if you caught it, but have you caught how Yappy talked about their attempt to cooperate with Actors Girls when Miku and Asahi were trying, before Asahi moved to Actors Girls? Do you remember that?
Yeah, they were kind of sort of merging. Oh God, what was it?
End of 21, end of 22.
Well, like half the shows were like Ice Ribbon and Actress Girls, and they would have a lot of crossover, but that kind of faded out because of a lot of complicated reasons. I think that's what Venus is now.
Yeah.
Well, it's not only Venus. They're also booking the same venue on the same day and like doing two shots. So like Ice Ribbon in the morning and then Actress Girls in the afternoon. So there's clearly some working relationship there still.
Well, yeah, that was one of the big things. Well, like Asahi was having a lot of issues with the Ice Ribbon side of things, so she moved over to the Actress Girls side of things, and the two companies are pretty closely linked.
Yeah,
except doing wrestling shows together.
The thing was because Actress Girls announced that they are no longer wrestling. Nobody who is wrestler would have wanted to lose to a non-wrestler. So the booking became very difficult. Even taking moves from non-wrestlers is like kayfabe breaking. Especially because I think I talked about it on the episode about Sauripoi show, but the point system means that wrestlers know who is winning and losing, and it's public. In theory, they should like perform another layer of kayfabe above the the normal kayfabe, where they are pretending to pretend they care about winning and losing. It's like it's one layer removed because they are acting out matches. They are not having matches, they're acting out matches, which is funny because from time to time they will do like this promo about wanting to have a real wrestling match, and they will have a real wrestling match instead of points match, which again is perfectly Actress in a nutshell because yes, of course they do.
That's the reason like none of the Japanese wrestling media actually covers them anymore, because they are acting. They are not a wrestling company. And if it's confusing for anyone listening, it's confusing for people who watch it too.
No, it's confusing for the wrestlers as well.
Yeah.
Misa Matsui fucking hated that. She despised the point system. She wanted out of the fucking company.
Matsui was a actress who got into wrestling through Maru, but like she wanted to be a hardcore serious wrestler, and they kept pushing her more and more towards the acting side, and that's why she's in Marigold now.
Yeah, that's like the reason why she left. It's not even about the money; it's about the not being a pro wrestler. So there's that. Outside of that, I think this year for Actress Girls, I don't know, John, when you came back to watching, have you caught up everything, or have you started the year, or have you just jumped in?
So I jumped in literally a month ago after taking about a 2-year break. Okay. So I've been just kind of jamming what I can fit in, catching the Korakuens, and I literally just watched the Natsuki versus Ayano show last night.
The funny finish. What did you think about the finish?
It felt a little flat, but like the match itself was fine.
Okay, the thing why I asked is because it was the match where Ayano clearly kicked out at 2.5 and not 3.
I noticed that.
and Mari covered her a second, ran into the ring to cover her to stop her from like complaining or fighting about the result.
Yeah, and her and me are crying on the outside.
Yeah, it was very funny. It was like, these actresses do not like to lose. They do not like to lose.
For a company that's not wrestling, they take the wrestling very serious. They are shockingly like hard striking. The reason Miku Ano is like this monster in Marigold, just kicking the hell out of people, she's kind of softened down compared to her old kicks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so just some perspective as a newer viewer. So I've seen like every show since April or something this year. And the reason I got into it is, so most people think actress girls, oh, you know, it's kind of like cutesy acting and it's all that. I actually watch it because it's one of the most hard-hitting wrestling in Joshi. It normally just has like good fucking wrestling.
The wrestler that I've just been, since I've come back to it, I've been just beyond obsessed with Riko Fukunaga, just murdering people like Miku used to.
That's funny because she was very bad before Marigold Exodus, because she was like this weird, heelish.
Oh, I was completely shocked.
Yeah,
when I came back.
She was not good. She got good when she started training with GLEAT, so she got really
that's
good.
The other big thing is like they're showing it in the GLEAT UDFI matches or UWF matches, and like, this company does not make any sense to anyone.
But it's fucking good, okay?
They're not wrestlers, but they do shoot. They do.
Yes, they're shoot fighter actresses.
Shoot fighter actresses. All right, let's go do the grades because I don't want to get too far behind here. So, John, I'll start with you. You only started watching a month ago. So, what would you grade? Or restarted watching a month ago. What would you grade what you've seen of Actors Girls?
From what I've seen, because I've been kind of just dipping in and out, because like they're a company that even if you're not following actively, you should always kind of keep a little bit of attention because they'll show up anywhere. And the vibes they're not their peak. Like when they had like Miyuki Takase and stuff, but they're back. I would say from what I've seen, it's a B. It's a lot of fun. You can see where they're going to be in about a year if they don't explode again. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's worth checking out.
What would you say, Stasi?
Yeah, I'm an A-. Quite literally, the only thing I don't like about Actress Girls is the random booking decisions, which I'm sure Velko will rant about soon about the interim tag team titles, because that was very off-putting. But aside from that, I really, really enjoyed the product. I think it's super hard. Like when a rookie can debut and have better elbow strikes and forearms than Saya Kamitani, you just know this is the promotion for you. This promotion, they just teach. Even though it's not a wrestling promotion, I don't know what they teach in the fucking dojo, but they kill each other in the ring, and it's awesome to watch.
Velky.
I watch every show they put on outside of the ARG, which is like
I don't watch that.
Acting. There's the acting side of the actress wrestling.
Those are literally acting plays.
Yeah, those are plays. I don't know, like B, because I have like qualms and issues with the promotion, especially with the booking, as Eric said. It's like I hate the booking from time to time. I love the promotion because I think it's like one of those. Someone has to watch it, someone has to document it, and someone has to like talk about it, about its impact on the scene and on everything that goes on in Japanese women wrestling. Because it's like without them, there probably would be much less of it. And I don't know, B minus, because the booking fucking sucks from time to time, more often than not.
What sucks about the booking, I guess?
All right.
I really said.
Yeah,
okay,
rip
so
it about the
it gets
interim tag
very
team title.
random.
Okay, specifically, let's do the tag team titles. So tag team titles were supposed to be introduced in on the August Korakuen show 2024, but because of the Exodus, the tournament that was supposed to start and end at the Korakuen Hall never started. The only tournament that started was the tournament to put rookies into the tournament, rookie tag teams, which was won by Current Hummingbird and Chiaki from Marigold. So yes, even though they knew that these two were leaving, at least one of them was leaving. Chiaki was leaving for sure. Hummingbird left shortly thereafter. They won the rookie tag team tournament to get into the tag team tournament. Yes, there was a tag team tournament to get into the tag team tournament to win the inaugural tag team titles. This same thing was repeated at from the April this year. It was called Act Game. There were tag teams on most of the shows. At least one of the matches was about the tag team tournament. The tag team tournament ended on the August Korakuen Hall show with Act and Mari, Act Yasukawa, the tag team called Amaterasu, winning in the main event of Korakuen Hall show over the current singles, the singles title holder Marino Saihara and Riko Fukunaga. They beat them and won the tag team titles. Next month, Act got hurt on a show. She was supposed to defend her and Mari's tag team titles in the first defense against the long-running team that's called Midsummer Breeze, which is Natsuki and Nagisa Shiotsuki. And they were at the autumn big show, which was supposed to be in Korakuen. It was not in Korakuen. It was on next door, whatever. It was in Korakuen. Let's say it was in Korakuen.
Tokyo Dome City Hall.
Yeah, Tokyo Dome City Hall. No, it
was
was
the small rooms.
It was Prism Hall.
Prism Hall.
Yeah, Prism Hall.
Not
just
the big
turn
one.
around. The door on the other side of the road from Korakuen. So Amaterasu with hurt Act Yasukawa defended their title. On the next show, Act dropped the titles. And there was a tag team tournament from a random draw teams for the interim tag team titles. Which the two teams who got had match, there were like two matches that were to establish the finalists of this tag team tournament, and the winners of those two tag team matches were randomly like redistributed among themselves. So the two tag teams that got into the finals were shifted around. Then they met again, these four people, and current singles title holder Mario Saihara and the rookie with under 40 matches Yuki Uehara won the interim tag team titles. And then the interim tag team titles was dropped, and they are defending against Midsummer Breeze. Remember, the first challengers for the Amaterasu team at the next Korakuen Hall show on the 29th of December, which is running exactly against STARDOM's Sumo Hall show.
Yeah, so that's a good transition. So yeah, there's only two shows from Actress Girls in this window, and one of them is the Korakuen Hall show on December 29th, which, as you just said, runs head-to-head with STARDOM.
Yeah.
It starts at 6:15 when STARDOM starts at Ryogoku at 5, I believe. What the fuck? Why would they choose to do that?
Last year
Because
they had
Korakuens do pretty good usually. This one's gonna bomb because there's no chance the STARDOM crowd is. No.
Last year they had the noon slot, 11:30 slot. So you could have gone to the Korakuen Hall show, watched the Korakuen Hall show, left, and got an on-time arrive for the Sumo Hall show before the first match started. So that would have been perfect, but for some ungodly reason, don't ask me why, ask Sakaguchi, they decided to do this again. So, whole story short, it could have been Midsummer Breeze defending against anyone else on this show, and we would have avoided whole autumn thing if the booker had balls to say, no, I will not let Act who is hurt defend her title and then drop it on the next show within a week. That's dumb. That's stupid. Why would I do that? No, he would do that. And this is like just one of the examples of the issues that I have with the booking. Or like someone who loses and then loses in a match and challenges for a title. The match later is like, why? How? Why would you do that? That's not how this fucking works. So that's the booking. That's why I'm giving the promotion B-, because it's infuriating in places. And also from time to time the wrestling is bad, which like
Yeah, because they train so many people that are just completely just actresses out of the blue with a little bit of training. You get some people that are incredible, and then you get real hard duds.
Yeah. Hinata Senya.
Oh, she is awful.
She is awful.
Well, I can see that. I can see this just from watching the people who have gone to the promotions, because Boris Koki Amare dud.
Yeah, she was like the shining star of her crop, and then she like plateaued and then got worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, I would actually say she's kind of went down.
Yeah, she got worse than she was when she debuted.
You didn't mention Jockey?
She has like such a distinct look that you want her to be good, and then she just isn't.
Koki is the perfect ace that just can't figure it out.
Yeah.
And then you have Chiaki, who is from the same group as Koki.
Yeah, Chiaki is a wrestler for sure.
Yeah, she is.
So I guess, I mean, Eric, you're definitely not going to the show because you're going to Stardom. So.
Yeah. No.
And this is the only other chance to see Actress Girls on this trip is January 10th at Kitazawa Town Hall, which is in Tokyo, but like in a suburb. Which that's at 6 o'clock, so it's also against Stardom because Stardom's Korakuen is at 6:30 on the 10th. So
look, as I said, nobody said that Sakaguchi is a smart man. He is not.
Yeah. So
the
I'm
show
not
on the 20th in Osaka actually looks really good, though.
I would love to see Actress Girls, but it's one of the promotions I've never seen yet. But it's just not going to happen on this trip. Clearly.
Me too.
The Kitazawa Town Hall is funny because I went there, and without Chris helping me, I would probably not be able to get into the venue because it's actually a town hall, and to buy tickets we had to buy it in the town hall office, and because it was still like with the COVID thing, he had to fill in his address. And the poor clerk did not speak English. I would not be able to do anything about that. I don't think they are still doing that. But
I don't think so anymore.
Yeah, but I think it was like the early 23, and it was still the COVID restrictions were somehow there, and it's like it's the town hall, so they have they have to keep the rules. But the Kitazawa itself is that's the student/hipster suburb with the universities. If you are into that, it's there for you. There's a lot of restaurants there, but it's not for me. The vibes are not me. But it's a nice looking place. It's just how it looked 4 years ago is completely different than how it looks today. It's like completely different town now.
But yeah, I guess that can wrap up Actors Girls then. Just not a lot going on this Wrestle Kingdom week unless you don't want to go to Stardom for some reason. So
yeah, actually, me here and staying home, I'm probably gonna have a better time because I'm actually gonna see shows that you guys won't.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna see them. You can watch them both. That's for sure. But all right, folks.
The only other thing is that one of the wrestlers, the other announced match for the Korakuen Hall show is the Yui Tencho retirement or graduation, and she's wrestling in a tag team against Himawari, the Tokyo Joshi Pro wrestler, who had like 2 or 3 matches in Actress Girls, and then because Tagagi saw her on like getting viral reaction on Twitter and shit like that, he hired her for Tokyo Joshi Pro, and we assumed that Yui Tencho would have left for Tokyo Joshi Pro long time ago. She never did, and Tokyo Joshi Pro fans and watchers should be glad because she is not good.
Oh, I like Yui.
I don't. She doesn't understand wrestling. I think
did you not like a match with Marino at Prism Hall?
Yeah, I didn't like it because have you seen the start where she like wastes time?
Yeah.
And the mistiming of that and how the flow of the match is completely like weird. Because as I said, she doesn't understand wrestling. She doesn't get it. She has few good moves, and if she was let, she'd be good. But also, she's one of those wrestlers who, even though she is a prelim wrestler, she doesn't lose. She doesn't get pinned. There were a few of those in Actress. Then they left because I don't know how to tell you that. But these actors and actresses, they do not want to lose. Rock.
Okay, can I give? Well, Stardom is the next thing. Can I give some breaking news as we're recording this?
Did she win the Tokyo Sports MVP?
Did she win it?
She fucking won it.
That's
She
really
won it. Incredible.
That's actually
Sexism
crazy.
defeated.
Yeah,
That is crazy. We were just talking about this in the Voice Wrestling Slack, and I was like, it should be Saya. I don't think it will be Saya. But
I thought Takeshi was winning.
Fucking.
So
I thought Takeshi would have been.
I was like,
Takeshi would have been the shittiest. Takeshi would have been the shittiest fucking choice, and I'm not even just saying that because I think like the anti-AEW thing. He's barely in Japan.
It's Tokyo Sports MVP.
There.
That's kind of what they do. So I'm really fucking awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So just a great choice. I'm just I'm very surprised though. I never would have guessed they would actually do it. So yeah, that is crazy. But there you go. She won Tokyo Sports MVP. Now she can drop the title to Shiori. It's fine. She can go ahead
and to Shuri.
Yeah.
I need her to lose to both of those. So
yeah. Well, because I already saw somebody saying rip Sayori in the Discord, but you guys keep catting around. She just made the Shoe Pro cover too. So
I was literally translating that article before we got on here.
Yeah, so
I have a bunch of notes.
But that's the next thing we're gonna do is Stardom. So I guess we can wrap Actors Girls here. I guess we're good.
I said what I wanted to say. Eric,
yeah, Actress Girls, very interesting company, very strange company. All of your favorites will be starting there. You just don't know it yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing, which is about the ace, Marina Sahara, and I just wanted to ask quickly about Velka and John, where they see her in the scene, if she's like top 10 for 2025 or if she's like out there, because I think she is one of the best in the scene, but like no one knows about her.
Marino?
Yeah, Marino.
Yeah, Marino.
I'm gonna give. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was gonna give the rest of the awards because they just came out. But
okay. Real quick on Marino. She's great. She just doesn't click with me for some reason. So I'm kind of the wrong one to ask on that one.
Okay. Velka?
I don't know.
Like top 10, top 20 for 2025?
For the 2025. How she measures for 2025. I think she's worse than Natsuki was last year and worse than Miku was the 2 years before. She is still good or very good. But
she's the weakest of the AWG aces.
Yes.
Like, that's kind of her problem.
She is much better in tag teams than she is as a singles wrestler.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, John, do you want to go through the awards? I want to hear them.
Yeah, let me read them off real quick, I guess. We might as well. I mean, we're going to go into Stardom next, but there's a few of these that are related to Stardom. MVP is Saya, obviously. She also won the Women's Pro Wrestling Grand Prix. They went Best Bout Kaito versus Ozawa from January 1st, which is like
interesting.
It's a 4.25 star match to me, but I guess they wanted to give Ozawa something. Best Tag Team, the Knockout Brothers, Yuto Ice and Oscar.
All right.
Special Achievement, Konosuke Takeshita. Fighting Spirit Award, Sari. Skill Award, Hiroshi Tanahashi. And Rookie of the Year, Kaisei Takeshi from DDT.
Okay, all right. Pretty much as expected then for the rest.
Yeah.
Yep, spreading them out clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did it with Saya. I'm still shocked about that.
That is a huge deal.
It's the one. Like, it's the number one answer. There is no other one. Stop talking.
Yeah. That is, I don't know. Like they were talking about it in the Slack before, and I was just like, dude, it's like wide. They're like, oh, it's wide open. Oh, it's Saya Kamitani. There's nobody else that should have been besides Saya Kamitani. So.
No, it's just about what they would do though, because the last non-New Japan person to win it was Takashi Sugiura, right? In like 2010, 2011.
I'm realizing now that this is supposed to go after the Stardom when we're recording, so it's not going to make. I'm gonna have to reorder these probably because now it's gonna make no sense. So I'll have to put
live reaction accounts.
Yeah, I'll have to put Ice Rib or Actress Goes at least ahead of Stardom. Yeah, because otherwise it would make no sense. Which means I didn't introduce anybody, but yes, John and Velky and Snazzy are all here. And I'll introduce you guys again when we get to Stardom, but But yeah, this now has to go ahead of Stardom, otherwise it's not going to make any sense.
Nah, it's fine. It is fine.
Let me just make a little note to put Actress Girls ahead of Stardom. Okay.
We're going to need a part 3.
Yeah. All right. So, folks, we'll be back in just a sec then with Stardom, since this is now the third segment on the show since do this breaking news. So give me 1 sec. All right, folks, we're back here for the Stardom segment now, which originally was supposed to go before Actress Girls, which is why I didn't introduce anybody before Actress Girls, but we broke that news right at the end of the Actress Girls segment about Saya Kamatani winning MVP. So now I have to change the order around, basically. It's not going to make any sense. So John is back with us. He was on the Actress Girls segment as well as the Tokyo Joshi earlier. Dylan is back. He was also on Tokyo Joshi. Tim is back, who's on Tokyo Joshi. John, Eric, and actually, I don't know if you're talking on this or not, Eric.
Maybe a bit.
Okay, so Snazzy/Eric is here. I should have introduced him now before Actress Girls, but didn't. But you guys know him anyway. He's on Omakase all the time. Hi, Eric.
Hello.
Yes, Hat from the Joshing Around podcast. Velky, again, I should have introduced him before that segment, but didn't. But he's also on this show all the time. He's from the Actress Stage. That's him?
Yes,
podcast, right?
Yes, that's me. We have not recorded for some time because of real life stuff.
But you are again also on Omakase all the time, so it's fine. But regular listeners will know you guys. It's not a big deal. Rodrigo jumping on for the first time, first appearance on Omakase at all. So welcome to the show, Rodrigo.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, very exciting. Rodrigo is also going on the trip too, which is cool. I think I'm sitting with you for Oz Academy.
Yeah. Oz.
You're for Oz Academy, which we're going to get to. But yeah, we're here to talk about Stardom. And again, the big breaking news, sexism has been defeated. Saya Kamatani has won the MVP of the Tokyo Sports, which I just tweeted sexism has been defeated with no context, and nobody probably knows what I'm talking about. But Saya Kamatani, she did win the fucking MVP. It's crazy to me that they actually did it. They actually did give it to her. Like I mean,
she bribed everyone, right? Is it really fair?
Oh yeah, that was the thing.
There was really no other pick to me that would have made sense. I mean, you could have made an argument for Ozawa maybe before he got hurt. There's no one that should have won it in New Japan. So they definitely made the right call. Anyone else would have been stupid. And the entire story was going to be Saya either way. It would have been either Saya got it or Saya didn't get it. So they might as well have just given it to her. That's what they did. So
it's true.
Somebody's typing very loudly, by the way.
It's probably me. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, if you want to keep typing, just mute yourself.
No. I'll stop.
Okay. I get it. There's a lot going on. It's big deal. Saya Kamatani wins MVP. But yeah, so Stardom's 2025. I mean, I'd be surprised if this was not another universally positive segment. I don't think we have any of the Stardom hater crew on here. Maybe, I don't know about Dylan, actually. Dylan might be more negative on Stardom than me.
It's well, I don't want to spoil the show we're gonna do now. Maybe I am. It's very mysterious. Who knows?
Yeah, there you go. We don't have like any of the people that really hate Stardom on here because they do exist. They're on Twitter, especially. You can find them. They live on the Super J-Cast server too, as Velky can tell you too. But yeah, I think Stardom's year, I mean, there's really no other way to put it except a giant success, I think. I mean, if you look at it from any objective standpoint, they drew the third biggest crowd in Japan this year, the biggest crowd outside of a Tokyo Dome in April for Yokohama. Their Korakuen numbers are way up, and it's basically the highest promotion besides Noah, who puts like all of their biggest matches in Korakuen, which Stardom does not do. I mean, their average through the end of November was 1,340, which is 17 shows, which is higher than New Japan, higher than All Japan, higher than Dragon Gate, definitely higher than their Joshi promotion. I mean, the only promotions, like I said, they trail is Noah at 1,467 and supposedly Strong Style Pro Wrestling, but not that I think most people buy.
Legit number.
Yeah, definitely legit numbers.
No.
But yeah, and they if you look at Ota Ward, they drew some of the biggest crowds at Ota Ward this year. The Stardom 5-star Grand Prix final did 2,856, only trailed 2 New Japan numbers and very close. I mean, it was New Japan did 3,044 for the Best Super Junior final and 3,335 for the anniversary show. They did 2,467. Basically, they have 3, 4, and 5. Third, fourth, and fifth, if you count the Point Series show as a Stardom show, because that did 2,837, and the Crimson Nightmare did 2,467. So they have 3 of the top 5. Just definitely a great year for them from a business standpoint. It looks like Dream Queendom is going to do a great number. I mean, all that's left is the very top of the building, basically the B and C in the stands. So everything else is sold out. They somehow put more sumo boxes on sale, which I still don't understand how they did that, and sold those very, very quickly. So I don't know if they're cutting down on the boxes somehow, like they're making smaller boxes, because it is 1 per box apparently, which I think was a mistake in hindsight. They probably could have done 2 per box pretty easily, but unlike last year, no stage from the DDT show. So probably going to end up around 5,000, I think, unless maybe, I don't know if they can squeeze more in there somehow, but probably right around 5,000, I would think, at the end. So yeah, it's going to be the biggest number they've ever drawn at Ryogoku, that's for sure.
Also, for the numbers, they will get over the 100,000 border of 100,000 line before the Sumo Hall. They are right now at 97,000, and they still have 2 Korakuens to go. So they will just clear the line of 100,000 before the Sumo Hall.
And no one else in Japan has done that besides New Japan, I think, since the pandemic.
Since pandemic, and numbers like the numbers that are in 23, both Noah and Stardom just barely missed the line of 100,000, and this will be the first time they will do it. And once more about the numbers, the last bit. This means they will be very close to 150,000 combined with Marigold at the end of the year, which is 5 times what Stardom was drawing a year before Bushiroad purchased Stardom. This means that with 5 years since the purchase and start of the ownership of Bushiroad, this roster has grown their fan base 5 times.
Yeah,
which
and obviously
is very, very good. Nobody else did that ever.
And obviously a ton of it this year, the mainstream growth we've seen with Saya Kamitani, making all these appearances and being a regular on the Love It program in the morning, which on broadcast TV in Japan, which led to the first broadcast television Joshi match between her and Hanan when they taped for that show. And I believe 35 years or something. It was a long fucking time. But since the last broadcast television match,
I think it's 23 years.
Japan. 23? Okay. I thought it was even longer.
Yeah, well, last time we're talking about All Japan Women's in the 90s.
Or early 2000s then if it was 223. But yeah, something like that. It's been a long fucking time. And, I think there's a lot of buzz around where this can go. I mean, there's a lot of people in Stardom talking about the Tokyo Dome. We'll see if they try that. And, I feel like that's going to be more of a 2027 thing than 2026, probably, if they do try to go through with it. But obviously that would be the first Tokyo Dome show for Joshi in literally 30 years since the Big Egg back in the mid 90s. So, we'll see where it goes. I think it definitely seems like there's more. It's as healthy as you can ever remember Joshi being, really, in this era, since the
fact that we're even talking about Tokyo Dome, even as a rumor, means things are way better than they've ever been since I've been watching.
Yeah, I mean it is crazy, just how far it's come. And it's just Bushiroad being behind Stardom has helped. Obviously, I think that it ended up being it was very messy at first and led to the split, but I think it's pretty hard to not call it a net positive for Joshi. So.
Can I just add something to the business case you were making? Because there's obviously also the numbers, the attendance numbers, but there's also media engagement and visibility, I guess. So Saya winning the Tokyo Sports MVP is part of that, right? But she's also driven that, because if you look at Shupro, which Weekly Pro magazine, they released their top 100 items for the calendar year, and 16 of the top 100 news items were Stardom related, which beats New Japan and Noah, who were tied in second with 9. So just the fact that they're beating visibility in those publications, like beating New Japan in those publications for news items. For match results, All-Star Grand Queendom was first, right? So that was the most hit event of the whole calendar year, so more than the Tokyo Dome. So yeah, just their media engagement is also improved in the last calendar year as well.
It wasn't that long ago that Shoe Pro did not put women on the cover, and now women are on the cover almost every week.
Yeah, so that's
and
the other thing.
It's not just Stardom, but like it's mostly Stardom.
Did you see that Sayori got the cover this week over the World Tag League final for just nothing, just for like an interview?
Yes,
that was crazy. That was crazy.
I was translating it before we started here.
Yeah.
Yes, so not only that, but Saya Kamitani's like got the most covers this year with 7. Ozawa's also got 7, so they're tied. And then it's like Hiroshi Tanahashi had 5. So Saya and Ozawa are even leading the way on Shoe Pro covers.
Yeah,
Sari has a bunch too, and
yeah, Sari has 4, so which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean they clearly sell magazines. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't keep doing it. So.
I used to buy every single Joshi cover, and I stopped doing that because it got really expensive.
There's a few I want to try to find when I get there. I really would love to get the cover when Momo won the 5-star.
I bought it last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not only just the top stars. Like Momo has 3 covers as well. Even Sayaka Kurara has a cover. So it's sort of like spread out throughout the promotion. Starlight Kid has a cover as well. What was that, Tim?
And I just want to Tim
fully deserved as in.
Oh yeah, sorry, Korakuen, yeah.
I mean, again, I just want to, for people who are newer fans, I feel like it's almost impossible to overstate how bizarre this is to see this as a longtime fan, because like you guys said, they'd be lucky to get like one cover a year back in the day.
I started watching in 2015 and no one talked about Stardom at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's just very, very completely 180 from where we were a decade ago. So, but yeah, so like Stardom, I think like business wise, I don't think there's no credible case against them not having a great business year. I mean, they grew at an exponential level. They started drawing even outside of Tokyo during the 5-star, like after the 5-star. We talked about it a couple of weeks ago, how much better they're doing in Osaka than they used to now. Which will be very interesting what that February Osaka 80-on-1 show does. But yeah, I mean, from a business standpoint, no argument. Subjective enjoyment, of course, very different thing. And there are people who don't like Stardom, even though it's obviously very successful this year. I feel like it's kind of, this is my reading of the situation, I feel like it's kind of drawing that kind of reaction from people who are like, the same way New Japan used to in the 2010s, where people hear how successful it was, hear how popular it was, and they would watch it and go, "Oh, that's it," like that kind of reaction. So, like, there is an element to that, I think, in the quote unquote discourse online. But yeah, let's go one by one and get your letter grades. I'll start with you, Stazzy. Give me your Stardom letter grade for 2025. Again, I don't think we have to do business on this because I think everybody would say the business is an A+. I don't really see an argument that it's not. So just your personal enjoyment, the booking, the match quality, where are you on Stardom's 2025?
A, and I'll be voting Tarakad as my pick of the year.
Okay. You don't want to give any more
do I need to? I think all of you are going to make the case. You guys can talk about it as well.
Why is it not A+ then?
I think there have been some aspects I haven't liked. I guess, BMI 2000 main event in 3 Korakuen halls in a row, I could have done without. There's just like little bits of that. Like if I'm going A+, it has to be perfect. And I don't think it's been absolutely perfect, but they've definitely knocked it out of the park.
Velky, what do you have as Stardom's 2025 grade? God, drank down the wrong pipe.
Please don't drown. I have it as A- because most of the year, most of the year, the white belt champion was not my champion. I don't like Starlight Kid, and I will never like Starlight Kid. But the rest of the winners and champions were either my wrestlers or roadblocks for my wrestlers. Kamitani is one of the most enjoyment fulfilling wrestlers to cheer against, because I don't like her, but I enjoy her matches. So I personally dislike her, but I like her matches, so I will boo against her. and or cheer for her when she is killing Tam Nakano forever. She's dead, Tim. She is dead. She's never coming back.
That's not
And
true.
yeah, she's in the.
Well, of course she's not coming back. She's on the farm with you.
Yeah,
we all know that.
Of course. And then my 6 years long campaign for Momo Watanabe to win the 5-star finally ended with Momo winning the 5-star. And one of my other favorite wrestlers, Azumi, was in the Tokyo Dome. Then she semi-main evented Yokohama Arena, and then she was in the finals of the 5-star. So I don't actually have anything to complain about outside of Starlight Kid and most of the white belt stuff, which was not for me because, as I said, Starlight Kid is not my wrestler. And now, while I am happy for Konami winning the white belt, finally getting that one belt, it was very satisfying to see her win. She's not it anymore. I hope Saida beats her, but I don't think she will. So, A-.
So yeah, that's so we do have a lot of the same wrestlers too. I've always kind of forget that because Azumi, I mean, she's one of my wrestlers too. She had a great year, and you didn't even mention the fucking amazing match she had with Saya in September for the red belt, which it's like one of my favorite matches of the year. So, but yeah, just Azumi had a great year. Dylan, give me your 2025 Stardom grade.
Yeah, I don't consider myself a Stardom hater at all, but I would be a little lower for a couple of reasons, to be honest. It's funny you mentioned, Velke, about Momo winning the 5-star, but actually the execution afterwards kind of blew. Like all of that led to a really lame main event that wasn't booked where nearly what it could have been. And I think that's actually been the case for a lot of the big stuff here. I felt the wrestlers have made the best out of booking that wasn't that great, actually, like for a lot of it. That's a case where, yeah, Momo was a longtime favorite and she won, but then it just went nowhere afterwards, and they didn't even do any kind of turn or anything like that a lot of people speculated on. Even this main event that we're heading into, the build-up was not great, and then suddenly they had that press conference where Ano cuts this amazing promo that everyone loves. And then, like, a few days later, she's talking about her car again. What is with this obsession with car angles in Stardom? Because they did this similar thing with Saya and Tom, even, where she got run over, which was funny, to be fair. But I do think there's a lot of weird stuff going on up and down. That said, there's been way more positives than negatives. I do have to say, Kamatani has made the best out of every single situation she's been put in. Whether it's big-time main events, the retirement match with Tom, helping out Sayaka the month after, like elevating her successfully. And I think that she's done a great job with her character, obviously. Starlight's reign was okay. Like I said, I don't think it was like a game changer or anything like that, but I thought her wrestling was good throughout most of it. She did get that music video that popped big as well. So she's gotten some...
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. She got some mainstream pop from that too. And she earned it. I like Starlight Kid well enough. I wouldn't say she's one of my favorites or anything, but I like her well enough. I thought she did a good job as white belt. They have elevated both Rina and Hina extremely successfully, and a lot of that really is on their wrestling. I think, being there, but they were catered to in a way that helped them as well. Rina with the great 5-star run, Hina doing an amazing job with the Future of Stardom belt. They're both two of my favorites right now going, and they're obviously they are great for the future. Azumi finally got a big run as well, and that's another thing where it was like she just kind of held back throughout most of the tournament, and suddenly she faced Kamatani, and it's like we went from 0 to 100, and she was off to the races until the final. So there was good. They've done okay with Mi Vida Loca as well. It's been a really erratic company in terms of booking, I would say, but because the roster is so stacked, it's kind of hard to mess it up. So I would go with a B in terms of my enjoyment of the year, which is still, the highest grade I think I gave of any company since I've been on these. But still, I thought it was good for them. Probably the best company of the year. But there were some weird booking choices I didn't agree with, and I thought held them back, but it really didn't, because I think they were just so good. They made the best out of everything.
All right, there you go. Tim, you be next here to give a letter grade here for Stardom's 2025.
All right. So, first off, I kind of assumed that S would be the top grade. So I gotta grade down my other promotions now. If A is the highest, so I would give it.
Well, I guess A plus. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be it for me, I guess. Stardom is absolutely like my favorite promotion this year, especially. I think it's by far the best promotion this year in the world. To be fair, I'm not a big like CMML watcher, but just the roster I think is the best roster in the world, like pound for pound. And I think it's just the greatest promotion to watch right now overall. I thought the booking has been great. I think even for cases where like the argument comes up about the booking not being that stellar, like the Momo story, I think there are reasonable arguments to be made for why that went down like it did. AKA she's like obviously out with a big injury and they just had to get this program over somehow before she could take her time off. I personally loved the Starlight Kid reign. I thought she had some of the greatest matches the whole year. I think her whole like wrestling style, the more technical style she invoked this year, worked out greatly, and I loved most of her title matches. I thought that was one of the best title reigns in any company this year. Obviously, I think the Tam Nakano Saya Kamitani story was a complete masterpiece. One of the greatest storylines ever, with one of the greatest like endings to it ever, and it catapulted the whole promotion into a whole new stratosphere. And I can't really give anything less than an A+ for Stardom this year.
I forgot I muted myself. Thank you. I'd agree to a lot of that. Well, I'll give my grade a little bit later. Rodrigo, what would your grade be for Stardom 2025?
I would go with A minus. Dylan made a lot of, I wouldn't say good points per se, but a lot of points that I agree with in a way. But at the same time, I have a different vision in the sense that at the end of the day, they are not booking properly for us Western audience. And there's a lot that we just miss, like in the world building, the storyline building, and at the end of the day, we just miss some context a lot of times that not only can make things better, but also make us understand it better. In general, I think there was a lot of elevation of young talent that I like a lot. There was the SLK reign, which I like a lot. And the Ina and Rina elevations, there's like a lot to like at the end of the day. But like Tim mentioned, they had the masterpiece in Tam versus Saya, and that like at the end of the day takes it to another level. I hadn't felt that way about the match since the Queen's Quest versus Oedo Thai Cage match. So it's very easy for me to just say at the very least an A minus. And going into the end of the year, I think with a great card at Ryogoku, we might see maybe an elevation to A at the end of by being there. Let's wait and see, I guess.
John, what do you have for Stardom's grade for 2025?
So I was really hard on the Bushiroad era. I quit watching for a couple years. I did not like Stardom really since the Bushiroad pandemic years. I'm giving them an A+, no question. The Tam storyline was incredible. The elevations have been insane. All the tournaments have been good. And I got brought up in one of the old podcasts by Snazzy. Every single tournament, they're usually Okada has 3 goals: find a rookie, the winner, and a medium project to elevate. And everything's been elevated. I've loved Starlight Kid's white belt reign, Saya's red belt reign. It's been great. They have turned around this company that I thought was sinking to become an A+ company. I don't know how else you can do that. And
it helps when you find a gigantic star out of nowhere.
Well, true. But also, like, a lot of the booking decisions, I'm one of the nerds that are sitting there translating Shoe Pro and all the interviews. A lot of the stuff that people complain about totally makes sense in interviews. Everything is covered. So a lot of it gets lost in translation because we don't have the live translations anymore. That's kind of the big thing, is the stuff that doesn't, quote, make sense actually does make sense. You're just kind of not getting it in English anymore. They're almost a perfect company compared to, like, the last couple years. I would have gave them a D, and I'm giving it an A+ now.
One thing.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, can I really quick? I forgot to mention one thing. You reminded me of something there, John. It's also like a major point for me is just like the extenuating circumstances kind of they had this year, because it's often forgotten like what they actually lost to in Mayu Iwatani and Tam Nakano. They didn't have Maika for most of the year. They didn't have Shuri for a big part of the year, and they just elevated the right people at the right time exactly to just fill these spots temporarily at least and just keep their business up anyway, and that's just like masterfully done, I think.
Yeah, we thought when Marigold came over and the split, they had problems with the Bushi Road stuff. When Ogawa and Harada left, people thought the company was kind of spiraling, and I don't want to give it all to Okada because that's like one person, but really since Okada's taken over, it's a totally different company.
Yeah, no, I mean it's his booking is completely different from Rossi's, that is for sure. So, and you could get it doesn't have that internal.
They know how to use the media too, and that's kind of one of the reasons that like a lot of the storylines are getting lost to the Western fandom, because you know how much.
Well, you at minimum you have to pay attention to what's in Tokyo Sports now, because a lot of the storylines play out in Tokyo Sports. So, you know.
I mentioned the media engagement and how their rankings have like shot up in Super and stuff like they're just getting more hits than other promotions like New Japan, which never happened before. I feel like it's been kind of like a deliberate booking pattern since Okada took over to try and get to the Tokyo Dome. John, Carol, you mentioned the Tokyo Dome. I think they're absolutely aiming for that, and they've deliberately done that in terms of like even like the venues that they're booking. And you can see now for like the Sumo Hall, they're going for a sellout because they know you can't go to the Tokyo Dome without selling out Sumo Hall. So they're putting all five, like the 8th of December Korakuen Hall show, right, where they brought everyone back, Micah, the rookies, everyone. They're just not like sitting back and be like, okay, let's be complacent. Let's just wait till debut Micah in a year. No, they're like, fuck it, we need to sell out Sumo Hall. So they're gunning for that Tokyo Dome, and it's deliberate. So just wanted to back you up on Taro Okada, I guess. John.
So for my
A+.
For my grade, I'm going to go A. It's like somebody else said before, A+ would imply perfect, and I don't think I wouldn't quite say they were perfect, just given the fall to me kind of was a bit of a letdown where, you know, I wish the Saya Momo feud had been a little better. I wish there was like kind of just like a dead zone leading up to Tag League. Now, I thought the Tag League itself was way better than some people gave it credit for. I liked the Tag League a lot. I loved the 5-star. I mean, this was a great tournament year. The other thing I could look at is a little teeny bit of a negative is I didn't think Cinderella was that great this year, but even though I got what they were trying to do with, you know, only putting in newer wrestlers, and it was a commendable idea, I didn't think it was executed the best, but the end of it, Sayaka winning was great, and it clearly elevated her and, you know, led to a great title match with Saya. So these are definitely nitpicks, but if I'm gonna A+, like you'd have to say, was absolute perfection. I don't think they were absolute perfection. Now, most of the stuff they did, I really liked, though. And unlike the other people who talked about Starlight Kid's White Belt reign, I love Starlight Kid's White Belt reign. I think that she's probably going to finish second or third for me for most outstanding wrestler based on that White Belt reign. Like, I thought that reign was really, really great from an in-ring standpoint. Had so many amazing title matches this year.
Yeah, you had Rina, Ano, Inaba, like those are all matches.
The Ano match is like one of the most unique matches this year. If people didn't see it, like that double leg selling thing they did, which is outstanding.
Yeah, it was good. Like her whole reign was good. Like I
the awesome Konami matches I loved too.
We all said different matches.
Yeah. So Starlight had a great year. You know, there were a lot of people that had sneaky great years in Stardom because the roster is so deep. I mean, people are going to be like, "Oh, what did Sayori do to get this title shot?" She had an awesome match with Tam Nakano in April that I was there at Korakuen for. One of the most underrated matches of the year, in my opinion.
That was good.
She and Poi had the crazy tag match that main evented their produced show, which is on Stardom World. I mean, it's basically a Stardom show, and also that crazy 5-minute draw they did together. She had the Starlight Kid match we just talked about. She had a great fucking 5-star. I thought one of the best 5 stars anybody had. So she had a sneaky, outstanding year, and hopefully is going to win the red belt in a few weeks here. But we'll see what happens there. Shuri had an outstanding year. Even with missing the 5-star, she's another most outstanding wrestler candidate to me. Obviously, Sari is gonna get my vote for most outstanding wrestler and should win, even though she probably won't because people don't pay enough attention. But to me, I don't even think it's even close.
She's my number one by far.
Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah. And the fact that she did a lot of her work in Stardom, even though obviously didn't do all of it in Stardom. So having her there all year that was a big boost for the company because she obviously wasn't there last year. She was in Marigold, among other places, and now she was in Stardom for pretty much the entire year. So that did boost the companies, from an in-ring standpoint. And then, just the roster depth they have. I mean, it is incredible how deep this roster is. I mean, there's so many wrestlers when you look at these cards and you go, well, that person could be in a main event match, that person could be in a you'll see these 8-man tags or these 8-woman tags or these 10-woman tags where half the people in there could be in a main event that
Ida and Ami just main evented that Korakuen and was incredible. They are mid-carders.
I mean, there's so many people like that, and they have such a great. We talked about this on another episode too, where they have so many great young wrestlers, and the fact that they don't really have to push any of them that strongly again obscures how talented a lot of them are. So Aya Sakura could be a main eventer right now, probably, and there's other people like that too that could really push. So Sayaka has the charisma to be a main eventer right now, and is slowly getting back to slowly getting better and better in ring. So they have the youth too. So that's just what gives them such a deep roster. It's just multi-generational. And there were so many great matches this year. There were so many great shows. I mean, they had the best major shows by far. I mean, All-Star Grand Queendom was the best major show in wrestling, I think, by a mile this year. Just an incredible show where practically every match was fucking fantastic on that show. So, just one of the best shows I think I've ever seen, honestly. And then Crimson Nightmare was very good. The Conversion was very good. The 5-star finals were very good. I mean, it was a great year for Stardom big shows. Even the Triangle, or not the Triangle, the Unit Tournament at the start of the year was really awesome. And that was when I was first diving back in and really starting to watch every show again after having not done that in a few years. And that hooked me immediately because it was just such a fun tournament. There's just so much stuff you can point to in Stardom this year where they had an outstanding year. And to me, they're easily the promotion of the year. And like Tim said, I don't really watch CMLL, so I know CMLL fans are going to say that's the promotion of the year worldwide. But I don't see how anyone in Japan is, really that close. DDT maybe is the only one I can think of really. So, that's my Stardom grade. Definitely an A. I won't give them an A+ just in case they top it next year, but just outstanding year, I thought. Let's go into this Wrestle Kingdom week schedule now. So there's a lot of shows. We don't have a lot of matches booked, so that'll be a little bit on the quicker side here. So the first one, and this one I'm very jealous of the people, I think Rodrigo and maybe Tim also, that are arriving early enough to go to this. Yeah. The Wednesday, December 24th, Stardom year-end Xmas night, Korakuen, on the 24th. I could not convince my partner to let me leave early enough, so it didn't work out. But the high-speed title match is Mei Sierra defending against Yuta Mizumori. That's the only match we have booked on the show so far, but that's a huge match. I mean, these two had a great match earlier, and this one I think has no time limit, right? There's no 10-minute time limit or anything? Or is it like 20?
I think they got rid of the 2 out of 3 falls. They got a time.
I think it's 15-minute 1 fall, I think.
15-minute 1 fall, okay. So I think they can have an even better match than they had last time without the goofy 2 out of 3 fall 10-minute rules. Yeah. And this feels like it's finally going to be at the end of the line for May, though.
They spent the entire year building it.
Yeah. Which again, to the booking standpoint, I mean, they did a great job building up this title match. That's very much a big card title. So, it feels like an important title match.
And I think it's crazy how much Yuna, like I thought Yuna has been improving last year, mainly a lot, but this year still she's just getting better and better lately. I don't even know what's going on with her. Like, she throws some of the craziest lariats right now, and I'm just really looking forward to this one. I think it's gonna be a banger for sure.
But yeah, so we'll see what else gets added to that show. I mean, we're recording this December 16th, so we're like 8 days away. They don't have any other card, but that's if we want to nitpick Stardom too, that's another thing they could do better is announcing cards sooner. But I don't really mind it though. It's kind of like you get the card in the last few days and you get all excited. But yeah, they definitely do not announce cards very quickly. That's for sure.
I feel like these Christmas cards, though, I was there last year too, and they're usually just kind of like just celebratory, like fun shows with like one major match. Usually last year it was the big future match, and other than that, it's just like just to have fun and celebrate Christmas a bit. So card is not really that important there.
The next day we have a New Blood 27 Xmas night show from the Bell Cell Shibuya. There's again only one match announced for this, but it's kind of a cool one. It's a Future of Stardom title match. Hanako defends against her own stablemate Rion. So that's a match I'm looking forward to. The tiny twerp against the giant Hanako. That should be interesting. Are you guys going to that as well, Tim?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm jealous getting to see you guys getting to see a New Blood show.
Oh, there's something I don't know if you are aware, but if you get there early enough, you can have a photo op with Sakurara. Free photo op.
Yes.
God damn it.
So we are already planning around that.
Yeah.
We gotta get there early for sure, man.
Yeah.
Lucky people. Yeah, so that show is the 25th. I assume it's just an evening show because it's not a holiday in Japan. Yeah, it's 25th on
5 p.m. I think.
5 p.m.
5.
Oh, 18:30. Yeah, 6:30. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's I've never been to a New Blood show, so I'm definitely jealous. I would love to go to one, but that's the only one during the trip, I believe. So the show the rest of us will be at, the rest of us going on the trip. I think pretty much everybody I know going on this trip will be at this, is Dream Queendom on December 29th. That show is on a Sunday at 5:00. I don't really think it's an exaggeration to say it's the main event of the trip. I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it way more than Wrestle Kingdom. I'm sure a lot of people are. But yeah, what we have so far, we have 5 matches, and I'd say, there's 4 out of the 5 I'm really hyped for. The other one looks interesting too. So we have the Fuwa-chan re-debut match. Fuwa-chan taking on Hazuki. So Fuwa-chan, for people who don't know, she's a YouTuber. She had a big controversy where she told another comedian to kill herself in response to it. She basically said she was so unfunny she should just kill herself or something like that. And, kind of got canceled for it. Lost a lot of her sponsorships and stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying telling somebody to kill themselves is great. It did turn out the person she told that to was like an abuser or something, I believe.
Maybe she just had bad vibes.
Yeah, I mean, she was like, apparently she used to be in the Japan Self-Defense Forces, and it came out afterwards she had her own scandal where she was like abusing her subordinates or something. So just a weird situation all around. And I've seen a lot of people say that one of the reasons why Fuwa-chan got canceled so hard is because her brand of comedy was very like making fun of old men, and they kind of were looking for an opportunity to cancel her. I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but that's what I've heard. So
that's what I've heard. The thing, I don't follow it much, but like from everything I've seen with the Fuwa-chan stuff was more, it got way blown beyond what it should have, but it's Japanese media dealing with female comedians. That's always the nightmare. And it should have been like a weekend or two story that became way bigger.
Yeah, because she basically was completely out of the public life for over a year. Yeah, I believe this happened summer 2024, and she didn't do anything until she suddenly showed up at that Korakuen for Stardom and announced.
Yeah, like she was a jerk, but like it shouldn't have destroyed a career.
Yeah. So I mean, she's doing like a very I'm just happy to be here. I'm devoting myself to pro wrestling. And she's speaking in humble language, which she never used to do as a comedian. She used to be very rude, basically.
She's doing the full rookie treatment, too. Like, she's ringside, she's building the ring. They're not treating her as a celebrity. She's a big deal, but they're treating her as a rookie.
And she has millions of followers, from what I understand. So, like, she is a really, really big deal when it comes to, like, social media and stuff. So we'll see, what this means. I think I've seen people replying with everything from, like, being very excited to being mad that she's here to, like, even her fans being like, what happened to the old rude Fuwa chan? You need to turn heel. Like, I've seen those kind of reactions. They don't like how humble she's being, which I think is kind of funny too. But yeah, I mean, she's going to get a lot of mainstream attention. We'll have to see. I mean, I remember her, she wrestled like 3 or 4 matches before this. I remember her looking pretty good for someone with no experience.
In one of the matches she had a viral spot that went viral, which was Saya Kamitani kicking her in the face. So I'm just saying that probably singles matches against Saya Kamitani at the biggest show of the year in 4 months is probably quite a big possibility, which plays into my plan of Saori and Shuri beating Saya Kamitani over the week. So I have hope.
It would free her up to do that instead of having to do a title match, and also, free her up to do some different stuff. So
she was a pretty sick bumper actually for just being like
She was very good at bumping. Yeah.
She took one insane like neck bump for Utami lariat that I remember to this day, like vividly. It was a sick spot too. Yeah.
So it'll be very interesting to see what she looks like here. Azuki is her trainer, so that's why she's matching up against Azuki. But yeah, so we'll see where it goes, and we'll just see how much her. I mean, I've noticed even more mainstream coverage of Stardom since she started. Like Omicron, the kind of famous Japanese Oricon. Thank you. The kind of famous Japanese media, like newspaper.
They're basically like Billboard was in the 90s. Like they're mainstream music coverage and TV.
They've been covering Stardom. I know they covered it pretty recently. So
the only time they cover wrestling is if a celebrity has a guest appearance at a wrestling show. They do not care about wrestling.
So it's very interesting.
So I've been writing my preview yesterday actually for the Social Suplex newsletter, and I just looked it up. At this point, like yesterday evening, her comeback tweet had 64 million impressions where she kneeled in the Stardom ring. So it's not bad, I'd say.
Yeah, and like if you have like another mainstream star to go with Saya, I mean that's kind of a big deal, I think. So we'll see what. I mean, like Saya's. I remember when they announced Saya was going to be on the Wrestle Kingdom, like that tweet got like way more likes and impressions than like the tweet announcing Takeshi that was going to be defending the IWGP title against Fuji. So it's like, Saya is like a very big mainstream star. Then Fuwa Chan's like another level above that. So just very interesting to see how that goes and how Stardom is able to maybe grow even further with her in the mix now. So we'll see. The big undercard work rate match, when they started teasing this, I was just praying to God, I'm like, please God, let me be front row for this match. Please, please, please. And for some reason, my prayers were answered because we're getting Natsupoi versus Suri on this show. This has like match of the year potential to me. I'm not saying it's not like will definitely hit that ceiling, but you have 2 wrestlers who are both outstanding. One of whom had a match of the year contender on this show last year, Natsupoi against Starlight Kid. And one of whom is in my current match of the year, which is the Suri versus Shuri match from the conversion. This has match of the year potential. I mean, this match could be that incredible. And, you have the story of Poi feeling like she's lost her confidence after she didn't win the red belt from Saya back in the summer in Sapporo, and then didn't advance in the 5-star. And Suri, her best friend, basically pulling her aside and being like, you can win the red belt. Like you can be at the top of this promotion and I want you to get there. And Poi has now decided that she has to beat Suri in order to do it. She did pin her in a tag match, which makes me think this is going to be a longer story and Suri is going to get her win back here. And then maybe they'll do another match, go like a Suriism show or another Stardom show. But
this is the first time they've had a singles in 5 years. Like the last time they had a singles was just as a guest spot when Sari was gonna go to NXT and get stuck there for forever. They had a singles match in Tokyo Joshi Pro like 5 years ago, just as a random. This one's built up, and they're gonna kill each other.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this.
I do wonder how they're gonna build this because, like originally, like you, I thought maybe they're gonna do this on the big Surrealism, the 10th anniversary show in March. But now that it's on this show, I thought maybe they do a series, which would mean like maybe Suri wins this one. But I don't think Natsupoi is gonna win the 10th anniversary main event, right? So Suri would have to win 2 in a row. Then I don't know. It's kind of curious to me how this is gonna go.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Anyone else thoughts have point Suri? No? Okay.
It should be great. Like, Poi's been one of my favorite. That's another reason why I'm a little down on the second half of the year booking wise. It felt like that she was really primed for something special, and it just kind of fizzled out for her.
Yeah, I get what you mean. That was given to Azumi and Momo. Poi doesn't deserve anything. Good.
I mean, last night I missed the
not my
Sapporo
wrestler
show.
as well.
I missed the Sapporo show just because it was on demand, not live, and I picked it up last night. That match was incredible with Saya. So,
yeah,
and Poi is like one of my top 5 in the world.
Like that Starlight Kid match John mentioned earlier was my match of the year last year. Like number one.
I will never forgive the Voice of Wrestling 30 under 30 people, besides me, of course, for not putting Poi in their top 30, because that was her last year of eligibility. I'm like, how the fuck do you not vote for Poi there?
Wow. Yeah.
I was like, there were a lot of Joshi subs, given how many great Joshi wrestlers are under 30. But like, she was the worst one to make, because it's like she should have been like the top 10 probably, and she didn't even make the top 30.
Yeah, I think Miyu Watanabe was worse, not making top 30. That was crazy.
Miyu Watanabe was bad too. Yeah, Miyu Watanabe was bad. Didn't make the top 30 either. The next match, the Gods of Stardom tag titles, BMI 2000 defends against Sakurawa. These two teams had a really awesome match in the Gods of Stardom Tag League Finals, where Sakurawa got the win. I'm a little worried they're not going to win here. I'm kind of worried that BMI 2000 is just going to retain, and especially since Sakurawa is still going to have the New Blood tag titles either way. But just seeing them in this position, again, from the front row at Dream Queendom, it's going to be awesome. And I'm just, they're two wrestlers that I really love. I'm a big Cosmic Angels fan in general, but just, the two of them just coming up, and I feel like they've both made such strides this year. I mean, Sayaka still always looks a little more awkward in the ring, which makes sense when you remember that she's, comes from this like art school background. Like, she's not really, doesn't have any athletic history as far as I know. Whereas Aya Sakura, has that karate background. I think it is karate, right?
Yeah.
Or some martial art. So she has that karate background, besides being an actress who famously thought she was trying out for a movie when she got to the Stardom audition.
Yeah, she's not very smart.
She also forgot her gear once this year. Yeah. I remember for like
the reason why her and Hanako work so well together is that Hanako convinced Sakura in the restaurant after the audition to actually go with it and not just give it up, but try it out. Sakura, I think I don't know if she's still signed to the idol company she was signed before that. I'm not sure if she annulled her contract or not, but she was a part-time idol who was also a waitress and other stuff. Now she's a full-time wrestler. So she's successful with this. So,
and her parents don't know she's a wrestler, apparently.
Yeah, of course they don't know. That's really? A tradition.
Yeah, she's an office lady.
She's also very public about
I think they think that she is still trying to get into the action movies, because there's this slightly rising trend or returning trend of the martial art movies with female leads. So, and they need more women to the ensemble movies as well. So there's that.
So I was thinking about this match, right? Yesterday when I wrote my article, but because like for my other predictions, the top champions on this show are all hate, right? And initially, I would have for sure said that Sakurara are gonna lose here, but I kind of think maybe Konami and Saya are gonna retain, and I don't think they want all the hate champions to retain. And that's just like maybe a mood killer for the evening as a whole. So I changed my prediction into Sakurara actually winning here. And
see, I think the hate champions are going to retain until the main event. Is what I think is going to happen. But
that's possible. I have another theory about the main event, but yeah, that's kind of the most 50-50 for me. I like Konami, I'm pretty sure, but anyway.
Yeah.
So Sakurara have sort of mentioned being double champions. That's kind of why I'm thinking they might do it. Just give them a big push. So I'm predicting them at least.
I hope so. Okay. This is the only match that I really want someone to win, to be honest. Like, I don't really care about the results of the other matches, but this one.
So you do not want the highest drawing tag team of all time in Stardom to continue be the highest drawing tag team of all time in Stardom?
Oh my god, stop it, Valky. Please.
It's awful. It's an awful statistic that I hate.
It's so funny, though.
Yes, it is, but it's awful.
But yeah, let's see. I'm definitely gonna be rooting super hard for Sakuraba too. I mean, I like Natsuko Tora. I don't really like Uraka, but we'll see.
Fuck Uraka.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Uraka is the one wrestler in Stardom that I don't like.
I think she might be the only one for me too. I was talking about this.
We can all agree on this. Fuck Uraka.
I like Waka Tsukiyama, who a lot of people don't like. So it's like really just Uraka for me, I think.
I mean, Waka is just inoffensive, funny to me, but Uraka is just not great.
Trash.
Uraka's never gotten better in the 10 years she's been wrestling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Preach.
I have been watching her whole career since she started, since her debut, and she is bad and has been bad her whole life. I don't know why she is still wrestling. Please go away.
Wow. Valky says, please retire. Please retire.
Yeah, I do say that to wrestlers that I do not like and are awful for a continuous long time. So, yeah, I'm. If I don't like you and you are bad for at least a year and a half, I will start saying that you should retire.
You should join that Marigold wrestler whose name I always forget that had the worst match of the year.
Ryoko Sakimura.
Thank you.
To PPP Tokyo you go, right?
Yeah. The Wonder Stardom title match, Konami defending against Saya Ida. This is like a match I think other people are going to be more excited for me, because it's not like I don't like Saya Ida, but she's like never been one of my wrestlers or anything. So, as Valky would say, so I'm just not. I was really hoping for Ami Sourei to win that number one contendership match.
Same.
But, instead it was
Welcome
Saya Ida.
minority.
So, yeah. I mean, I know most people love Ida, so I know I'm definitely in the minority there. The other thing about this match is I feel like it's a little too predictable what's going to happen. I feel like Konami's going to retain. She's going to beat up Ida afterward, and then Hanam will run out to save her, and then they'll set up the white belt match where Hanam will probably beat Konami. This is what I expect to happen. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think is going to happen probably. Anyone have thoughts on this one?
I think that sounds good. I just wonder where they're going to go with all these hate champions. It feels like we're going to see a turning of the guard with all of them having belts, and we're in a great position for many of them to drop them going forward. So I think your theory has more credibility knowing that, or thinking that anyway.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opinion that Hate's going to either come out with most of the belts or they're going to lose them all. They're in a transition period.
Exactly.
I think that they will all retain, but Saya will lose.
That's what I think too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's ugly.
So there's a transition to the World of Stardom title match: Saya Kamitani versus Sayuri Ano. I've done enough ranting about these Sayuri haters. Fuck you if you're a Sayuri hater, I guess.
Fuck you.
Love Sayuri Ano. And yeah, I don't really get the bad build people. I don't know what people are talking about. If like the bad build, the quote unquote bad build is selling out the building, because this show has sold way more tickets since it was already doing pretty decent before they announced the main event, but it sold way more tickets since they announced the main. So
maybe I just don't like it because she's bragging about having a Tesla in the program.
That's fair.
I mean, look,
she is not smart. Again, as I said, these Cosmic Angels, they are all stupid. She has crashed it at least once and was very sad about it.
She used to spend all her money in like pachinko parlors. I mean, this is not one of the geniuses of our time we're dealing with, but she's a very good wrestler. So.
Yeah, she's awesome. Like she has everything. When my little sister started watching Stardom a little bit this year with the 5-star, and Ano stood out big, like right away. And she said specifically she had main character energy, which she does.
Yeah.
I did think the build was kind of weird in a way with Saori like losing a lot in the tag league. I didn't really expect that to happen, but like now after she cut the promo on the presser, it like in hindsight it made sense because like she's so in her head about this match in itself that she basically like
Well, and that's also been an Ano thing her entire career.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, she has a giant imposter syndrome. Like it's like one of the things that has like continually plagued her, and it's part of like her persona. That's why she plays the Ice Woman, like where she does have no emotions and stuff, and it's very difficult for her to like show her true self, if you want, like whatever she uses in those promos. But that was the story going into the Starlight Kid match. That was the story last year when she lost the white belt to Mika Iwata.
Right.
It's even when she was the actress undisputed singles champion, it was still like this. She was the person who tries to play the cool guy and is the insecure dork who doesn't know she belongs. And it's been like that her whole career. So she is in keeping with the character. That's one of the big issues that probably people who do not know her or have joined the fandom in the last 2 years don't understand what she is, and probably why a lot of people assume that she's going to turn heel on Boy or on Angels, but she is an Cosmic Angels like through and through, because she's an actress girl. She doesn't belong in if there is a face faction that's Cosmic Angels in Stardom, she cannot be a heel. So there's that, and a lot of people assume that she's going to turn heel since she joined the promotion, and it has not happened, and it will not happen in Stardom, I think, probably for at least one more year, at least.
In today's Shoe Pro article, so she was literally asked about this directly. Since Cosmic Angels doesn't have a leader anymore, who's going to be the new leader? She doesn't view herself as a leader. She, in the interview, she calls her the Sentai Blue Ranger, the vice leader. She calls herself the vice president, and she doesn't want to be a leader, and that's kind of always been her kind of anxiety.
Yeah, and here, as you can hear, these are the things that that are not on the screen, and if you do not have access to all those articles, you don't get that, which is like the issue that's for the Western fan to get to these things.
Well, and also, like, when people are saying that the match isn't being built up yet, they're still referencing the TAM match. They're still referencing the beginning of the whole Cosmic Angels Saya Kamitani feud. So
I don't
this all year.
I think the people saying it's not been built are just people who don't actually pay attention to Stardom for the most part. I mean, I don't really get that vibe at all. But
I mean, that's the pivotal story of this year, is this whole thing with the Cosmic Angels and Saya, right?
So I don't know. I mean,
the entire time.
It's the babyface side versus the hate. In some sort of fashion, it's the Konami versus Shuri, which transferred into the Konami versus Ami. It's the Starlight Kid versus Konami. It's the Saya versus Cosmic Angels. It's the Natsuko and then Natsuko versus Maika. It's the Maika versus Saya Kamitani. It's like they are all like fighting. It's the Hanan versus Konami. They're all fighting hate, and they are all failing. And right, that's the core of the Maika promo, where like the Stardom belts are held by the heels. Outside of the Future belt, the new blood belt, and the high speed belt. The important belts are all held by the heels, and something needs to happen. Something needs to change, and this show is like one of the big steps in this. Story of the promotion. So there's like this unsureness, whatever the word is, vocabulary. Yeah, thank you. Uncertainty about the future of the babyface side and the heel side, and who is going to be the leader of the babyface side, and how to take down the hate. So that's like the big story of this show as well.
Yeah, and this is exactly where my prediction comes in, right? Because I said earlier that I kind of suspect Saori to lose, actually, which changed. I switched my like when it first was announced, I thought Saori was gonna win, and I'm still rooting for her to win in the end. But like the one thing that came in that changed my prediction was Maika, right? And I have the theory that like two things are gonna happen in the near future. Saya's gonna lose the red belt, and a faction is gonna destroy hate, or at least defeat hate in a big like faction versus faction match. And I do think the faction versus faction match fits better for Cosmic Angels to do that, while Maika is gonna destroy Saya in a singles match and take the red belt from her. So that's where my prediction kind of switched up, that Saori is gonna fail this time, but she's gonna get her big revenge in the faction versus faction match, while then Maika is gonna go on to defeat Saya later on in the next year.
I don't have any predictions right now because every single outcome between Saya, Shuri, and Ano right now, I can see it going every single way. And that's kind of one of the big things is like, I don't actually have a prediction right now.
Yeah, I don't know. People would tell you that it's pretty predictable because Maika came back. I think they could just do Maika and Saya without the belt. I don't think they need the belt.
I mean, that's true too, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I'm going into the show hoping Shuri will win, and I think it's like 60-40 Shuri will win. And the like campaign on Twitter and some other spaces to like convince everybody that Shuri has no chance has been really obnoxious and annoying to me. And I'm just like, you guys need to shut the fuck up already. Like you're never going to convince me not to be excited for this match. So like, let it the fuck go already.
On January 5th, it is possible that Saya is Triple Crown or has no belts. Mm-hmm. Both are totally valid right now. And that's the big thing.
And to be clear, I don't like root against. I will definitely root for Saori to win. Just like in my headcanon, in my fantasy booking, it kind of switched around for Maika to be the next red belt champion. But I will definitely root for Saori to win, and I think it's definitely very much possible. I think it's as much of a 50-50 as it gets for a red belt match right now. So,
well, that's a big thing with a lot of the booking is every single match is built up like this is the time. But every single time is the time. And that's good because now every single show is interesting.
Yeah, she's had this belt for exactly a year, which is like a perfect time where she could lose it. You know, we're in the part of the ring where she could lose at any defense. So, you know, it's a very fun part of the title ring, that is for sure.
I mean, we were all convinced Momo was going to win.
Yeah.
No, I was not.
Me neither.
I'm one of the biggest. I'm one of the biggest Momo fans around. And I was not convinced she's going to win because it was not time for her to win the belt. It didn't make any sense. The 5-star win and Momo not winning the belt was actually the best outcome for me because that's actually how I wanted it to happen. Like I wanted Momo to win the tournament, which was the thing I campaigned for quite some time. But it was not time for Momo Watanabe to win her first red belt from her own faction mate in Ota Ward. No, why would she win in Ota Ward? What are you doing to me? Like you would give her the biggest achievement of her life by winning the 5-star, and then like wasted it by winning a red belt in Ota Ward. What? No, that would be fucking stupid. That would be dumb as shit. And I'm glad that it did not happen. I would be fucking mad.
But yeah, that's the thing, is everything is the short-sighted version of every story is it's time. But when you look back at it, there's always more.
I actually think that that if, because I don't know if I said it out loud on some audio. I assume that that before or after the Saya versus Shuri match, New Japan will announce they will announce the 2027 Tokyo Dome show for STARDOM, because I don't think they can do it in 2026. That's too soon. And 2027 is far enough, but still soon enough that Saya would be hot. And I think it's why I want Saya to drop the title to Saori and to lose to Shuri is to get to give the rub to 2 stars, and then they can build to her match against Fuwa-chan on the 2026 Spring Big Show, and then you can have the battle to establish the top talents for the Tokyo Dome, which would also be the time when all the wrestlers are healthy and have had their surgeries and rehabs for all the injuries that they have been nursing for a long time. Because I assume that Saya will take time off in 2026. She will probably not do 5-star, unless she's winning the 5-star, of course, to do some maintenance of her body to prepare for the 2027 as the big year. And she needs to give the rub to people to build to the 2027. And I think it's time. This is the time when the most eyes will be on the promotion around the Wrestle Kingdom weekend because of the Tanahashi retirement. This is the time when to announce the Dome if you want to do the Dome in 27. And this is the time when to give the rub to the faces and to at least to 2 of them, to 2 big ones, and then to spread the love around. That's why I'm that's my fantasy booking. It's all built around that.
But yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick with it. I think Shuri's gonna win. That's my prediction. I think she's gonna win.
Are there any Saya predictors? Is it just me?
I think it's you and Tim.
So
Saya Ida?
No, Saya Kamitani.
Oh, okay.
If I'm betting, I'm saying Saya is gonna win, but it's not a sure thing.
No, it's absolutely not a sure thing. No, I think I would say it's 70-30 Saya though. That's where I'm at, actually.
Okay.
I think
I'm about there too.
Yeah, we spoke about it on Omakase, John, because you convinced me that maybe Saori could win. So what's changed it is when Micah came back, and Micah basically cut that Ace promo, and she said she was going after Hate. Now I think that Micah kind of has to take the red belt from Saya, maybe in February at Edion Arena 1 in Osaka. It just feels like it fits the storyline. So that's kind of
now I'm gonna resent her if that happens now. Yeah. So unfortunately,
well, the whole turn was with Micah originally too.
Yeah, it just feels too perfect. Yeah. So I feel like Micah's taking a red belt, but yeah, I mean everything's possible.
But it also draws back to Momo and the cage match. If you guys try to go a bit back, I'm not sure if Micah is taking that belt. I think Micah will be one of the problems that will ignite the I guess Kamitani's expulsion from 8. But I don't think she's taking the belt anytime soon, to be honest.
Yeah, they don't do repeat red belt champions very often either.
Yeah, and I think that they're trying to get Cosmic Angels back on top. I think they are getting away with the red belt and the tag belts at the end of the day.
Yeah, along with what Velka said, my fancy book scenario is obviously Saori wins, and then Sai Kamitani and Micah have a cage match like Kaze was talking about, and they blow off the feud that way, or a 5-on-5 elimination match, something like that. Saya can stay away from the red belt. She can have a big Fuwa-chan match or whatever else, and Micah can have a revenge.
Yeah, I can actually see the strong baby faces teaming up together for an all-star tag team against the Hate members.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards.
Yeah, having something like that would be, at least in my brain, better than not having Saori win and then like putting the belt on
Exactly.
Micah, because
Yeah.
I think it's more, because then you have like two people who defeat Hate. You have the Saori who took the belt from Saya. You have, or rather, three people. You have Shuri who took the strong belt in the dome, and then you have Micah who defeats Hate in some kind of unit versus unit, probably by beating Saya as the last person. Also, one of the things that we forgot to mention is you mentioned it. You mentioned into Omakase, John, before, is that Saya and Saori is the first time ever match. This is the first time ever singles match between them. So the build and the booking issues people have with this, I don't understand them, because this match has never happened before. So it's like saved match, protected match. It's very similar to Utami versus Julia, that has also never happened. So like there are not that many of those between top stars in Stardom, and saving this match for the Sumo Hall main event is, I think, smart. And I don't think a lot of people talk about that match being the first time ever.
Yeah,
I do think when it comes to booking in general, like all these, I guess, antiquated ideas about no repeat champions and stuff, I think all bets are off for that, because like we don't have the old booker anymore, right? Like you don't know, we don't really know how Okada is going to do all that. I think he's a completely fresh booker with new ideas and like new habits that we
he doesn't give a
really know
fuck.
yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so anything else on Dream Queendom before we move on?
No, looking forward to it.
Watch it, even if you don't watch it.
It's probably going to be the show of the year, or one of them.
Maybe. I don't think it can beat All-Star Grand Queendom for me, but
yeah, true. All-Star Grand Queendom's going to be show of the year.
We'll see what else gets added to the card. I mean, if I have any disappointment right now, it's that after the year she had, Azumi's not in any kind of major match so far. But
it's one of those issues that you have to pick over roster. And she has gotten, as I said, she has gotten the Dome. She has gotten big Yokohama Arena match. She has gotten the finals of the 5-star. She had to take a step down. Like it's not, there's no space for her on the card, sadly. But it also is a good thing, because she has already had 3 big slots, and now someone else can take the slot.
And do we think they'll add any other big matches, or is this probably pretty much it?
I think it's just fillers, no?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some Rumble or like Trios Gauntlet or something like that.
Wasn't Rina complaining today about not having a match? I think I saw something about. Yeah.
Well, we still have a Korakuen coming up, so we're going to have a bunch of things announced too after that.
All right. Yeah. We have the Christmas Korakuen. Yeah.
So obviously, Saya's other big match is in the Tokyo Dome at Wrestle Kingdom against Shuri for the IWGP Women's title. Does anyone think she's winning that belt? And if so, does it mean she's still red belt champion in that world, or is she lost the red belt and then quickly replaces it with the IWGP? What do people think?
I'll start, because I think she's losing to both. And as I said, that's like my fantasy booking for the wrap to everyone else.
Yeah, I think she's losing.
I agree with the fantasy booking of Elke, but I don't think that's happening. I think she's what's most likely happening is she's keeping the red belt and losing to Siori, but I would prefer her
at least one of those is good.
Yeah.
At least you are not the classical, typical evil person who thinks that she's going to keep the both and will be Triple Crown champion. Or
Triple
like
belt Saya, I think, is my worst timeline.
That's very bad. Yes.
Personally, yeah, I think that's not a good thing. So it's one or the other. I kind of hope that she loses the red belt and beats Siori, and then she can have her IWGP match with Furuchan or whatever. So in a freak division.
I do agree with all of that. I wish she would lose to Shuri here for sure. I also want Shuri to continue to have that belt and make it like a real work rate belt and have like just amazing matches for the IWGP like Mayu had for like 3 years. I don't know. I don't know if I can trust that. I don't know if Saya Kamitani is just gonna lose an 8-minute singles match second on the card. I don't know if they're gonna book that way. I think they see Saya as their big golden goose, and I don't know if they have the balls to just have her lose here, honestly, on the biggest stage. But I would prefer it, definitely.
If the Tokyo Dome one kills, I feel like she's more likely to win to me than the red belt. But
yeah, if she's gonna be on a bunch of TV shows, they want her to have a belt. And the IWGP is kind of the.
I don't think she's losing the Love belt, to be honest. So they're fine. Sorry, did I cut off? Or
you're
did
good.
Nobody got the joke?
I didn't audibly hear it. It was great. Maybe repeat it again.
Okay, so I don't think she's losing the Love It belt, so they are fine.
Okay.
Well done, Kazi. That was good. Thank you.
Okay, quad champion.
The day before, though, Stardom is running a double header at Shinjuku Face, the day and night. The day show is the Saturday, January 3rd at 1 o'clock, and the night show is at 6:30. So it's interesting. They basically pared the show down because last year this was in that pretty big building. I can't remember the name of it. It was out by Ariake.
Tim was there, right?
Yeah. I can't remember the name.
The Garden Theater?
Oh, yeah.
Garden Theater. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a very new venue for concerts. It's that was the first wrestling show that happened there ever, and will probably be the only wrestling show that will happen there ever.
I was surprised.
It was an amazing venue.
They drew 2,000 people, I think. So I was surprised they didn't run it again.
I think they comped the shit out of that building, and there were more than 2,000 people, and they gave out a lot of the tickets to the sponsors, and they are also running a program for shareholders to get comp tickets. So I think that was the venue where they gave out the comp tickets for the shareholders as well.
That was actually crazy. That was a crazy evening because we were at Marigold in Ota Ward on the same day. And we after the Utami rematch, we just bolted out of there, hopped in the first cab or taxi, and just rushed over to the other arena where Stardom was, and got right in there for the third to last match, I think. Which was we saw all the important stuff, which was really cool. Actually, it was a great day.
But yeah, so I don't know if anyone else is planning to go to this. I'm going to go to the day show, the 1 o'clock show. I have front row for that.
I'm unfortunately going to miss both those. I got talked into doing other stuff on that day, I guess.
Got it. But yeah, I mean, to me, it'd just be exciting to see Stardom in such a tiny arena because you don't really get that many chances anymore. They used to run Shinkiba a lot back in the day, but yeah, they don't run these tiny Tokyo arenas anymore that often, except for New Blood.
I just want to show some new fan some of the old Shinkiba shows. You would not believe this is the same company.
Because they were 125 people there at most.
Yeah, they were tiny.
Yeah.
And filled with a bunch of foreigners.
That's true. Well, these shows will be filled with a bunch of foreigners too, probably. But
oh no, there were more foreigners in the ring back then.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, those were bad days. The bad days.
But yeah, there's your January 3rd, day and night. We'll see what those cards are like now being at a much tinier building. But like I said, it'd just be cool to see them in this very intimate setting. The last shows that I'll be going to, at least, is January 10th and 11th. So this was originally, I was planning to go home on the 6th or 7th, but then I saw Stardom announced these Korakuen dates way ahead of time. They announced, I think, all their Korakuens through February or March, as of last June or something. And I remember seeing these two dates, and this is much earlier. I think it's a week or two earlier than they were in the January Korakuens this past year. So when I saw these dates, I'm like, oh, January 10th and 11th, I could totally go to that. So I just extended my trip so I could do the January 10th show, which is the Saturday at 6:30, and then the January 11th show, which is Sunday at 11:30 a.m. And I fly back at 7:45 p.m. on the 11th. So, plenty of time to get that flight after the show. I tried to go for front row for both. They put them on sale at the exact same time, so I actually missed out on the front row for the 11th. It sold out that quickly, which is kind of crazy to me, given how fast, it's just a fan club sale and it just went in like 2 minutes. But yeah, January 10th, I was able to get front row. January 11th, I ended up getting a reserve seat S or whatever. So I think it's like second row. But yeah, I mean, cool. I love seeing Stardom at Korakuen. I had such an amazing time there this past April. So, which was the Tam versus Suri show. And somebody, I don't remember who brought this up as a possibility. It might have been a guest. It might have been, somebody else. I don't know. But somebody brought up the possibility of them possibly running the unit tournament starting at these shows, which would be fucking awesome if they do that. I'd be so happy.
I had mentioned not the unit tournament specifically, but I had talked about a tournament, a 2-day tournament, maybe.
Yeah.
And also, I will also be there both days. So on a cheap seat, so.
Yeah. I did also rebook my flights after I saw those 2 dates for 2 days later, so I could be there. But then I also got lucky enough to win the ticket lottery for Baby Metal on the Friday. So I'm still going to miss the show on the 10th, but I have a ticket for the 11th now.
I'm so jealous of you.
Yeah, man. I'm so happy about that.
But yeah, so there you go. That's Stardom shows for this week. It's definitely a lot, but we did end up going about the hour and a half I thought we would for Stardom, but it's a lot to cover at Stardom. I mean, we
didn't even touch the rookies or any of the undercard stuff either.
Yeah, they're the number one promotion in Japan. I mean, I don't really think it's that close either. So
no.
But yeah, there's all your Stardom talk, and there'll be much more of it to come on Omakase, including maybe a post Dream Queendom live show, depending on how many people I can actually fit into my tiny little hotel room across the street. But we'll see. Yeah, let's wrap up Stardom. I think then who are we saying goodbye to? We're saying goodbye to John. So thank you for coming on, John. Anything you want to plug?
So I'm going to be old school and plug an old website. dk1105.neocities.org. You can find all my social media stuff there. I'm putting together a match guide, bunch of useful links for people. This is a project that I just started for fun. I felt like it was, Twitter's kind of awful now, so find me on Blue Sky, and that's kind of a good landing place for all my stuff.
NeoCities is still around?
So
what is you're thinking of GeoCities. NeoCities is revival. So yeah, it's old school hand-coded websites, and so instead of just listing out all my social media, find me there.
All right, well, send me that link, and I'll put it in the description. We said goodbye. You probably noticed Dylan had to drop off. He didn't say anything. He ended up putting it in the chat. So Dylan, of course, is on Eastern Lariat. So I'll put that in the description too. So definitely check out Dylan Fox on Eastern Lariat. And Velky, you're leaving us too. So
yeah, I'm leaving you because I don't have anything else more to say to other companies. Even though I've somewhat followed them, but I don't follow them as well to be able to talk about them. Anyway, I have nothing to plug. If you find me on Twitter, you can yell at me. You can even DM me. I will not read it because the new Twitter UI for chat is garbage and nobody should use it. But if you are polite to me, I will probably talk to you. And you can also yell at me that I'm dumb and stupid. But if you do, and you will say that Saya is winning, and I will see that, I will screenshot your post, and then I will quote tweet you when both Saori and Shuri will take up the belts. So be prepared for that. Engage with me on your own danger.
See, the only bad part about going to the show is I'm going to be too busy fucking crying in person to actually dunk on all the people who deserve to be dunked if Saori wins.
Yeah, it's perfect for me because of the time zones. It's probably going to be around 2 in the afternoon for me, so it's going to be perfect time to just shitpost about people.
It's gonna be fun if she does win. And it's like a kind of no-lose situation because if she loses, it's like, well, whatever, she lost, like everybody said she would. But if she wins, oh boy,
yeah, exactly. If she wins, I was right.
Yeah, get to have fun with that one. All right, Tim, Rodrigo, and Stazzy, they're all staying on for Oz Academy, and I guess that's the next. Is that the next? I'm totally losing track of the order now. Yes, that's the next promotion we're going to have on the actual episode too. So Stay tuned in a second for Oz Academy. All right, folks, we continue with our Joshi episode, part 2 of the Wrestle Kingdom Week preview. And now we're going to do a whole lot of these smaller and slash... we already did we already did Actress Girls, and you're going to hear Ice Ribbon after this one. But it's a good transition from Stardom to this because the same person who is challenging for the World of Stardom title is the Oz Academy champion. Suriano is the Oz Academy champion, and Oz Academy is the next promotion we're going to talk about here. I still have Tim, Rodrigo / Kaze, and Eric / Snazi all on here still. Guys have too many names.
Hello.
But
Sorry.
You're all here to talk about the Oz Academy. It was funny so Suri is the Oz Academy champion, obviously, and I saw a tweet from Unagi Sayaka. I don't know if anyone else saw this, where she was saying she wanted to punish her for talking about being Oz Academy's champion, but doing nothing but talking about Ryogoku and Stardom this month. Thought that was kind of funny.
Fucking Unagi Sayaka. I didn't see the tweet, but god damn it.
It's like I'm sorry, she's in the main event of like the second biggest Joshi show of the year. Like I guess she is going to talk about it probably. But yeah, it's the biggest. It is like the weirdness with Sayori still being Oz Academy and obviously being their champion while also being Stardom full time. If she does occasionally miss these Stardom shows for Oz Academy shows, and it is one of the things that like eats to the back of my mind. Like, would they really put their title on someone who's also in Oz Academy? I don't know.
Is anyone going to the Unagi produce show on the 9th?
I wasn't aware until like 5 minutes ago while I was looking at the pool.
Wait, I thought I asked you about it like a month ago.
Okay, probably forgot about it.
But she's also got one on the 25th, right? Or Christmas Day, I thought.
Maybe. I don't know about that. I bought today like one of the cheapest tickets for the 9th one.
Oh, yeah.
I see on the day if I want to go or not.
Yeah,
the 9th I'm in... Oh, sorry. Huh? Where is it?
It's in Shinjuku Face, so there's no bad seats, so I just bought the cheapest one. So anyway.
Yeah, the 9th I'm still in Kansai, so I can't go because I'm going to be in Osaka. Okay. I'm going to be in Osaka. Really that day I'm going to be at the Nintendo Museum in Kyoto and then the Dragon Gate show in Kobe in the same day. So, yeah.
That sounds good as well.
Yeah, but we'll
maybe better than Unagi
Sayaka. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah. You're going to the Nintendo Museum and not Dragon Gate, right?
I don't think I can convince my wife to hurry on to Kobe after Kyoto. So I'm going to the Osaka show on the 11th for Dragon Gate instead.
Ah, okay, got it. But maybe we could still hang out with you that night in Osaka or something.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. Because we can go around to all the cool places.
Well, I want to see Sex Machine, that restaurant you linked.
Oh, yeah, we might do it the day before, too. Well, you're going to be in Osaka the day before, too, right?
Yeah. I'll be there from the 6th.
So we'll figure it out. One of those 2 nights. Paul and I get into Osaka, and again, people listening at home are like, why do we care about your trip plans? But Paul and I get into Osaka at I think 5 o'clock on the 8th. So that's why we couldn't go to Dragon Gate and Kobe that day. Yeah. But after that, I mean, we get right into Namba too, is the cool thing. Because we take a different train than Shinkansen. It goes straight from Nagoya to Namba, like in the south part of Osaka, where I think you're also staying around there too.
Yeah, are you doing something in Nagoya? Is that why?
Yeah, we're going to this shopping district in Nagoya I really wanted to go to. We didn't really have any other time to go to it, so. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of how it's working both days. Where I'm staying later I'm checking my bags and staying later in that city, so I have more time there. But it was the same thing with Shizuoka the day before. But anyway. So Oz Academy is what we're actually talking about, not travel plans. They're a super unique promotion, right? I mean, there's really nothing like them in the rest of wrestling. I mean, they basically are, people don't know anything about them. They're Mayumi Ozaki's promotion, and she's a very famous heel from all the way back in the All Japan Women's days. And, since they're a promotion owned and run by a heel, the referees are just kind of like, what do you want me to do? It's Oz Academy. She can do whatever she wants. It's her promotion, which always makes me laugh when you watch it. It's like if House of Torture owned a promotion, basically. And the fans there are so into seeing all the interference. Like, they love outside interference. Like, this is the promotion where fans absolutely want to see it. So, it's a very, very interesting dynamic where the baby faces, like the opposition, are almost like the non-crowd favorites sometimes. But then you still see what's her name, the Blue Dragon or whatever, who retired. So the crowd is still the crowd is very into her retirement still. but it felt like they were even more into seeing her come out as a heel for the first time ever. So, it was very, very interesting dynamic how it all works here. But yeah, so you guys, I don't watch them super regular. I just kind of catch them when I manage to catch them. Like I saw, they ran like this tournament early in the year in Shinjuku Face that was like was it for the younger wrestlers or something? I'm trying to remember what the fuck it was. But yeah, I saw that. I saw some kind of tournament earlier in Shinjuku Face, and I saw the Sonoka Kato retirement show, which we covered on Omakase. Yeah, I didn't see a lot in between. So I'll start with you this time, Tim. What would you give for Oz Academy for a letter grade for 2025?
Right. So as you mentioned, this is not like your regular promotion. The thing with me and Oz Academy used to be pretty much that it was non-existent for like 364 days in the year. And the one day that I'm getting to see them live in Japan, they are randomly the greatest promotion in the world for this one day. And other than that, I wouldn't care about them whatsoever. So like the difference between like the live experience at an Oz Academy show and like their streaming product on TV is like, it's so vast. It's such a big gulf that it's almost really hard to like, to really grade them like that, I guess, because you almost have to be there to really grasp the full like impact of the promotion and how much fun it actually is, because it just doesn't translate well, I think, to like a streaming product. So this year I watched a bit more. It didn't just not exist for me for the rest of the year, and I've been actually very high on it. Like I think I'm one of the high men on the Osaki-gun versus Hate match, the 5v5 that like 46 minutes or something it was match earlier. I really liked the Sonoko Kato retirement show. Other than that, it's kind of like I said, it's not really an outstanding promotion to watch on TV. I went with like a low B, maybe high C for this one.
Okay, there you go. What do you think, Rodrigo?
So I'm a parachuter. Like Tim, I kind of went last year on the trip randomly. Like I woke up super early on the day of the show and I couldn't sleep. And I think I DM'd Tim and a mate of ours, like asking if they wanted to go to the show. And I think it was the best show of the trip, to be honest. That's why I kind of wanted to do this show, not because I'm a super fan of the promotion or anything, but because the level of experience I had last year like marked me so much that I just want people to know that if you are in Tokyo or any other part of Japan and Oz Academy has a show, please go to it. Like Tim mentioned,
because they weirdly tour a lot for such a small promotion. They have like great sponsors, I've heard, I guess, and that's why. But they go to a lot of really, like, they just went to Okinawa a couple weeks ago.
So they have some collaborations in Okinawa, but they also announced like a new deal this year with Gara Sports, where they basically do a monthly show at Shinjuku Face that gets shown on that TV channel. So other than that, their tour stops actually don't make tape. So they're like the most live show promotion that exists in Japan. They book their shows and matches for the live crowd to have the most fun possible. So there's not really much meat to the bones if you're like following them just from afar. So yeah, as Kaze was saying,
sorry I interrupted you, Kat. I just wanted to throw that out there as a point.
That was going to be my point, to reinforce Tim's point regarding it, which is it's a live event promotion. Probably what makes tape doesn't translate as well, but like, man, we were in Korakuen, obviously, and police came out, and I don't think you guys understand. I've told this to Snazzy because we got front row, right? If I'm not mistaken, we are all four going to be front row for the show.
Front row, yeah.
Like, I really want police to be out because it's going to be pandemonium. I will blame Snazzy if anything happens because he was the one who pushed for front row, if I'm not mistaken. So, it's just a surreal experience. Tim probably can talk a bit about it because he was like second row last year, if I'm not mistaken. I was like in the orange seats, and it was freaking insane. It was like the best experience of the trip regarding wrestling, because I went in without many expectation, and everything came up really, really good. I saw Asuki win a championship, which was cool as fuck. I saw Police doing his thing, which was bananas. And then we got Soriano taking a neck bump, which I don't know, man. It was really insane. There's a lot of that stuck with me from that show, so I had to go back. It was like the first show I had, the first indie show I had like pointed that I needed to do, and I'm really hopeful looking at this card that it's going to be even better than last year. So I'm really looking forward to it.
What would you give as a grade, Tim or Eric?
Yeah, so I cover the promotion for Social Suplex newsletter, and I talk about it on podcast. But it's not one of the traditional promotions that's kind of hard to talk about. There's not a lot of like meat on the bones to discuss. There's like some storylines, but they got like some units, but it really is just about the Ozaki gun brawls. So I gave it like a C+ for just on the business side because of the new deal they announced with Gara Sports. I think that's like a super healthy position that a lot of the independents are not in, where they like get hosted on a streaming network that pay them to do like monthly shows at Shinjuku Face. So that's kind of like a healthy income for there. And obviously the tour stops that must work for them because they don't make tape. So clearly they're doing it for a reason. And I think their Korakuen Hall attendance has been okay as well. So I think they've done like just over 1,000 for their Korakuen Halls. And finally they did a Yokohama Budokan show in October, which is the show that had the elimination match that Tim spoke about, which did probably like 1K to 1.5K, I guess, which isn't great. So that's why I can't really go higher than like a C+ or something for their business one. Personal enjoyment, I went for a C just because it is the live show promotion. And so watching it from afar, I think it's the promotion that I have the fewest amount of recommended matches from in 2025 out of all of the ones that I've covered. I did miss some shows at the start of the year, so maybe they had some bangers that I missed, but it's mostly just an easy watch show once a month, and you don't really interact with it outside of that. But as Tim and Kaze have said, live experience, you just have to go to one of these shows.
So there's two shows that people can go to. The one we just talked about that we're all going to is the Oz Academy December 30th Korakuen. It's at 11:30 a.m. or is it 11:15 a.m. or something?
They normally do like 11:20 and
11:20, yeah, 11:20 a.m. start time. So we have a 5-match card. It looks like, I think this is everything on the card. It opens with Akino and Unagi Sayaka and Kohaku facing Ryu Mizunami, Itsuki Aoki, and Rina Yamashita in a 6-woman tag. That sounds cool as fuck.
Yeah, so Akino, Kaku, and Unagi Sayaka are part of the Phantom Limit unit, so they're all in a unit. And then Itsuki...
Which Sayori used to be in too, and now she left to go back to...
Yeah, so she got kicked out of Azakigun like at the end of 2024. I might have been at the Korakuen Hall show Tim and Kaza you guys were at. It was around that time that she got kicked out. And then she was sort of like homeless for a bit, and then Phantom Limit sort of adopted her. So she wasn't like a proper part of the team, but they did like sort of house her. And then ahead of the hate feud that happened in October, Ozaki-gun basically reformed, and Akino, the leader of Phantom, was like, "It's okay, Sarah, you can go back home." So then that's when she put on the black again, and they all teamed up and destroyed hate in the home promotion. So yeah, so that's Phantom Limit. And then the other side is Itsuki Aoki and Ryu Mizunami, who are in Team Power Spot. So that was Sunoka Kato's unit as well. Rina Yamashita is the odd one out here because she's actually in a stable with Hiroyu Matsumoto and Zonez, so it's just an opener, I guess. So, but I mean, there are so many awesome wrestlers in this. I love Itsuki Aoki. I don't know how other people feel about her, but to me, she's the heartbeat of the independent scene. She's fucking awesome.
Yeah, she's really good when she gets a chance to show it, even in Stardom, like in Vita Loca, in those like 6-woman tags and stuff. She's doing exactly really good.
Yeah.
Match 2. Sari versus Sho. So no, not the New Japan show, the Oz Academy show. Every time I see that, I'm like, yeah. And she's the one who looks almost exactly like Mahiro Kiryu in Tokyo Joshi, which they made a big joke of at Korakuen recently. So they really do look.
Yeah,
they look scary alike. It is crazy how much they look alike. But yeah, Sari singles match sounds good to me.
She's working a lot though, so I think this is the one where she's going to slow down because it's the second match on the card. So she's doing like, I don't know how many days she's doing, but it's got to be over 10 or something.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing her on every show. So
yeah, exactly.
She's got to fund the big Sariism show. So
yes, exactly. Yeah.
Match 3, Jaguar Yokota, Tsubasa Kuragaki, and Misa Kagura against Kari Yoneyama, Ram Kaichou, and Momoka Hanazono.
Yeah, so that last team is just full of goblins. Kari Yoneyama, Momoka Hanazono, and Ram
Remember when Ram Kaichou like randomly showed up on like a fucking Stardom show in the middle of nowhere the other?
She was on.
That was New Blood, right?
New Blood, yeah.
Oh no, it was in the tag league.
No, yeah, it was a tag league show.
Was it?
It was like, what is Ram Kaichou doing in the middle of nowhere on a Stardom show? It's like,
was it the Sapporo ones or?
I think it was no. I don't think it was Sapporo. I think it was like somewhere in Tohoku, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
I want to look this up now because now I'm curious. I
think it was a random freeway match with like Hanako and Rina Yamashita, something weird, a really weird match.
Kandami and Hall or something? I don't know. It was one of those.
Oh, maybe is Cage Match still not working?
Oh, is it slow?
Yeah, but before it was being really stupid.
Yeah, I've never actually thought about it. That is actually kind of weird.
But yeah, anything about this?
Oh yes, so they're goblins. Jaguar Yokota always does comedy with Momoka Hanazono, where she like pretends cries because that's Momoka Hanazono's gimmick, right? Someone hits her and then she starts crying, and then the whole crowd chant for the person to apologize, and then Jaguar Yokota normally flips it on Momoka and is crying, and the whole crowd is chanting to apologize to Jaguar, and then she just beats the fuck out of Momoka. So yeah, this is just gonna be a fun comedy match.
Jaguar fucking rules.
She's awesome.
And
63, I think she is.
Wow, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
The semi-main is Natsuka Toranaraka, BMI 2000, against Sayori Ano and Mayumi Ozaki with Diva Mayayuki.
Right.
Yeah, this is all about them stealing Sayori's belt, which I don't believe she's gotten back still, right? I think she has an old belt now.
No, this story started in fucking August, okay? Ruraka stole the belt in August from the Korakuen Hall show. Sari's still the champion, and Sari still hasn't got her belt back 4 months later. So I mentioned the thing about Sari coming back to Azuki-gun. So Sari in that elimination match actually double pinned Saya Kamitani, which is kind of what hinted to them possibly working together in the future, that they didn't want to pin each other, which I thought was interesting. But I am praying that this does not lead to Sari versus Raka for the Oz Academy openweight title.
Why would you put that in the air, man?
Because
or for the red belt either.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So Cage Match finally loaded for me to answer my own question.
Yeah.
It was Ram randomly teamed up with Rina and Raka to face Mei Sierra, Momo Kogo, and Yuna Mizumori in Gunma on November 8th. So
Gunma? What the fuck?
Gunma. Why? What the fuck? What was Ram Kaichou doing in Gunma? Why did she show up to wrestle and start? It's made no... Because like the next day she's back in Tokyo for Shinjuku face for Oz Academy.
Was there like a 666 show in Gunma the day before?
No!
Jesus.
There's a 666 show November 1st in Shinkiba. She was in Kagoshima for JTO, but that was 5 days before that. Like, I don't what the fuck Graham
Maybe it's in her contract. She needs like one Stardom book in a year. I don't know.
in Gunma.
In Gunma, yeah.
I just remember thinking, what the fuck is she doing here?
Yeah.
But yeah.
But no, I just hope Rocker isn't challenged for it. I think Ozaki is sort of like the next contender for Sari's title. That kind of is a more natural direction, considering they.
And she's never beaten her, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they have a lot of like outstanding tension. So yeah, we'll see.
So for the thing you mentioned earlier, Eric, the show we were at was with Saori Anu as Ozaki, like singles match. I have no idea about the storyline ramifications that had, to be honest.
I think that's when she got kicked out of the unit.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. They beat the piss out of each other, and it was really fun.
The main event is an Oz Academy Tag Team title match. Hiroyo Matsumoto and Zonas against Mika Iwata and Mayuki Takase. First of all, thank you so much to Oz Academy, because it's like Mika Iwata is one of my favorite wrestlers, and I was worried I wasn't going to get to see her on this trip because Sendai Girls isn't running anywhere near Tokyo during the entire time, or anywhere else I'm staying during the time I'm here. And now I get to see them in a main event for a tag title match, her and Miyuki. So thank you for that. This match looks like it's going to be awesome.
This match is absolutely going to fuck. So the champions Hiroyu Matsumoto and Zenez, they just defended against Akino and Misa Kagura on that big October show, and that match was really good. I love that match. But Red Energy, I mean, they're like one of the most underrated teams in the entire fucking scene. I'm considering voting them in like my tag team of the year, like on the ballot, at least top 3, just to give them some recognition. They are so fucking good, and yeah, I wish more people spoke about them, I guess.
And we're gonna see Mika Iwata lay down one more time.
Oh, they're
in the middle of Korakuen Hall.
Yeah,
get pinned by Sonis.
Oh my god, imagine.
But yeah, that I mean, Mika. Look, maybe Mika Wata can escape the job zone. She's not in Sentai Girls in this match, so
maybe it's baked into her contract when she freelances.
Gotta win somewhere.
Mako making sure.
But there you go. That's your Oz Academy card. The other chance to see them is 11 a.m. on January 4th. So you can go to this before the Tokyo Dome. I'm not going to see that one because I'm going to be at Tokyo Joshi. I think everybody here is actually, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Tokyo Joshi is obviously running Korakuen, which is much closer. But I think that show is either sold out or almost sold out. So I guess if you lose out on tickets to that, you can go to Oz Academy on January 4th instead. And that's still pretty close. And we talked about this in the mail episode, the part 1. Big Japan is running that morning too. They're running it all the way out in Shinkiba though. So that is a fucking trek to get from Shinkiba to the Tokyo Dome. Whereas Shinjuku face the Tokyo Dome is really not that bad. So, those are not that far away. So it'd definitely be easier to go to this than Big Japan if you want to go to something before Wrestle Kingdom. Obviously, Tokyo Joshi is the easiest because it's like, walk up the steps and you're there. So, but yeah, there's your Oz Academy. All right. So, Rodrigo, this is your last segment, which means since you're going on the trip, it's time to give your path of glory. What shows you're going to?
All right. So on the 24th, we start with Stardom at Korakuen. Then on the 25th, we go to Belle Salle. Is it like Spanish? A Spanish way to say it? That's kind of like one of the things with reading Japanese, like the English version of Japanese, I guess. Like try to mixture a lot of.
Belle Salle makes sense, I think.
Belle Salle?
Why not?
Spanish.
I would have thought it was French, but
that also makes sense. But maybe a Romance language would make
something like that.
Yeah, much more sense. Yeah. So let's stop stalling. On the 25th we're going to Stardom. Then on the 26th we're going to Seedling. On the 27th we got Marigold in the morning and Gen Pro in the afternoon. Hopefully. On the 28th, we got Marvelous. And I think like the Kickboxing Federation is running a show on the afternoon. I would like to go to that, but we'll see. We'll see. On the 29th, obviously, we're going to Stardom. On the 30th, Oz Academy, like we are just discussing. 21st, Ice Ribbon. On the 1st, Tochigi, followed by Noah, if everything goes right. Then on the 2nd, we go to All Japan, which maybe not the most popular promotion right now. We skip to the 4th to go to Tokyo Joshi and to the Dome, obviously. And the 5th to Dash, to go back to Ota Gym, which is pretty far away. An horrible trip to get to, but we move. Then
I think the people who decided to go to Dash got rewarded because that tag title match as the main event is going to be really good. I think
it's going to fuck, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like the promotion that is missing from my schedule is DDT, and I had to choose between them both. And I thought that maybe the Tanahashi ceremony would be on Dash, so I went to New Japan, but still, we'll see.
Yeah.
This year's Dash was pretty bad. All around.
Mm-hmm. The one I went to the year before was not very good either. So
yeah,
unless you like seeing Matt Riddle get announced.
Jesus. So just to finish off, I'll skip a few days to the 10th where I'll be at Stardom, and the 11th where I will also be at Stardom. Tim mentioned the Unagi show on the 9th, so maybe we'll see. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I got right now.
Yeah, a lot of the shows I'll be at. A few I'm not going to be at. So, but yeah, seems like I'll see you around a lot. But even besides the sitting together on the 30th. So, but yeah,
looking
exciting.
forward to it. Yeah,
it's very close. I mean, you're leaving even sooner than me. You're leaving what, the 22nd?
Oh no. Leaving to Japan. Yeah, on the 22nd.
Yeah, so you got.
I get there by 8 on the 23rd. 8
Yeah,
p.m.
so you got only a few days to go. So
yeah,
there you go. All right, thanks for coming on, man. I really appreciate having you on for the first time. Hope you enjoyed it too.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Very, very cool, and I'll see you in Japan. All right, and everybody listening, okay, the order got thrown off. Up next is going to be Ice Ribbon, and so that's what you'll hear next. We recorded that one already, so give me 1 sec, and we'll see you in a sec for Ice Ribbon. All right, folks, we're back here on Wrestling Omakase on our part 2 of our Wrestle Kingdom Week preview, which I don't know why I'm doing an introduction considering it's like the 5th segment in, but I have 2 guests on for this segment. One guest I've recorded with already, but you haven't heard yet. And one guest I haven't recorded with already, but you have heard already. So that's the magic of doing these out of order. So Snazzy, Eric, you're back.
Hello.
Definitely talked to you already. And
Yes.
Zion, I have not spoken to, of course, in kayfabe here. So welcome to the show for your, I believe, your very first appearance on Omakase.
Yes, this is my first time. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, any introduction you want to give the listeners about like how long you've been a fan or anything like that? I know you've been, as you told me before, you've been to Japan like 9 times or something, even more than me, which is kind of crazy.
Yes, I was very lucky in that I was able to travel at least a couple times a year from the end of 2015 through the beginning of the pandemic. And I had started, I was introduced to Joshi Wrestling a few years before that via Shimmer. They brought in, Kana and Mizaki Ohara and Ayaka Hamada, a whole bunch of Joshi. And I became interested enough to, finally make my first trip to Japan into 2015. And been a huge fan ever since. I saw a whole lot of different promotions during that time. Ice Ribbon and Gato Move, now Choco Pro, were definitely my top. I've seen them the most. I kind of know the most about them. And yeah, I still watch. I haven't been to Japan since 2020. But that's about it. And I write a personal blog, Derailments of Thought.
Yeah, there you go. And I'll have that link in the description. So we did record the Choco Pro part already, folks. So we did. That's kayfabe there. But you'll hear Zion again later in the episode. Which the Choco Pro stuff, we did 35 minutes on Choco Pro. It's like everything you'd ever want to know about them. So that'll be coming up later. Which I watched the Azumi versus Meisuruga match that we're going to talk about in that segment that I hadn't watched at the time. And man, that match was awesome. It was like 4.5 stars. Just an incredible match. But
yeah, anyone listening should seek that out.
Yeah, very happy you pushed me to watch that. But the promotion we're here to talk about today in this segment is Ice Ribbon. So a little bit about their history, I guess, before we go into their 2025, since they, this is a promotion we don't really cover very often on this podcast. I don't really normally watch them. I think I've seen like 1 or 2 shows in my whole life. But their promotion I'm going to for the first time on this trip because I'm going to go to Ribbon Mania on December 31st at 11:30 a.m. So excited for that. I guess I'll start with you, Snazzy. When did you start watching Ice Ribbon, and what would you describe as the history of the promotion? This is Emi Sakura's first promotion of 2 before she left to form Gato Move in 2012. I think they've been around since like 2006. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think they're heading into their 20th year anniversary next year.
They've had a very rocky history, from what I understand. They've had a lot of departures, a lot of people, different ownership groups, and I guess if you guys want to get into some of that, it's a very interesting history.
This is a pretty good duo. Well, I haven't met Zion before, but from the introduction he gave, because I'm more of a newer viewer, and I've watched every Ice Ribbon show for like most of the months this year, like all the dojo shows and stuff like that. So this year I'm all good on, but the history is
that's fantastic.
Yeah, but the history is something that loses me, but it sounds like you can fill us in with that, and that means we can like cover both sides, so we're all good to go. We can talk for about an hour about Ice Ribbon, so you made a mistake grouping us together, John, but this is going to be fun. But Zion, I'd like to hear your thoughts on Ice Ribbon's history and how long you've been following, because you said 2015, right?
Yes. I came in, a couple years after the split. Emi Sakura had formed Ice Ribbon, and as you mentioned, ended up leaving. Basically, as far as the public knows, kind of I think a direction conflict with her co-owner, I think it was, and created a different company, and that became Gato Move. Ice Ribbon, both of her promotions were formed under the idea that wrestling should be enjoyable for both the audience and the wrestlers. Be happy with pro wrestling was Ice Ribbon's motto for the longest time. So I came in end of 2015, and in a very interesting Ribbon Mania for a number of reasons. It was headlined by Aoi Kazuki defending the title against Hamiko Hoshi.
I just watched her on the Emi Sakura anniversary show.
I was just about to say she is now retired and the GM of Choco Pro, and she did make a special appearance on that show. And Hamiko Hoshi is still a part of Ice Ribbon to this day, although she will be out with injury. We'll talk about that later. And on that show also was a special teen spotlight match featuring a young Sari against an up-and-comer in Ice Ribbon named Yuka, who we will also be talking a lot about later. But yeah, it I don't know too much, history-wise about the time period I watched. It was just much like now, it's a consistently fun promotion and show to go to. They grew in size and shrunk, as you referred to a number of times. A couple of the notable ones were the departure of the Prominence Group at the end of 2021, I believe it was.
Just like Risa Sera and Suzu Suzuki, all them.
Yep, Kane Fujita, Mochi Miyagi at the time, but yes, Mochi Natsumi. And
Kurumi Hiragi, right?
Yep. Akane and Suzu have since left Prominence. Suzu, of course, is in Stardom. Akane is freelance and actually came back to Ice Ribbon with the Fantastice title that she had when she left, and they just kind of let go dormant. So that has been resurrected this year.
So do you think there's been like because obviously Ice Ribbon have, by the way, feel free to interrupt me at any time, because the only person I'm able to talk Ice Ribbon with is my co-host on my podcast, so I'm very excited to talk to someone else. This is going to be great. So do you think that there's been sort of a shift? Because the way I see it is Ice Ribbon has sort of like fueled a lot of the current Joshi scene, along with Actress Girls. Those two have been like the main, I guess, sources of a lot of the talent in the scene today. But it's hard to see Ice Ribbon in that same sort of way in the current day. So for example, like I think like Kaho Matsushita, who we'll speak about later, she's one of the coaches at the dojo, but she's only like 3 or 4 years into her career. So they got like super young people, like her and Ibuki Hoshi are both 22. So Ibuki, obviously Himiko's daughter, and they're like at the forefront of training new people. And it doesn't seem like they have that engine to produce talent like they used to.
Yeah, I'd say that's correct. They're in a very much a rebuilding phase right now, and we'll talk about in a second the end of last year. Ibuki Hoshi she's young, but I mean she started wrestling at 13.
She's ace material,
yeah, but I also mean in terms of training. She definitely has experience.
But Kaho was on the staff, and she basically became a wrestler, right, in like 2022?
Yes, I believe that's the right timeline. Yeah. So yes, the other issue, we're jumping ahead a bit here, but with management shakeups, the wrestlers were under new management up in, I want to say a couple of years ago, for a year and a half. And the management company kind of, fell apart and disappeared on them. So they went back under their previous management. The results were changes in pay and setup and etc. And it ended up resulting in a lot of the roster leaving. A lot of them left on good terms. They're freelancers now and still come back and wrestle on Ice Ribbon. Or they're in other promotions and wrestle for Ice Ribbon. Arisa Shinose is one of the most notable. Several have landed in other companies. Saran and Wave, Mifu Shida and Tokyo Joshi Pro, and so on. But they went from, fairly large roster to back down to 10. And that's, I think they've been doing well with it, but it definitely, they're in a rebuilding phase.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's fair to say that they're not, they're back to being a smaller promotion that's kind of in their own sphere.
Now, so to that point, I do keep track of the Korakuen average attendance by promotion, and through the end of November, they do have the lowest of any promotion I've tracked.
Okay.
So their October 26th show, they did not report a number, I will say, but for their previous 3 shows, I have their average at 325, which would be the lowest by some margin, because Big Japan would be next to their 522.
October must have been less than 300. I'd be surprised if it was more than 250. It was not good to watch, as in like there were so many empty seats. But I think you normally ask us for grades, right, John? Did I?
Yeah, I haven't gotten to that part
yet.
Yeah,
okay. Well, I did because we're kind of talking about their business. So I was kind of like going to separate my grades from like business and like personal enjoyment, because I think that they are very different things. So like from a business point of view, I guess what I can blame Ice Ribbon for, because there's not much you can do in like turning around business in a year. So I can't like give them an F. I would have maybe given them a D, because they're working on it. They're in the complete lows attendance wise, like you said. How do you get out of that? You probably need some stars. Stars don't really grow in trees. As much as I love Minami Katsu, she's not going to be the one to draw like 700 plus to Korakuen Hall. But one thing I can pin on Ice Ribbon is their Korakuen Hall strategy, that I think is like it's just bad vibes all around. Like they put basically Tokyo Square or Yokohama Ribbon pay-per-view level cards at Korakuen Hall. They don't have the star power to run Korakuen 5 times a year. Diana, which draws like 700 people to Korakuen, they limit themselves to 2 a year. But Ice Ribbon, who's like drawing 300, 400, they just can't help themselves keep booking. I don't know if it's like a pride or an ego thing.
It's momentum. They're they used to run even more, and I think they're slowly cutting back, and probably not fast enough.
That's exactly my point. Not fast enough, because even Minami Katsu, who's their race, like she's complaining about how sad it is performing in front of empty Korakuens. Their rookie Karari Wakano, who we'll talk about a lot, she's spoken about the attendances. It feels like they're just hurting the performance. So I wish they could row back a bit stronger. That's the main thing I'd criticize them for business wise, at least.
Yeah, and I mean it's tough because they have been really struggling with injuries and absences. They were. Ibuki really has been built to be one of those stars, and she was out on maternity leave. She was back for most of this year, and they were actually building to a big Korakuen where she was going to wrestle for both the top singles title and the tag titles in the same show, and she tore her ACL.
Yeah. So
it was just horrible luck, and some adjustment is no doubt needed.
So to your point, Eric, it was 797 for Diana this year on their 2 shows. So, there's like a lot of the other smaller Joshi promotions do run it less than Ice Ribbon, and they do better attendances. There's a lot of ones in the 600 to 900 range. So
yeah, I do think they're having a hard time adjusting, because Ice Ribbon at one point was one of the largest Joshi promotions. They were drawing similar attendances to Tokyo Joshi Pro and STARDOM. Both of those others have gotten bigger, while Ice Ribbon unfortunately has gotten smaller since then. And like we said, an adjustment is needed.
I mean, they've lost a ton of talent in the early 2020s. I mean, I'm thinking even about like Julia. I mean, was a big star for them before she jumped to STARDOM. Right. So
well, the roster has had a complete overhaul since that time. I mean, I think Suka and Hamiko are about the only people left. I forget when Totoro debuted. Totoro and Yappy. But lots of retirements. One of their other stars from around then, Kiuri, actually just left earlier this year. Although she had quasi-retired for a while. She was in and out. But the roster looks absolutely nothing like it did, around the times when they were, drawing 1,000+ people to Korakuen.
Mm-hmm. So I guess that's a good transition into their 2025s. So what would you guys say about their 2025s? Like, what would you like if you're going to give a letter grade? I guess I'll start with you, Eric. Or Snazzy, yeah. I should say Snazzy. I mean, people are going to be confused. Yeah, people are going to be confused. I always credit you as Snazzy. Yeah. What letter grade would you give them, I guess, more from your own enjoyment standpoint for 2025?
Yeah, so you previously had me on Omakase talking about All Japan Royal Road and Noah N1 victory, but Ice Ribbon, this is my shit. This is what I love in 2025. So I can't go like anything like lower than like an A- for Ice Ribbon. I love all the promotions I'm going to talk about or have already spoken about today, definitely. I love the product. And if I can sum up the Ice Ribbon storylines into 2 buckets, if I can just like quickly go through it. So the first bucket is Minami Katsu. So she's been the ace of the promotion. She's become one of my favorites to watch. A lot of the storylines in Ice Ribbon have revolved around her Ice Xfinity title. She's giving people the best matches of her career in 2025, which is exactly what you want an ace to do. And for those that don't know her, I'd consider her to be in like a group of like harder hitting older school wrestlers from like the 2010s era that just got lost in time with the rise of Stardom and Io Shirai and all of that. She's like the archetype of wrestler. So I'm not saying she is as good as Saria Vaney, but she's like the same archetype in terms of like having that attitude and hard hitting. But she does sell a lot more for her opponents than those two might sometimes, especially Vaney. She started out in JWP, which is the promotion that gave us Arisa Nakajima versus Kano, which is like so if you know that fight, then it's like a shoot style fight. I mean, they just beat the crap out of each other. So she's a descendant of that era.
And she fits into Ice Ribbon just so well.
That's exactly what I want to mention, because the storyline in 2025 around Katsu is she started off as sort of like aloof, uninterested, and just wanting to beat people up. She had like a cold heart, and it was in like contrast to the vibes of the promotion. The roster never let her close a show, like any of the dojo shows, none of that. They would like cut her off before she could close off. She returned from a career break to look after her family. I think she has like a second job as a dental assistant. That's what her profile said. They're like paid peanuts. So like the fact they killed themselves, is one of the reasons like I love watching these smaller promotions. But one of the best storylines has been Misa Kagura, who joined from, so she hasn't joined, she's a freelancer, but she left JTO, and she sort of like started prodding and poking Minami Katsu, just annoying her, and her whole goal was to find out how a Minami Katsu can be the ace of Ice Ribbon, why is she as good as she is. And Kagura was just like all over the scene, because she was like in Oz Academy joining Phantom Limit, she was in Diana joining Grace of Royalty stable, so she was learning herself how to be an ace of the independent scene. And what they did together, like what promotion gives you a 20-minute time limit draw in the dojo a day before the Korakuen Hall main event, which was also really good. And after that match, Katsu finally admitted that she had loved Ice Ribbon. She loves Ice Ribbon. She was very emotional in the post-match promo, and then they started tagging together. So she turned from this cold-hearted, cruel, like, anime sort of like witch, and now she's one of the aces that's encouraging people to challenge her for the title, and she's super wholesome. So that's been one of the best storylines of Ice Ribbon. Zion, I'll let you talk about Katsu maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in total agreement. I think the stories that they've been telling with her are great. I think she's a good, solid champion to build around.
Yeah.
She joined Ice Ribbon in really a surprise. I mean, like, nobody expected her to come back to wrestling, let alone in a different company. Late last year, and within a couple months, she was issuing a challenge to champion Yuki Mishiro. And yeah, I mean, as far as her stories and her performance, I don't have much to add. I completely agree. She has been one of the linchpins. Ice Ribbon also has a number of solid up-and-coming stars. You had mentioned Kaho earlier and Kirari.
So
totally on the same page there.
Yeah, the second bucket of like 2025 big stories for Ice Ribbon, if you're going to the show or going to watch it, is Korakuens Okana, right? Who's
Yes.
a rookie. She debuted in June 2024, and this year has been all about elevating her. And it's been a really consistently told story. They put her in a 7-match series against notable freelancers. So it was UK independent wrestler Blushi, and then Miyuki Takase, Unagi Sayaka, Rini Yamashita, Karu Yonyama, Haruka Umasaki, and Mayukihi. And her moves would get better and better each match. So one of the stories they told was she couldn't hit a diving double foot stomp in the earlier matches, and she would get closer and closer with each match. And in match number 5 against Karu Yonyama, Karu rolled out of the way. Then she finally hit Umasaki with it, and that match was fucking great. I still remember that match. It was an awesome match. And after the series, she felt confident enough to actually challenge Manami Katsu for the title, and then she had an awesome match with Manami Katsu. So I went from not caring about Korakuens Okana and thinking she was kind of like a mid-rookie to really enjoying her work. And they did that solely through the booking of that character. So I can't say that Ice Ribbon has bad booking at all. It's like quite the opposite, actually.
That's great to hear, because I actually was kind of on board with Kirari right away. But it's also been cool to see her grow and be pushed a little more and widen her appeal a bit.
Yeah. So I said A-. Zion, do you know the bads of Ice Ribbon in 2025? I wonder if you have the same ones as me.
I was watching sporadically this year. I mean, as far as bads go, it's really just like you said. They need more big moments and kind of more star power. I really think they've been solid and just thoroughly enjoyable. Pretty much any show you want to put on. So I'm right around the same B+ A- area.
So the one thing, I'd be A+ if it wasn't for these two things. So I'm actually not a Totoro Satsuki fan. I think she's like one of the wrestlers I don't enjoy in Ice Ribbon. I think she has too many boring matches. I'm okay with like character workers if you're like funny or have a good match now and again. I think she just doesn't hit that level for me personally. The second thing, which I think has just been objectively bad, is Bad Butts. So they're a heel faction. And all 3 workers in the faction, it's Anchum, Kreia, and Yappy. They're all awesome workers. They're great workers. The problem is they don't know how to do interference spots, and it's actually worse than Roaka might people think it is. So I've seen them in matches completely freeze, like holding weapons right in front of the referees, and they just don't know what to do. I saw like I think it was it might have been Misa Kagura. She was like holding a chair because they were doing like an Eddie Guerrero spot, right? Where the heel throws a chair to you and then pretends to go down. And the referee was still knocked down outside of the floor. And Misa Kagura was just holding the chair for like 30 seconds waiting for the referee to catch her. And he wasn't catching her. So it's just Bad Butts don't know how to do the heel spots. And that does take me out. Like they're worse than Darkness Revolution. They're worse than Hate. But all 3 workers are so good. Just the gimmick is so bad. That's the only bad thing I'll say about Ice Ribbon in 2025.
Zion, what would your grade be?
As I said, I'm right on that B+ A- line. I just think they are consistently entertaining. There aren't a lot of huge things I can point to where it's like you got to see this specific show or this specific match. And I think that's where they have room to step up a little bit. But I think they're really, really good. And it's I disagree a little bit on Bad Butts. I totally see what you're saying, and I know that they need to polish up a little bit. But I do think that a traditional heel act is something that adds to Ice Ribbon, and it's not something they've historically had. So I do like the potential of the gimmick and the fact that they are giving it a shot.
That's fair enough.
All right, so let's get into their schedule because they have a million shows during this Wrestle Kingdom week.
I didn't know we were going to do all the shows.
One quick thing on the historical, particularly in the time before I got involved, there are a couple of books written about Ice Ribbon by actually a friend of mine who's incredibly knowledgeable about the company, going back all the way to Emi Sakura days, and he basically wrote an encyclopedia almost of ice ribbons, match results, people coming in, some of the retirement circumstances and so forth. The first book is called Be Happy. The author's name is Charles Short. And just if the second book is Wonderland, and the first book covers the first 10 years. The second book covers 2016 to 2021. And that's just another, resource or something to check out for anybody who's interested in the history of the promotion.
No, that's awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, so the first show during this Wrestle Kingdom week period is a dojo show on December 27th at 12 p.m. They don't have any card, don't have any participants listed or anything. So
what date was that?
December 27th at 12 p.m.
Oh yeah, they only released cards the week before for dojo shows.
Yeah,
right.
So we got nothing for that.
That will probably. I don't have the schedule. I don't know if they have a show closer to Christmas, but that could be a spillover Christmas show, or if they have something on they've got 22nd or 23rd.
Yeah, they got one on the 20th, which is called Early Xmas Ribbon. So I think
okay, so that'll be the Christmas show.
Yeah.
And it's Ice Ribbon Dojo, by the way, is in Saitama. People don't know, so I doubt many of people listening will go to that. But just that is an option if you want to go see the Ice Ribbon Dojo show noon on the 27th.
I wish.
the dojo shows are fun. It's a small venue. It caps out about 100 people or so. The ring is surrounded pretty close by the walls, and there are seats up against it. So when they're at capacity, there's basically one row of seats around three sides of the ring, and then a few more rows on that fourth side where the room extends, and then a platform up and more rows. So it's a pretty good venue in terms of, no real bad seats. This is a small, you're close to the action. And it's they remodeled it several years ago, so it looks even better now than when I was attending. And it's a pretty good experience to catch their smaller shows there.
And if you're not in Japan as well, they're on YouTube. You need to be a member on the Ice Ribbon channel, but they're 45-minute shows, and they're an easy watch. So.
Then we have the big show, December 31st, Korakuen Hall, Ribbon Mania, 11:30 a.m. Like I mentioned, this is a show I'm going to. Are you going to this too, Santi?
Yeah, a front row, VIP front row.
Oh, you already have the ticket bought. There you go. I'm just gonna buy mine at the door.
Oh yeah. I just wanted the VIP seats.
Yeah. So we have a full card for this. So I'll go through the card, and you guys can tell me any thoughts on these matches. First of all, the opener is Milan and Moe Hiro against Miku Kanaway and Rico. Miku Kanaway, I'm obviously very familiar with. She's been starting a lot lately. She's from T-Hearts. Rico looks like a child wrestler, I guess, and then I don't know the other two opponents. So.
Yes, so this is the mandatory kids in the opener match on Ice Ribbon, so they always have kids on the card. So Moe Hiro is 14. She wrestles for Hot Shushu, which is the sister promotion of Ice Ribbon, and she has a twin sister as well, who's 6 or 7, which we'll mention later in the card. Rico is 11. As you mentioned, everyone knows Miku Kanai, and then Moran is probably not as well known, but I don't think this is a hot take. I think she's the best 16-year-old in the world. I can only say that now because Daichi Sato is 17, but she is going to be a star if she doesn't get injured, if she doesn't retire early, because she's like Yuzuki in how Victoria Yuzuki in how fast she wrestles. She's awesome. She wrestles for Diana, so yeah.
Then we had match number 2. Totoro Satsuki and Yuna Manase against Mizuki Kato and Big Haruka. I know Big Haruka. She's from JTO. She's very recent. I think she only started earlier this year. She is indeed she's 5'8" or something, so she's indeed quite big for a Joshi wrestler. Although she's not even the big. It's funny they call her Big Haruka. She's not even the biggest female wrestler in the JTO roster now.
She's not even the biggest person in this match as well.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
This is the heavyweight slugfest.
Yeah,
this is actually going to feed right into Totoro's strengths.
Yes.
Which will be nice. Totoro and Manase are an established team called Big Dikai. and this really is just going to be a slugfest and a fun one.
So there's someone taller than Big Haruka in this match?
Not taller, but bigger.
Oh, okay, got it.
So Mizuki Kato is quite big. She's like 26 from Diana. So she's a heavyweight wrestler, and then Totoro is a heavyweight, and then Yuna Manase is a heavyweight as well.
Yeah, Manase I'm very familiar with from Tokyo Joshi.
Yeah, exactly.
Now she's with Gambare.
Yeah.
Match 3, the Triangle Ribbon Championship, which I believe is only defended in 3 ways, right? That's why it's called the Triangle.
Correct, yeah.
So Makoto, the 55th champion, will make her third defense against Kaori Oniyama. Of course, people should be aware of her, but she's Fukigen in Stardom, and Masahiro.
Yeah, so Masahiro is the 6 or 7-year-old, and I swear to God, that kid knows how to work in the sense like she is such a good actress. It's actually insane. She doesn't forget any of her spots. I don't know if you remember what you were like when you were 6 or 7, but it's crazy.
Right. Her and Kaho Hiromi from Choco Pro are like my 2 favorite child wrestlers right now.
Yeah.
They're both just so good.
Yeah.
And Makoto has been around a while. I feel like is she mostly Ice Ribbon now, or
she's just a freelance? She's
freelancer. She actually just recently lost the Choco Pro tag team titles. So she was a double champ for a couple weeks. She was trained by Emi Sakura back in the original Ice Ribbon, and she has been a part of both Choco Pro and Ice Ribbon over the years as a freelancer. Yoneyama is a multi-time Triangle Ribbon champion. This belt has become a little bit of a comedy and hot potato belt this year.
Yeah.
So there'll be shenanigans in this match. Highly entertaining shenanigans, but shenanigans.
The 4th match, a 6-woman tag. This was the Bad Butts unit we were just talking about. So Kreia, Ancham, and Yapi against Sumika Yanagawa, Misa Kagura, and Arisa Shinos.
This is a big grudge match, basically. They've been building this. Bad Butts has been messing with these people constantly. Misa is currently half the tag team champions with Manami Katz, and obviously Katz is tied up in the main event defending her other title. Misa's partners here, she actually held the tag belts with both of them too separately. So a lot of connection on that side of the team as well.
Yeah, and Misa and Sumiko obviously left JTO earlier this year, so they're freelancers now, and they've been working a lot in Ice Ribbon, but Misa Kagura has been fucking everywhere. So, by the way, this is almost a rematch of the October show match, which was Bad Butts, but instead of Misa Kagura, it was Miku Kanai. So I'll actually mention after, there's like 3 matches that are sort of rematches. This is the first sort of one. The other 2 are exact rematches.
The 5th match, the Fantast Ice Championship. Akane Fujita defends against Tsukina Umino.
Yes, so the Fantast Ice is a division that has custom rules, so think like DDT Extreme title. Akane Fujita, Zion mentioned earlier, was part of that prominence group that left. She's now a freelancer. She's from what I've seen of her, because I didn't watch her back in her prominence days, she is a headbutting sicko. So I've seen her like have a title match against Minami Katsu earlier this year, and I stopped counting how many headbutts were in that match. Sukuna Umino was injured for 9 months this year, and she just returned recently. And these 2 have been feuding a lot, but it's not like it's Ice Ribbon, so it's not like a blood feud really. It's just like a friendly competition feud. I think the storyline was Tsukina wouldn't use honorifics to address Akane Fujita, and so even though Fujita won the last match, I guess they're just repeating it because this match was on the last October Korakuen Hall show as well, like the exact same.
It's also her 6th title defense, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. The Fantast Ice was basically originally formed for the pretty much for the prominence members when they were part of Ice Ribbon, because they were doing more hardcore stuff than the promotion is really known for. So this was kind of a carve out. And yes, Akane is a badass, and this will be hard hitting.
Match 6, Hamoko Hoshi and Mochi Natsumi against Risa Sera and Maya Yukihi. I believe this is Maya's return to Ice Ribbon, right? After being gone a while?
Because she faced Karari Wakana in her 7th challenge.
This is Risa and Mochi's return to Ice Ribbon.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. Maya's a freelancer. She shows up once or twice a year. This match is just dripping with history. Risa Sera and Maya Yukihi are Azure Revolution. And Hamiko and Mochi are the Lovely Butchers. They were both multi-time tag team champions. They were a big part of the tag division when I was attending shows. Risa Serra is on her retirement road, and this is a special one-time return to Ice Ribbon in this match that harkens back to those days. Hamiko Hoshi, as I mentioned, she's got a lot of accumulated injuries. She has been out for most of this year, and I believe is going to need surgery, and is kind of doing this one special match before she's going to be on hiatus. So this is a big deal, and it'll be kind of a special match.
Risa retires January 12th. For people who don't
yes.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, she actually had her last death match, I think, earlier today. She did another one of her 60-minute Iron Woman death matches. And she's going to have this appearance on Ice in addition to, a bunch of other shows she's got. And then on the 12th, she will be retiring. She's got 2 matches on that show, another Azure Revolution tag, and her final opponent will be her former protege, Suzu Suzuki.
Match 7, Yuka against Kirai Wakana.
Yuka was... I am so psyched for this match.
This is a very cool match.
Yuka was my favorite rookie, pretty much of all time in Ice Ribbon. Ooh. She had effectively a 3-year career. Technically, it was 6 years long because she didn't officially announce that she wasn't coming back until 2019. But her last match was in 2016. During that time, she made a big impression. Like I said, I saw her at 17 against Sari. That was a lot of fun. She challenged Risa Serra for the ICE Cross Infinity Championship at the 10th anniversary show. She had a fun lost to time match against Kana, of all people. She's just really good. I'm fully supportive when people leave, if that's best for them. At the same time, I cannot tell you how excited I am that she's coming back. And it is such a show of support and confidence in her that they're having her come back in the semi-main of Ribbonmania. And Kirari is just the perfect opponent for her.
Yeah, this is really interesting because in contrast to Zion, I've never seen Yuka at all, ever. And the way she basically got sucked back in is because she did the acting with the Venus Theatre Group that I think we were talking about off air. So it's this theatre group that's basically affiliated with Ice Ribbon and Actress Girls. They're basically doing a play about starting a pro wrestling organization. So they recruited like pro wrestlers to do the play, and there's an Actress Girls wrestler, which I'm sure we'll talk about on a different segment, Maru, who's like the director. So Yuka must have gotten the itch to wrestle again through that. So Venus is like becoming a credible like pipeline into Ice Ribbon. There was someone else that they were about to debut from Venus, but they had some issues. I don't know if it was heart issues or something else, but they had to step back from their debut. But they're now starting to bring people in through that pipeline, but now also people returning through that pipeline. So that's super cool. But yeah, I've never seen her, but the setup promo for this match was fucking great. It happened on 7th of December. Yuka basically came out after Karari's match, and Yuka basically psyched out Karari. First she said, "Hey, Karari's so awesome. You're so dazzling when I watch you. I want my comeback match against you." She held out her hand, and then Yuka pulled back her hand and was like, "That's what I wanted to say. But instead, you told me that Sakushi was your favorite wrestler. You're nothing like Sakushi. I fought her when she was active. I don't want to come back against some botched Sakushi act. I want Karari Wakana." Karari was pissed, and she's normally like a happy-go-lucky rookie. She was pissed. She accepted the challenge and then knocked Yuka's hand away. This is going to be super awesome, so I'm super excited.
That is so great. Yuka actually an interesting thing was she came back to Ice Ribbon in August, just as a second. Kieri, who I mentioned had left, still as a freelancer, good relations with the company, and they basically had an anniversary match for her.
Oh, that's what that was about.
Even though she had left, even though she had left the company, that was an anniversary match. And as part of that special anniversary match, she was seconded in by Yuka. and that was the first time Yuka had popped up in a couple years. And then that led to, as you said, her involvement in Venus, and then this return.
The main event, the Ice X Infinity Championship, Manami Katsu defends against Kaho Matsushita.
So this is the last of the repeat matches from October. So they did actually fight on the October Korakuen. So Kaho Matsushita is kind of... I'm interested to hear what Zion thinks about her, because obviously I've only been watching her this year, and I think she's really good and consistent, but she hasn't hit that next level yet. Like I wouldn't expect like a blow-away match from her, which I would maybe from like Ibuki Hoshi and Manami Katsu. So I'm sort of waiting for her to step up to that next level. The storyline quickly just behind this one is, Zion kind of mentioned it earlier, Ibuki Hoshi got injured with an ACL injury when she was about to have a match against Katsu, and they basically put Kaho in that spot to like replace her. And Kaho didn't have confidence. She's never won the title before. She only challenged once in 2023 against her own partner, Ibuki Hoshi. And Manami, who's now,
I was going to say, and Kaho stepped in as
yes,
Ibuki's partner. She was the one that Ibuki was going to challenge the tag titles with.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And Manami Katsu, who's now kind-hearted and wholesome because of Misa Kagura's conversion of her, she basically encouraged Kaho Matsushita to challenge. Katsu won that match in October, but now Kaho won a tournament to become the next contender. She beat Muka Kanai in the final, and she was great, and that final was great. And this time, rather than waiting for Katsu to nominate her, Kaho Matsushita was like, I'm ready to challenge this time. So that's the storyline behind this. I have a feeling this might have always been the plan, Zion, this year. I don't know. I have a sneak feeling that they want to give Kaho her first reign heading into 2026. I really want Manami Katsu to win, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure, because I don't know if they would have gone back to Ibuki. Because, again, when she left for maternity leave, she vacated the championship. She had finally... won it, and was kind of set up at that time to be the center of the promotion. So I'm not sure what would have happened if she hadn't gotten injured. But I largely agree on Kaho. I do feel like she is ready to break out. I feel like she could take that step at any moment.
Cool. Yeah.
But I agree that she kind of hasn't yet. So if they decide to pull the trigger and she scores the upset here, it could lead to that. I think there's a toss-up. I do.
Yeah.
I feel like they might be building for her first, a win, but on the same token, they may stay the course. I mean, Katsu has been a great champion, and Kaho is in a lot of ways still coming up, so it could really go either way here.
Alrighty. So we got to get through the rest of these really quick because we're way over time. Ice Ribbon Dojo, January 3rd. Oh, I guess final thoughts for Mania. Sounds like a good card then.
I'm excited, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I think this this looks fantastic. The show really could blow people away if it lives up to its potential.
Also, another positive of Mania, it's going to make me miss almost an hour of All Japan Yoyogi. So I appreciate them for that, because All Japan fucking sucks this year. Okay. Ice Ribbon, they're running another dojo show January 3rd at 2 o'clock. Nothing announced. They're running Yokohama on January 4th at noon. So if you want to go to that instead of Wrestle Kingdom, you can. But that's, again, nothing announced. The other thing they're running January 4th is at 6 o'clock, Pro Wrestling Venus inaugural performance, Venus versus Actress Girls. So we do have some matches for that. I'm not going to go through them because we're kind of short on time here. But basically, this is like a new Ice Ribbon offshoot, like focusing on actresses. Is that basically correct? I know I went through like the Twitters, and it seemed like a lot of actresses were debuting as wrestlers on this show.
Yes, and it like was mentioned earlier, it's a theatrical production. There is still a line between wrestling companies and wrestling stories being told by theater participants, which is the side that Actress falls on and the side that Venus falls on.
Got it. So it's like a way for them to interact with Actress Girls too.
Yes, very much so.
That's a good segue.
Yes, there you go. Then there's two other shows, January 10th and 11th at Kitazawa Town Hall. So there you go. There's your Actress Girls. There's your Ice Ribbon. We're going to get to Actress Girls now in a second. But to wrap this segment up, Zion, people will hear you again in the Choco Pro segment we already recorded. But yeah, thank you again for coming on.
Thank you for having me. This was great.
Thanks,
and Sazzy's going to stick around for a sec. So, folks, we'll be back in 1 second. All right, folks, we're back here, and now I have Tim and Eric back, I think, because I don't think either of you were on Ice Ribbon. So,
I was.
Oh no, you were actually. So Eric's still here. People like this is the already out of order got even more out of order when I had to bump Actress Girls up ahead of Stardom because we broke that news about Saya winning MVP during the Actress Girls part, so it would have made no sense. But yeah, we're even more out of order now, basically. But yes, we're back here with Marvelous and Seedling. So the same two guests are on both of them, so I can just keep them together. So we're going to do Marvelous first, which is, another one of these promotions that I almost never actually remember to watch, but I do see quite a few Marvelous. You see quite a few Marvelous wrestlers pop up all over the place. So,
yeah,
I see Mio Momono all the time. I see Takumi Aroha all the time. I see Senka Aksuki all the time. Even Sora Ayame pops up here and there. Another one of the rookies. But yeah, it's obviously, it's an interesting promotion.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So why don't you start,
okay.
Eric? Since you have a lot of thoughts on what would you give them like a grade wise, and I guess for anyone who's not familiar with the promotion at all, like how would you describe it?
Yeah. So business wise, I give them a B+. So it's Chigusa Nagayo's promotion, who was obviously one of the Crush girls, and she made Gaia. She founded Gaia as well. And when Gaia died, she created Marvelous. So it's that lineage, I guess, of promotions. So 2025 has been a huge year for Marvelous. So obviously one of the main things that people know is that they're now on Wrestle Universe now. So you can catch their shows there on like a 3 to 4 week delay normally. And they're normally one of the promotions that were much less visible. So that in combination with their crazy Las Vegas show where Senka Akatsuki, had a match that sort of like captivated a lot of people against Aja Kong because it was a 5-minute match where people were going fucking insane. So that's put them on the map more. And because of that, they have booked Yokohama Buntai on the 5th of May for their 10th anniversary, which is a huge arena. It holds 5,000 people. I'm guessing they'll only get like 1,000 to 1,500 is my prediction, but that's a good number for Marvelous, who are, their biggest show right now is doing Korakuen Hall. So making that step up, and they've also booked in that way as well. So the thing probably everyone knows about is Senka Akatsuki. They're pushing her. She's getting a Shinjuku face show on her 20th birthday. They've only run it twice before, once in 2017 when they main evented and then once in 2025, which was main evented by Takumi and Maiko Satomura before Maiko's retirement. She just had a huge 1-year anniversary in her hometown. So they never released the attendance, but I'm guessing it was a Korakuen Hall type of number. She's a rookie, and they're doing a homecoming for her in a big building. So that's the sort of push they're giving Senka. But I did want to talk briefly about Senka's booking. So Takumi Aroha's the one that's booking like the main storylines. That's, I guess, the main assumption that most of us make. Chigusa Nagai is probably responsible for booking the comedy on the undercard, which, it isn't great. But Senka debuted in... The reason I actually want to talk about this is because it's like award season, and Rookie of the Year is kind of like a hotly debated award. And Senka Akatsuki has obviously been mentioned everywhere as like the super rookie. So she debuted in like October 2024. By March, like 6 months later, Takumi and I think Hatman as well, Roshigawa, were kind of smart enough to identify that Senka and Seri are like the perfect match for each other. So they had like an excellent tag match on 30th of March, which is what kickstarted Senka's run. By April, she's in that Las Vegas match with Aja Kong. And so that's where she's knocked it out of the fucking park. That match is kind of famous now. And a good booker puts you in those positions. And that's what I think Takumi Aroha has done with Senka, like knowing that Senka could capture people with her selling. So what happened after was all of this renewed interest in promotion, Wrestle Universe, blah, blah, blah. Korakuen Hall on the 5th of May, they give Senka and Sora a win over Magenta, which is one of the main tag teams in the promotion. Magenta then turn heel, but they drop like a stone down the card and make way for Senka, Sora, and Ai Huzan, their youngers, and the returning Mia Momono as well. So that Korakuen Hall show was super important for Senka, and they go on to have a banger with Ai Huzan and Vani and stuff like that. But weeks later, Senka's thrown into main events to see how she does. She main events like, I don't know how many in a row, I wish I counted. I think it was like 6 or 7 main events in a row. You can count it on Cage Match, although they don't include all of them because they're not even covered by ShuPro. But she has a great match with Johnny Robbie. She has a good tag match against Spark Rush, which is Suri and Takumi. So that run from 30th of March in Marigold to months later was all done to establish Senka ahead of her title match. with Takumi Iroha, and it worked. So on her 1 year anniversary in October, that's when she then finally battles Takumi Iroha. So she wasn't like super pushed. It kind of happened naturally. It worked. She did well in every spot, and Takumi was kind of slow in booking her. So I just want to say that she's a rookie, but she's not an in-ring prodigy, but she's really good at like connecting to the crowds. And I think Marvelous Takumi have done a great job in getting her there. So yeah, I guess that's my whole Senka and Takumi Iroha. I think they've had excellent booking this year, basically. That's why I give them a B+ for their business.
So what would you? So B+ for your own enjoyment too?
So for my own enjoyment, I'd give an A. So because I love this promotion. Senka is one of my favorites to watch. I'm also one of the few diehard Takumi Iroha defenders left on the planet, and I think she deserves like a top 10 placement on a 2025 list of Joshi. She's had a lot of good work this year, obviously in terms of the booking. She's a double champion in this promotion as well. She's just kind of fucking carried this promotion to like be in the position where they can actually book Yokohama Buntai. But the undercard is total doo-doo. That's why I can't go A+. Like, they book like the most... It's just for Chigusa Nagai's entertainment, basically. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at this card. I'm like, there's a lot of weird stuff on it for this Korakuen.
Like the first match, the opener?
Yeah. These, also, the tickets for this, 25,000 yen?
It was
25,000 yen for the front row is more
ridiculous.
than Stardom. That's more than Stardom charges for front row at Korakuen, I think.
I would have 100% bought a VIP front row, and then I saw the price, and I'm like, fuck that, and now we're just in like orange seats or something.
I see.
Tim, sorry, did you want to say something on business? I kind of like...
Or either way, yeah, Tim, but anything about the grade? Tim.
Yes, so I don't really have anything to say about the business. I never really do. For my enjoyment, I would go for like a B-, I guess. I do enjoy a lot about Marvelous. What I really don't care for is their comedy matches. Like, I skip those mostly entirely. I do like some of the men they have on the roster, that like Titus Alexander, Starboy Charlie, those guys. I do kind of enjoy those whenever, but I often skip the men's matches as well. I will say I do have to deduct a full grade for the commentary of one Chigusa Nagayo whenever I do watch Marvelous. That is fucking atrocious, and it's almost like a reason for me to skip them entirely, because like it's almost unwatchable. Like, unless you have like a real superpower to tune out commentary entirely, it's on the verge of unwatchable to me, just because of her commentary. But the booking, I think, is really good for the important stuff, like Eric already explained that entirely. So just for that, and for like the main event and the way they push their rookies, I would go B with the grade down. It's a C for me, all in all.
Also, we barely mentioned Miyamoto, who's like one of the greatest underdog baby faces on the scene. So it's
Miyamoto is awesome.
Yeah, I see her all the time in
maybe.
I see her all the time in Sunday Girl. She is very good. So, this show. So you're both. They're running December 28th. That's the Korakuen. That's the only chance to see them basically on this trip. It's 11:30 a.m. start. I would have liked to go. Unfortunately, this is also my only chance to see JTO, and I watched way more Just Tap Out, which is one of the only promotions where I'm going to that we're not talking about because nobody signed up for it. So
is that Itabashi?
Yeah, Itabashi.
Okay.
I really would have loved to go there. It's really tough for me.
That's the other thing too, is I've never been to Itabashi
Square,
so it's a new venue, and it's kind of far out, so it's going to be annoying to get there. But yeah, it's I really want to see Aoi, who's like one of my favorites on the scene right now.
Absolutely.
See the Inabas out there and everything else. So yeah,
Azusa and Mirai as well, right?
Azusa and Mirai, yeah. Azusa Inaba versus Mirai. So I don't regret my decision. Even
no. I would go if Marvelous wasn't
that.
On.
That is probably my biggest regret about this trip is like that double booking, and I had to choose Marvelous, but just for Senka was Seri alone. But
there's a match that happened between JTO on a very, very, very tiny show in November that I didn't really get a chance to talk about on Omakase before, but it's reminded me it happened. This was like my favorite, probably my favorite Japanese wrestling match of November. So or one of them at least.
I mean, it was
So
fucking
it's
great.
Was that Aoi
Yeah.
and
Aoi and Azusa Inaba.
yeah, that was a sick match.
Yeah, so November 9th from Droki's Yanai Ring in like Yamaguchi's, like 50 people there. But that match is so fucking awesome. So definitely seek that one. It's on their YouTube for free, the JTO YouTube. So definitely seek that one out if you haven't
Watching Azusa's work in JTO is why I'm really high on her, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, it's maybe
why,
more than
yeah.
people who just watch her in Stardom.
Yeah. And Aoi, I don't understand how she hasn't gotten picked up by anybody
mean,
bigger yet.
She must
just be like she must just like it there and be comfortable in her position because she could go anywhere, I think, if she wanted to.
Yeah.
I can't explain it.
But that's JTO. Back to Marvelous here. Let's get to this card, which is December 28th at Korakuen. It opens up with Sorayami, a male, Chikao Nagashima against Yuna Miyazaki, Miyabi Echika, and Rina Amikura. Echika Miyabi, okay, and Rina Amikura.
Yeah, so Amale is a French wrestler who's touring with Marvelous. So what Chigusa normally does is she just brings over either European or American talent. So on the American side, they have a relationship with West Coast Pro. So that's why they normally bring over people like Titus Alexander, she's very close with, Starboy Charlie, blah, blah, blah. But they also accept like European, like Nightshade was there for a while. So Chikai Nagashima is a former Gaia wrestler with Marvelous. I mean, she's just very good. Sora Yame. So that's Senka's rookie pal, but she is quite green compared to Senka. Senka's green too, but Sora is green. Like, she can't do a lot of offensive moves. She learns very slowly, but she is a very good seller and a good underdog. So it's like part of her character to be this ditzy underdog. I kind of like it. And it's in contrast to the fiery Senka. That's kind of why they wear blue and red, like the colors of the Crush Gals. And it kind of like amplifies, I guess, their personalities as well. Echika Miyavi from PPP Tokyo, which is the redacted promotion, because they work with a lot of redacted people. She's great. She's great. So she was on the 3rd December show on Marvelous, and she was a star of the main event. She was chopping the fuck out of everyone. She has been on Stardom New Blood shows, so if she sounds familiar, that's probably why. Where she's had like a couple matches with Hanako and stuff like that. And
people should really try and seek that match out. It was really good.
Yeah,
she is really good.
3rd of December, the Marvelous main event. Echika Miyavi was great there. And Rina Amakura is obviously, she works a lot in Wave, Diana, all of those promotions. She's a good worker, but she's not in Marvelous very often. So, and then Yuki Miyazaki is retiring on the 1st of January. So I think
we're going to get to that.
Yeah, I think she just wanted to do a Marvelous show before retiring. There's no storyline here.
Anything you want to add about this match, Tim?
No.
Tag match. Itsuki Aoki and Miku Kanaway against Mio Momono and X. I assume it's not just going to be her normal tag partner from Bob Momo Banana, because why would you do the X thing for that?
Because also there's
Eureka. It was Eureka.
There's a U retirement show that I think is also clashing with Marvelous.
Yes. Yeah.
So I imagine all the Sendai Girls talent are going to be on that show. So I think X is someone like
probably.
Rina Yamashita or Veni or someone. Someone like that. This is just going to be a good undercard banger, to be honest.
I wrote down Veni.
I'm kind of surprised nobody's going to that U retirement show. I guess nobody likes.
We know one person, right, Tim? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One friend of ours is going.
Yeah, because I don't seem to know anybody else. Because I just don't really care for you. So to me, it was never really in the running for me when it came to what was happening on the 28th. If it wasn't for JTO, I would have just gone to Marvelous. So
yeah, same.
But yeah,
yep. Hate to say
that
it,
would be my third choice of those three.
Yeah, same.
Unfortunately.
Then we have a 3-way match. Yosuke Santa Maria, who I forget is still active because they never show up in Dragon Gate very often anymore, versus Titus Alexander versus El Susi.
So I think is it Kukui? That's what I just assume. Okay,
I have no idea.
No, because he's from PWR, Pro Wrestling Revolution, which is like a LA indie, and he's been on tour with Dragon Gate. Yosuke Santa Maria is literally Chigusa Nagai's favorite comedy act ever. They're on every single show, and Titus is Chigusa's favorite gaijin by far. So that's why their tag team with Starboy Charlie is called the Crush Boys. So yeah, this is just literally the most Chigusa Nagai match ever.
Then we have Ai Hozan versus Kaori Ito. Kaori Ito.
Why are you laughing, Jim?
I don't know.
What's so
I'm not the greatest Kaoru Ito fan.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I mean, okay.
It's pretty obvious how this is going to go.
Yeah, Aihuzan has been wrestling for 4 years. She was the rookie before, Senka and Sora came along. And now that Senka and Sora are there, she has been pushed back down to like being treated as a rookie. And now she's up against Kaoru Ito. She's just going to get fucking squashed in like 3 minutes. Yeah.
Then we have the semi-main, Senka Atsuki against Sari Yamaoka. This is, of course, the match I'm very upset to be missing, but what are you going to do?
Tim, you go first. I need to collect my breath.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of the highlights, I think, of our trip for me and Eric at least. I mean, Eric is even a lot higher than me on this one, but I think, but I'm really looking forward to it. I think both of them fucking rule. They're both like obviously the touted super rookies of the year, and I like. If you watched their preview on, was it Monday Night Magic or was it Friday Gacha?
No, it was episode 1 of Monday Magic.
Yeah, and it was so sick. Like it was a trios match, but like it was mostly built around those two, and like those sequences in there, it was already so like mouth watering, I guess, that like this is gonna rule. I'm expecting. I'm kind of like maybe a bit disappointed that it's a 15-minute. Time limit match because I'm highly expecting a draw here, but it's gonna fucking rule. So yeah,
those two can't go more than 15 minutes with each other. They are gonna go so hard. They're gonna get tired by the 10-minute mark.
True, yeah.
so they couldn't do a 30-minute draw anyway. This is gonna be my match of the year, and I don't even need to wait to see it. There's not one singles match on the entire planet that I'm more excited by than this match. This is the match for me. So the crowd explode every time these two touch. They have a really special rivalry that I don't think any other duo in wrestling have. They give me shoot goosebumps at least every time they wrestle. They are really good at playing their roles with each other in the feud, and it's just like pro wrestling perfection. It's really, really good. The rivalry is unique. It's like a lightning in a bottle rivalry. I expect it to expand for most of their careers. I expect it to become the defining rivalry of their generation at least. They're 18 to 19-year-old rookies, and I think they're better actors than like the vast majority of the industry, especially in like Western wrestling. You look at them and the way they interact with each other on social media, at press conferences. They have not broken character once since first meeting on the 30th of March, which is the tag I mentioned earlier. It's been 9 months of perfection from both, and they're fucking rookies. It kind of takes you back to like the 80s or 90s. If no one has seen these two, and you don't know what I'm talking about, just watch the Monday Magic episode 1, 6-woman match between them, or just watch this match, okay? If you feel like modern wrestling sucks and you don't know what to do and you're feeling sad, just watch this match.
There you go. The main event is for the Triple AW Tag Championships. Is that what people should say?
Yeah, Triple AW, yeah.
Sari and Takumi Iroha against Magenta, Maria, and Rico. This I don't really care about missing. I don't really like Magenta.
Yeah, Magenta's a touchy subject for like a lot of Marvelous fans. I think the consensus is that the heel turn has really sucked, and I think I agree with one exception. I think Rico is actually better as a heel, and I think she's fucking great. I think Maria is the one that gets super lazy with a heel character, and she just needs to learn how to lock in a bit more. This is a big match they've been building for 7 months when the heel turn happened. I can't believe they stretch it out this long. That Maria and Rico have been mentioning the title for fucking months themselves. They finally got there in the end. In terms of Spark Rush, they're one of my tag team of the year contenders. They have too many great matches, like volume-wise. I'm sure Magenta will bring it here as well. If they don't lose to Magenta, I actually don't know who Spark Rush are going to lose to. So that's why I kind of think Magenta are winning. And I think Takumi will probably end up dropping her singles title to like Miya Momono, probably at the big Yokohama Buntai show.
Yeah, that's actually something I forgot to mention earlier when I did my grading. That's also a slight negative to me. I'd say is that they were just sitting on this feud for like forever without any real progression. Finally, they challenged now on the last Marvelous show, or accepted the challenge for the titles. I guess Sari and Hiro accepted. I can't really tell how it's gonna go. It's kind of hard for me to believe that Spark Rush are gonna lose to like this Magenta.
Yeah, who else are they losing to?
But I don't know. But like Magenta is so annoying.
They are, yeah.
Like I don't know if they're if they would be good champions. Let's say it like that. But I guess like I think in important matches, Magenta have been showing up. Like, for example, the big Marigold show. I was very impressed by their performance against
Chiaki and Misa Matsui, right?
And so I don't think it's going to be a stinker or anything. But yeah, I don't know. I think they're going to retain.
Alrighty, so there's your Marvelous talk. Again, that's your one and only chance to see them, December 28th. Have to catch them on another trip because I've never seen them in general. So another promotion I don't think I've ever seen Seedling. Yeah, Seedling. They're running a show on December 26th at 6:30 p.m. at Korakuen. This one, unfortunately, is just a day too early for me because I get there on the 27th at 5 a.m. So, but yeah, I mean, Seedling. I've watched them here or there, especially since when they had like Stardom people interacting with their rookies. So I've seen some of that stuff. They seem like such an odd promotion to me now because it's like, for people who don't know the history, the entire reason why Seedling exists is because of what happened, the infamous Aki Yakuzawa incident. Nanai leaving Stardom over that and, eventually forming Seedling. God, why is my brain not going to the name of the actual wrestler who did the bullying or whatever?
Was it? Wait, no, Yoshiko. Yeah, sorry, Yoshiko.
Yoshiko.
Yoshiko, yeah, on ACT.
Yeah, and she, so she Yoshiko is not even really around anymore. I don't think, did she ever officially retire?
No, and in June she sent a letter to the ring announcer and announced that she wanted to return, and she still hasn't. So, but she wants to.
I think she was sort of kind of something like blacklisted for a while, but she's been popping up here and there over the last years. I think for single appearances, but not quite sure.
Wait, why'd she get blacklisted again?
No, I meant after the Stardom thing.
Oh yeah.
But she has announced her return on a Seedling show this year. So, but we'll see when that happens.
But yeah, so the promotion, it almost seems to be in an odd position now where it's like, because obviously Nanai went to Marigold, so it just kind of feels like, why does this exist, But I guess maybe as people who follow it more closely than I do, maybe you could give me tell me why this exists still and tell me, what, if you're going to give it a letter grade, I guess I'll start with you this time, Tim. What would you give it? I know Vaney was champion. That seemed cool, I guess.
Yeah, that was cool, I guess. Yeah, for me it's like a C again. I'm also not quite sure if I can answer your question why it actually still exists. To be honest, because I think Seedling has a lot of aspects to it that I don't really enjoy that much, and I'm not really watching it that regularly either. Like the luchadoras especially and their comedy acts are really not for me. It's too much. It's too much wrong energy for me. The reason why I wanted to come on here mainly to talk about is the what I really think is a respectable effort from them is their new rookie project they started up, which is a show once a month, I think, that is entirely focused around rookies and building rookies up. And I watched the last show and I was really impressed by that one. I really enjoyed that. And I've seen them, I think, twice or thrice live before. And it's always kind of a fun time. Like I said, I can't really stand the luchadoras and the undercard acts. But other than that, I've always had a great time watching them live. So that's still something I'm looking forward to on this show. But yeah, overall, a lot is not for me. But the things they are doing well, I think they're doing really well. So it's a C.
Yeah, so I think in terms... So I'm not big on the history, but I obviously know it as the promotion of first Nanai Takahashi, but then Arisa Nakajima, right, who was the ace of the promotion, and it sort of became, I guess, a hotbed for top independent talent to work on the shows. So you had a lot of really great matches. Their match catalog is really, really strong. When you're going
Arisa was amazing. When she's
one of the best Joshi of all time, and Absolutely. This was her home promotion, so she attracted a lot of top talent to work with her. Suri beat her for the title in 2023, I believe, or maybe had a match with her, but then she became champion later. Suri dropped to Veni at the start of this year. So what I do know about is 2025, and so let's talk business first. I give them like a D plus for business in 2025. Their Korakuen Hall shows are almost as bad as Ice Ribbon. It's not that bad, maybe like 400, 500, but also
they don't release numbers.
Yeah, for the ones they have released is like 400, 500. By eye, I think one of them must have been like 300 from what I saw when I was watching the show. They're in a really big rebuilding phase. Arisa Nakajima is the GM, but as Tim said, they're retooling around their rookies. They understand that they are a rookie promotion now. They're not the promotion that can attract top talent and have banger matches anymore, which is what they were known for. So business hasn't been good, but now they're retooling. So I think they should be a better promotion in 2026. Personal enjoyment, grade A if I'm looking at the rookies, A if I'm not looking at the rookies at the start of the year, and an F if I'm not looking at the rookies in the second half of the year. Second half of the year, non-rookies has been awful. It's been atrocious. There's a match that happened in October that I think I might vote for my worst match of the year. It was Mio Shirai and Natsu Sumire versus Amazon and Yuri. It was absolutely dreadful. I can't stand Mio Shirai and Natsu Sumire on top of the promotion main event in shows. Hiroyu Matsumoto is the champion now, and while she's kind of cool, kind of awesome, it feels like they've downgraded each champion from like the top freelancer Suri to Veni, who's really good, to Makoto, okay, freelancer but not as good as Veni, and then Hiroyu Matsumoto. So it's just kind of been sliding down, and now it's just all about the rookies. The show that Tim mentioned is called Seed Stage, once a month. The first edition of that show was fucking awesome. I loved it. It was 1 hour full of rookies trying their hardest. Honori Hana was beating the shit out of Mio Shirai. It was great.
Seek that out if you can.
Yeah.
So as mentioned, the one and only show is that December 26th Korakuen, and we do have a card for it. It opens up with Yuki Funa taking on Nagisa Nozaki. Not familiar with Yuki, but Nozaki I see all the time in Marigold. So
Yuki Funa debuted in March. She broke her arm in her debut, and then she came back. And then she
did the fucking what's his name thing, the Yuto Ice thing.
Oh, is that what Yuto Ice did?
Yeah.
That is rough, yeah.
I think he dislocated his shoulder in his debut.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, even worse.
Yeah, that is worse. Yeah, she came back in July, so she is still quite green. She got like less than 10 matches. She has a handball background. She's 28 years old, so she's kind of an older rookie. This is kind of like a trials match. I would rank her at the bottom of the 4 seedling contracted youngsters.
Then we have the High Speed Summit Showdown H1 Grand Prix 2025 time delayed elimination match. We have 7 participants here. La Pidata Ka Kedeta Mei Saruga from Choco Pro. Yuri from what the fuck is she from? Gampro, thank you. Ikoto Hodaka, he like trains them, right? Or something, Ikoto Hodaka?
Does he train them?
Here?
Oh, maybe.
I thought he did training in Seedling. Maybe I got that wrong. Coco, who's been all over Marigold of late, and Sugi, who is still around apparently. I had no idea that guy was still. I had no idea that guy was still wrestling.
He was on the Seedling show I saw live last year, and I wasn't aware that he was going to be on the show, and I was like really like taken aback by Sugi all of a sudden.
What's the controversy with Sugi?
Did he do a bunch of drugs or something?
No. So the controversy is that he. I think he was in Mexico together with Io Shirai, and he tried to smuggle drugs into Japan using Io Shirai's luggage for it.
Oh, fuck.
So they found out at the airport, obviously, and Io Shirai got into massive trouble until it came out that it was actually like Sugi's drugs. And Sugi had like a big public apology and stuff, but he was like essentially blacklisted after that. And I don't know how he's like showing up again now, but apparently Seedling doesn't really mind, I guess.
I think he's working some Puro promotion. I don't know if it was like Basara or one of those or Freedom.
Yeah, because he's been around for a while. So he was El Blazer, Yoshitsune, Minishima, Little Dragon. But yeah, he's a Torimon guy originally, so people don't know him. He's been around forever. He debuted in the Torimon X brand as Minishima, and he was in Hustle, and he was in Dragon Door and El Dorado, and he, I think, briefly even showed up in Dragon Gate, but as like a 0-1 outsider at the time. But yeah, he was in 0-1 for a while. He's been all over the place.
Oh, but, I think he's doing 0-1 now, I think.
Is he back in 0-1? Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, do you want to? I think I remember seeing him on some cards.
Let me see.
I've been watching 0-1 just because of any. So
this year, he hasn't really worked that many shows at all, actually. So he did one show for something called Move On Pro Wrestling, 2 shows for Strong Style, 3 for Seedling, 4 for Michinoku Pro, and then like 7 freelance shows.
Oh,
so,
Michinoku Pro, right? Okay.
Yeah, like he's Sorry.
I was just gonna say he was one of the last. I had like a big hiatus from All Pro Wrestling between like 2007, I guess, until 2015, 2016. And he was like one of the last ones I still checked out. I used to always watch like Sugi and Mystico compilations on YouTube. That was like the only wrestling I consumed in like 2008 or something. So
yeah, 2020 was the last year he was really in 0-1. So it doesn't look he's made a single appearance for them since 2021 when he did one match. But
so I used to actually be a big Sugi fan until I found out about his fucking
Sugi fan.
But he barely wrestles anymore. Yeah, because he only wrestled 17 matches all of 2025. So yeah, interesting. But a talented guy who has a drug problem, I guess. I don't know. But okay. Anything else about these participants though?
I think Akuta Hidaka, he's got his own promotion in Shimane Prefecture with Itsuki Aoki. So
Strong Capture.
Yeah, Strong Capture. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Coco was in Marigold for the Mayu Iwatani Superfly title. She's 15 years old. She's only got 2 years of experience. She has insane athletic ability for someone of her age, like 450 splashes, like actual 450 splashes. She's really, really good. I think Rossi Agawa is probably just going to try sign her, considering he's tried to book her a few times. So, but she's technically with the, I think it's called My Way promotion in Fukuoka. So her brother is Van Vert Jack, who works there as well. So that's Coco. Kekadita is, I can't remember which is which. I think that's Kakeru Sakaguchi or Sho, and then Lapidita is Kaho Kobayashi. Yeah, that's the seedling luchadors, and obviously Mace Saruga is awesome, and fuck Yuri.
I'm just kind of sad that this is the spot for Mace Saruga. I would have hoped for.
Yes.
Like if I see Mace Saruga, do we see her on any other show? I don't think so, right?
No, no, actually, it's only Choco Pro, right? And
yeah, I would have loved for her to get a better spot here, but
her and Coco might be really fun.
Yeah, maybe.
The next match is Celine Misora versus Mirai.
All right,
you go on this one.
Okay. Celine Misora is my favorite rookie to watch. Okay, no, after Senka. Okay, Senka's kind of rookie. Celine Misora is just really fun to watch, though. She's 20. She's got a judo background. She is, again, of the Suri Veni Minami Katsu archetype. Again, I'm not saying she's as good. She just doesn't give a fuck if she's facing vets. She'll knock them off the apron and shit like that, and she's only 10 matches in. She's already teamed with Veni, Suri, and Minami Katsu on different shows. So the promotion knows exactly who needs to be mentoring her. It's really good shit. Celine's favorite wrestler to watch is Suri. So we're now in this fucking crazy timeline where Suri, Veni, Suri, and people like that are influencing the next generation of wrestlers. You know, like Io Shirai did 10 years ago, and maybe Julia did 3 or 4 years ago. It kind of feels like now we're like in the Suri era where we're going to get like a bunch of sicko Joshis, and Celine Misora is one of them. So.
The next match was Mima Shimoda and Makoto and Veni against Hirio Matsumoto, Ayame Sasamura, and Miria Koga?
Miria Koga, yeah.
Miria Koga. I almost said Mirai Koga, but I'm like, okay. But yeah, Sasamura is from 2AW, and I know most of these other wrestlers. I mean, Mima Shimoda, I can't believe she's still even working.
Yeah.
But I don't know anything about Miria Koga. Is she one of the
so she's... Yeah, so there's 4. So Yuki Funo we spoke about, Celine Misora, who I'd put probably second in that ranking. Mira Koga is a third one, and then in the main event we'll talk about Honori Hana. So those are the 4 seedling contracted wrestlers that they're trying to build around. Mira Koga is 20 now, I think. She debuted in June 2024 or something like that, maybe April. She's a kicker, so her favorite wrestler is Suri. So me and Tim watched a match like that seed stage episode 1. She threw like 50 kicks in that match. It's kind of ridiculous. She needs to tone it down a bit. But she was in the Sendai Girls Jaja Uma tournament, so she's pretty good. But I prefer Celine Misora and Honori Hana. Ayame Sasamura is another underrated wrestler because she only works like Diana Wave 2AW because she's a 2AW wrestler, but she is very, very good. And yeah, I think we all know the rest.
2AW doesn't even make tape anymore, right?
I actually don't know how to watch them, so I don't watch them. I would totally watch them just for IMS Sasamura. So.
The main event, Beyond the Sea Tag Championship, Mio Shirai and Natsu Sumare. I never remember how to pronounce her name.
Sumire Natsu.
Sumire, thank you.
Is her first name Sumire or Natsu? Does anyone know?
Natsu, right?
Her first name's Natsu?
So. I don't know. Idea.
Yeah, okay.
They face Unagi Sayaka and Honori Hana.
Yeah. All right. So fuck Mio and Natsu. Like, they have destroyed my enjoyment of this promotion. Unagi Sayaka, she's like just quite bland to me, I guess. I know some people like her. She's quite bland to me. Honori Hana is the last of the seed youngsters we're talking about. She debuted at the end of 2019, but she got COVID and then took a multi-year break. So technically, she's only been wrestling for 2 years. She's a powerhouse wrestler. She's a hard hitter, and she needs to lean into that more. She had a match on that Seed Stage episode 1 we're talking about where they beat the fuck out of each other. Like, so many slaps around the face. It was insane. She had another match on Unagi Sayaka's produce show on 19th of November that me and Tim watched, where she went to war with Saya Aida, and she fucking hit Saya Aida with a shoot tiger drive. Like, way worse.
So brutal.
Way worse than Osprey onto Omega. Like, think of the worst Tiger Driver 92. I was surprised Saya Aida's neck wasn't broken. So Saya gave her a receipt with a nasty slap later. But yeah, Honori Hana is just a powerhouse wrestler. She's a bit of a lunatic. She gave Vayne a bunch of shoot headbutts in their title match in May, where Vayne left the arena with a hematoma, a huge lump in the middle of her head. So yeah, just an insane, I guess, person. I don't care about the three people in this match. So
that was like a closed fist punch almost, what Saya Ida gave her back for a little receipt.
That was a fucking receipt.
That match is sick. If people can find it, they should check it out. It's from the Unagi Sayaka producer.
19th of November, yeah.
Yes. I think I still have I still have a soft spot for Unagi Sayaka just from her time in Cosmic Angels, of course. And I've always liked her, like her vibes, her charisma, her energy, but she's never been great, of course. But yeah, looking forward to seeing Honori Hana in person. I think she's great.
She's going to kill me, Oshirai.
Yes.
So you're going to that show, Tim, and Eric, you're not because you don't get there in time.
No, this is the first show I'm going to.
Oh, okay, cool. I mean, I kind of wish I could go, but what are you going to do? I get there a day too late. Okay, so I'm doing mental math in my head about what we already recorded versus everything recorded today. We're already pushing 5 hours, so we definitely got to wrap up because this one's going to be so much longer than the men's one. Which I guess is fitting for how this year of Japanese wrestling has been, with the Joshi being so much better.
I don't think we even need to do the other ones because Diana doesn't have a Korakuen show. It's just their normal shows. I guess Wave retirement show is like Yuki Miyazaki's the only thing to mention, probably.
Yeah, we can blow through those really quick.
Yeah.
Okay, but before Eric and I do that, Tim, this is where you get off the ride, so you can go ahead and give me your path of glory, which I think is similar to Rodrigo's, right?
It's pretty similar, yeah. So I will arrive on December 24th in the morning, and I will try to go. I will go to the STARDOM show in the evening, so we'll see how that goes. 25th, also STARDOM, the New Blood show. 26th, the Sealing show we just talked about, and then 27th, I'm going to be at Marigold. 28th, Marvelous. 29th, the big STARDOM show, obviously. 30th is Oz Academy, and then 31st is Ice Ribbon, which I'm also excited for, but didn't talk about. On the 1st, it's interesting. First, I'm gonna decide on my mood and on my form, whether I'll be too hungover to do anything. I would like to go to Tochigi to watch Suri and Mirai. I would also like to go to Noah to watch Naito. So I do kind of want to do shows on that day, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. I'm going to leave that open for like day off decisions. 2nd, January 2nd, All Japan. Then on the 4th, we got TJPW and NJPW. I actually got a hot take about TJPW that I didn't really get to say when we did the episode on the promotion itself. I didn't want to over-insert myself there. But like last year, I thought the TJPW show on the 4th was better than night 1 of Wrestle Kingdom. I don't know if that's a hot take, but that's why I'm also really hyped for this year. I doubt this year is going to be the same, but all in all,
the full Wrestle Kingdom card, which wasn't out when we did that episode, looks pretty crappy.
But I mean, Tanahashi alone is going to be like so big. I don't think it can be. Maybe if like my argument for last year was like taking the top 4 matches from each show. As a whole, the top 4 TJPW matches I like better than the top 4 Tokyo Dome matches. Maybe that's also going to be the case this year, actually. But like as a whole, I think the whole Tanahashi thing is going to be too great. Then on the 5th. But anyway, I'm really hyped for TJPW is my point I wanted to make, I guess. Because that's always the best show of the year, I think, maybe, probably. On the 5th, it's New Year's Dash for me. On the 9th, I got a card for the Unagi Sayaka produce show. Not sure if I'm actually going. On the 10th, I got Baby Metal. Hell yeah. And on the 11th, I got Stardom. On the 12th, I also got tickets for the Risa Serra retirement show. But that's the evening my flight is going at like 12. So maybe I can stop by and watch it for like 1 or 2 hours. And then I have to leave for the airport probably. So yeah, that is my entire thing.
There you go. All right. Thanks for coming on, Tim. Looking forward to meeting you in Tokyo.
Thank you for having me. And yeah, looking forward to that as well.
It was fun meeting you, Tim. Thanks.
See you.
So for the listeners, next you're going to get the 35 minutes that Zion and I recorded about Choco Pro last night. And then Eric and I will be back to wrap up these last 3 Joshi promotions, hopefully very quickly. And then he has to give his path to glory, and I finally need to give my path to glory for the 2 people who are actually going to make it to the end of part 2, like in 9 hours in up to this fucking thing.
You're a sicko if you made it this far already.
Hell yeah!
All right, give me 1 sec. All right, folks, we're back here on the second part of our Wrestle Kingdom week preview, and I'm back here with Zion, who I've definitely already talked to, and we've definitely already recorded Ice Ribbon. That's a thing that happened. These are not out of order already. Zion, how's it going again? For the second time.
Going good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. I believe this is your first time on the show, right? I don't think you've ever been on before.
Yes.
Okay, cool. But yeah, I mean, it's I was happy that I got a whole bunch of different first timers that filled out that form. We got a lot of the same people that have been on all year, which was great too, because I feel like we've gotten a good group of regulars this year, but it was cool to get some brand new people too. Had a Brazilian pro wrestler on the first one. I had no idea he was a pro wrestler.
Awesome.
Yeah, I had no idea he was a pro wrestler until like we were almost done with the show, and I was like, I wish I'd known that already. But I'll definitely have to get him back on. Apparently, he made a good enough impression that that Paul was asking about like having him on Emerald. Like he's asking me for his contact info because he wanted to maybe have him on the Emerald Flow show. I guess when Paul is gone for the trip.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. So it's very cool.
Yeah, it seems like you've got a great lineup for these year-end shows and a good mix of people.
Yeah, I kept plugging it over and over again until finally I got a good amount of people. That's the key in life, is just to annoy the shit out of everybody until they finally just go, fine, I'll fill out your fucking form, John. But
yeah, I think I saw it a few days beforehand. It was the first time I saw you post about it. So
you got to do it over and over again. That could be somebody's first time. But yeah, I did it. I posted it for like a month straight, and finally.
Wow!
At first, it was like 2 people, and then all of a sudden, we ended up with 13. So it worked out.
Great.
I definitely had a lot of guests. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's been a lot of fun. So we're here to talk about Choco Pro, the promotion formerly known as Gato Move. As we were just discussing off air, we just
figured
out we were at the same Gato Move show once, so that's kind of fucking funny.
That's just wild.
Yeah. So it was June 4th, 2019. The Gato Move Pro Wrestling show at Shinkiba First Ring, this was my 3rd trip to Japan, because I'd gone in 2016 and 2017. And, this would be like, I guess I would consider this the Dominion 2019 trip. But yeah, so I went to the show at Shinkiba. I had a main event that I really like. This cage match has only went 13 minutes. It didn't feel like, I don't remember being that short, because I remember this match being awesome.
Oh yeah, it felt epic. It I don't know if you caught any of the build up either, but they did a mini tournament to determine who Riho's challenger would be, because it was her second to last ring show before she left the company. And in the course of that mini tournament, May actually upset Emi Sakura as part of advancing to that title match that we saw.
Yeah, so Riho beat May Saruga in 1303. Ultimately ended up vacating the title without losing it. And then, of course, went on to be the first ever AEW Women's Champion. So, a few months later. So yeah, but crazy that we saw that match before. She pretty much. I mean, she's still around. It's not like she never shows up anymore. But
right. I think it took a couple years, but then she was popping up back in Gato here and there. She made a big recent appearance that we'll be talking about.
Yeah. So, so what would you? How would you? I mean, let's say for people who really don't know anything about Gato / now Choco Pro, obviously they're not really a Joshi promotion. They're a mixed gender, one of the few mixed gender promotions in Japan. But they ended up putting them on the Joshi episode, so this is how it worked.
Right.
But yeah, how would you describe them?
Gato Move was a Joshi promotion that had a lot of intergender matches, but they were they only had Joshi on the roster.
And they originally split off from Ice Ribbon.
Right. Sakura founded both companies. And the belts were strictly Joshi belts and the championships. The tag title might have allowed intergender teams, but the top title was only a Joshi title. When they transitioned to Choco Pro, it became more of an integrated intergender promotion, where it is possible for men to main event the shows or hold the titles, and they have the core roster is still all women. The one exception is Bali and Aki, who I still officially don't think they call roster when they list the roster, but he's essentially part of the roster.
Yeah, and so they had a run. I was just looking at their title history. So after Riho holds it and she vacates it in 2019, they don't get a new champion until 2021 when Minoru Fujita wins it, and they have a run of 3 straight male champions because they have Minoru Fujita, Balion Aki, and Hagane Shido. And then after that, now we're on a run of 3 straight female champions because then Emi Sakura won it from Hagane in July 2023. Mei Saruka won it from her in August 2024. And now Rita Yamashita won it from May in September 2025. So yeah, a lot of long title reigns for this title. And Rina, if Stardom viewers will know this title as the belt that Rita brings out with her whenever she works Stardom lately. So
that's great that she's representing it.
Yeah, she brings it out every time she appears in Stardom. So
after Riho vacated it and left the company, they were down to a roster of, I think 4 active wrestlers. And then they suddenly doubled the roster size with Gen 4 in August 2019. But they were all rookies. So Sakura left that title for a while, and then the pandemic hit.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really, in 2021, it had been a long time, and she decided to take the title back out. And at that point, Choco Pro was much, much different than Gato Move had been. And it became, again, a fully integrated intergender company. And like you said, Fujita was the first person after Riho to hold that title.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting promotion, I guess. So I think, again, for people who
introduction. Yeah, it's a very small promotion. It's very unique. Their home base shows are not like anything else on the scene, because it's a small room, maximum about 50 to 70 people. It's ring.
Derisively referred to on this network as the dentist office.
Yes. Although that's only partially derisive because I think it was.
It was a dentist office. Yeah.
I think that's why it's got that joke about it, is that it was a repurposed dentist or doctor's office. Once upon a time. Obviously, they've been wrestling there now for a decade, and I think Ice Ribbon started in there too. So it hasn't been a dentist office in
many years,
15 to 20 years. Yeah.
Now, have you been to a show there before besides the one?
Yes, I was lucky enough to go to Japan like 8 or 9 times between 2015 and 2019.
Wow, you got me.
Beginning of 2020. It just things went together. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to travel nowadays. I miss it a lot, but and Ice Ribbon and Gato Move were two of my primary promotions that I would see when I was out there. So I have been to Ichigaya Chocolate Square numerous times, both outside and in the seats inside.
So I've never been there before, and I'm going on this trip for the first time. So it'd be cool to see. Yeah. So I've only seen them in Shinkiba before this. So let me see what kind of ticket I have. That's what I was going to ask you too. I think I might have one of the standing room tickets.
Okay.
Also, it's incredibly funny to me that of all the promotions in Japan, I have tickets to 19 different shows. Okay, and all these different promotions. The only promotion that actually issues QR code tickets you don't have to go and pick up in a fucking Family Mart or a Lawson ticket and print out paper tickets is fucking Choco Pro. How fucking funny is that? They're the one promotion using Live Pocket Ticket, which apparently was actually lets you use a QR code. We have everything for in America these days.
And it speaks towards Sakura is willing to try new things. Because when I went to Choco Pro, there were no tickets. There were tickets, but there were no designated tickets. You had an order of entry.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have, ticket 15, and you would get to go in 15th and, take whatever seat or standing was left that you wanted. Mm-hmm. And then the next person would pick a seat, and so
I think they might still be like that, but because mine says general sales area, standing room only, parentheses, entrance area.
Okay. So I think nowadays, post-pandemic, I think they actually ticket the seats.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
The stools, and then designate which standing area you're going to be in, whether you're outside in the alley or.
Okay, so I'm inside. I see this now because it says.
Right, I think you're inside by the entrance. Yeah.
Right. So standing
far
area
wall is a different. Yeah.
Yeah, because I see the different. The map has like a bunch of numbered inside seats. Then it has 6 numbered outside seats, which I guess are those window seats.
Yep.
And then. It also I think it has numbered standing spots too. Actually, that's interesting. And then has
it's a good way to do it nowadays because they want to control.
But I'm in this general standing area near the entrance area, so that's cool.
Yeah.
But so I got a ticket.
There are no bad seats or standing spots. The only thing you got to be careful about is in the alley. If you're in the wrong spot, you might not completely see through the window. Other than that, there's no bad spots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I figured.
It's really like we were saying, it's different than anything else. You're so close. The audience is the rope break. For people who don't know, it's just a mat. And the front row of the audience is right on the edge of the mat because it's such a small space. They are the rope break for submissions. No such thing as a rope break for pinfalls in Choco Pro, in Ichigaya anyway. And then they run those a few times a month. And then once a month they have a more traditional ring show. The Ichigaya shows are almost always 3 matches long. With the ring shows being, longer. Generally, I think 5.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. But yeah, so for people, I guess we can get. We'll do the grade, then we'll do the actual schedule. So yeah, there's. What would you give Choco Pro as a grade for their 2025?
I'm leaning pretty high on this. I think they had a really good year. They had a lot of momentum with May's first title reign. She had a number of excellent defenses and spotlight matches. May Sierra came in for an excellent match. She had strong defenses against Miyuki Takase, and they built up to the title change against Rini Yamashita. I'd probably go around an A-, I think. There was a lot of cool stuff happening with tag titles. Numerous people on the Choco roster ended up winning the first title of their career. Chie Koshikawa, I think that was the end of last year, but she had her first title reign alongside Sayaka Obihiro. Sayaka and Makoto then became champions. Actually, I think Otoki and Antonio Honda were in between. And all three of those Gen 4 people, Chie, Otoki, Sayaka, it was all their first title of their career. They all really, showed out in their title matches, leading to yet another change with Miya Yotsuba and her partner Soy, the first titles of their career. So just a lot of cool stuff happening. And then, of course, Sakura's 30th anniversary show was a big deal, and they built to that. It was an excellent show. Sakura did a ton of cool crossover stuff during it. Mizuki came in, who Sakura was really involved in, early phases of Mizuki's career, and they had a match.
That was also a match for Izumi versus Mei Suruga.
Yes, I was going to get that too. That was on Sakura's 30th anniversary show.
I gotta remember to watch that because I heard it was really good.
That's on my short list for match of the year.
Okay,
I adored it.
I gotta find that match somewhere.
That actually brings us to another cool thing for anybody who doesn't know Choco Pro. Nowadays, they put everything online on their YouTube channel for free under their no paywall initiative. They get support through voluntary donations and the like. So every show they do is on their YouTube channel. So it will be very easy to find that match.
All right, very cool. I'm gonna watch that tonight actually, because it sounds
it's awesome.
I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting to watch it. It's a great reminder. Okay, call here.
Also,
I just found it on YouTube actually. Okay,
great.
Just search Choco Pro for YouTube and you'll find it right away. If people are listening and want to watch Izumi Mei Suruga, just put Choco Pro 30th anniversary and it's like the first thing that comes up. So
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Also related to Sakura's 30th anniversary, she had a gauntlet match of sorts as her 30th anniversary match. Riho was back for that. As I mentioned earlier, she had a big involvement. She had another match on that show too. It was great to see Riho back in Wrestling Sakura. Choco Pro's current general manager, Kazuki, retired back in 2018, and she made a special one-night return to be part of Sakura's anniversary match. So that was really cool too.
Yeah, sounds awesome. Do we know if Riho is going to be around for these last end of the year, into the start of the year shows yet, or no?
Nothing's been announced. I would find it unlikely. She doesn't come back very often, but it's not impossible. Generally, if she was going to be around, she would probably also be working Tokyo Joshi Pro.
Oh yeah, probably.
And I don't think she's on that card.
No, she's not. She's not on there. That's a good point. I assume Emmy will be there though.
Yes, and actually, Sakura has already been announced for the ring show.
And Mei Suruga, who I know is coming, who was in America before.
Yes, they will be back, and her partner Balianaki also. They will all be back in Japan before that show.
Very cool. All right, so let me go through the schedule real quick now that we've put them over. So if you're going to Japan this year for Wrestle Kingdom Week, you have 4 opportunities to see them. I should see if there's still tickets available though, because I remember when I was going on, the reason why I got these tickets is because they looked like they were almost sold out. So let me see. Choco Pro.
I took a quick look earlier. I think at least one of the Jigai shows is sold out. I'm not sure about the others.
So let me check real quick. But yeah, there's 4 shows. So December 30th at 7 p.m. That is the ring show with an actual ring in Inabashi Tokyo Square. That is a venue I'll be going to. I've never been to that venue before, actually, but I'm going to that for just tap out on, I think, the 28th.
Nice. It's a new venue. The last couple of years, I think. So obviously, I have not ever been to it.
Maybe they don't. Oh, do they not have? Okay, they only have the 31st, 1st, and 2nd up on here. Maybe they don't. Maybe they do a different ticketing for the 30th.
Yes, the ring shows are a different ticketing system.
Okay, so let me go. Let me search the Choco Pro site. Then they run 3 straight shows at Ichigai Chocolate Square. So if you want the quote unquote real feel of going to Choco Pro, this would be your opportunity. There's 3 straight shows, like I said, all at 4 o'clock. So it's December 31st, January 1st, January 2nd. The second was the best one for me.
That is very traditional for them. They do that 4-day stretch pretty much every year, and they did it, a decade ago when I was going.
Right. So yeah, makes sense. If you want to see them, I will say you better get on it, because I'm looking at these tickets now. The 31st, everything is sold out except standing room outside the venue, which is almost sold out. So it's basically just one category remaining, and it's like few tickets remaining. January 1st, same thing. So pretty much same thing. There's outside standing, and there's under 25 ticket. Those are the only 2. So if you're under 25, I guess you can go and buy that ticket, but for only 1,000 yen. But yeah, those are the only 2 sections left, and they're both few remaining.
Yeah,
then
they do some special tickets, some discounted women's tickets for their various shows and kids tickets. Occasionally, they used to do, I'm not sure if they still do, similar things, not discounted, but priority entry for visiting foreigners.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, the show on the 2nd, the one I'm going to on Friday the 2nd, that's the one that's completely sold out. So
okay,
yeah, you cannot go to that if you haven't already gotten a ticket. So I know me and I think Jamie was the one I think you said he was also going. So Jamie and I are going to that show. Jamie from
It's a fun time. I hope you enjoy it.
I'm trying to find the ticket link for the show on the 30th. Let's see. Here's ticket. This just went to Live Pocket again, which doesn't help me. They should make it a little easier to find the tickets to their ring, quote unquote, ring shows on their website.
Yeah, and on their social media too. They do a lot of promotion of various matches, and they've got English social media accounts and so forth. But sometimes it gets really hard to find like specific information if you're looking for it.
Yeah, because it's like all the ticket links keep bringing me back to that Live Pocket site where they don't have. So yeah, I mean, if you want to go to that site, want to go to that show, I guess good luck, because I can't seem to find the tickets. I tried their store they have linked on there. That's not bringing up anything. I mean, that's just, and the ticket link on there just sends me right back to the live ticket page again. Like, guys, there's gotta be a way here to find the tickets for the quote unquote ring shows. Okay. Well, if there is,
I did find. So apparently, was it Live Pocket that you were talking about? The other site?
Yeah, Live Pocket's the other site. Yeah.
Okay, so I think they have 2 separate sections.
In Live Pocket.
In Live Pocket. So you see a Live Pocket link. I think there's a different Live Pocket link for because I just found it. I searched on Twitter just Choco Pro 1230, the date. And I found information about Tokyo Square and Itabashi.
All right. Yep. I think I just found it. This is. This is, what the hell is this purple?
And
this one says Shinjuku Face. Oh, this was last year. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm finding December 30th shows that are from
Right,
previous years.
they had a ring show on December 30th last year,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I
yeah.
suppose that's.
Okay, let's see.
But I found a link.
Okay,
and it's
I
got
think I
a
may have
ticket
finally found it.
for Choco Pro 500.
Yeah,
Cheeky,
all right.
first ring,
Yep, I got it.
and then the 12:30
Turkish
show, and
Square,
then also their Christmas special.
All right, so 12:30. There's plenty of seats available. So if you want to go to this show,
Oh, good.
It's not difficult. Yeah, every category seems to be available for this show. So, there you go. But yeah, this show I can't go to because I'm going to Great.
Yeah,
But,
it's always tough to choose. There were a lot of three promotions I loved all.
well,
having shows
Great
at
I
the
don't
exact same time, or
Great I don't
something
love at all. It's just I really want to see them before they die. Basically, is the idea.
Just things like that. Yeah,
but because they just
fair.
announced, I don't know if you saw this, that their YouTube channel is closing down.
Oh no, I missed that.
Yeah, so they're not going to be on. They're not going to like have a premium YouTube channel anymore. So I don't know how much longer this promotion is going to last at this point. I could be seeing one of their final shows, and it's like I saw Wrestle 1, so I feel like I need to see, Gleito.
Yeah, I had caught a couple Wrestle 1 shows back in the day.
Yeah, it was a cool little promotion, but definitely always struggled at the gate. That is for sure.
Right.
But yeah, let me see what else. I think that pretty much covered all. Oh, there's a couple matches for December 30th, right? You can give those.
Yes, and a couple things you can probably expect on the other shows. So for December 30th, they have announced Rina Yamashita defending the title against Emi Sakura.
Mm-hmm.
That is the top singles title in Choco Pro, the Super Asia title. And they have announced the first tag title defense of Mia Soy, that's Mia Yotsuba and Soy, against Egg-Tart, Chie Koshikawa, and Hagane Shino.
Oh, there you go. And then you said there's stuff you can expect on the other shows.
Yeah, there's some things they generally do each year. On the New Year's Eve show, they almost always have a roster tag. It's some sort of it used to be almost always a trios match. Last year they actually did 4 versus 4 of just all the Joshi roster members against each other. Those are always a lot of fun, and it's a little unusual. Nowadays they do more, they have a larger roster, they interact more, but in Gatomu's past, they used to, for most shows, kind of spread the roster out, throughout the matches, throughout the show, with a lot of the guests coming in. So the New Year's show, it was kind of a special thing where she would do one big match with a majority of the roster in it.
Mm-hmm.
Another traditional thing we won't be having this year, on that same show, they almost always did a match with Masahiro Takanashi against Chon Shuru. Masa is, of course, out injured. Thankfully, he has been released from the hospital and is recovering. They're wrapping up, support donations, and I hope he gets better and recovers as quickly as possible. He's always been a big part of Choco Pro, and going back again to when I started going in 2015, they did this Masa versus Chon match on New Year's Eve every year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's those were the two things that kind of happened every year. Otherwise, there'll be guests, there'll be some lighter stuff mixed in. Choco Pro generally doesn't announce matches until right before the shows. A couple days before, you'll get a full card for those Ichigaya shows, but it won't be until like a couple days before, generally speaking.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So I'll see. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the 2 title matches announced for that ring show should be pretty big deals. Sakura coming back for it's only Rina's second title defense, so that'll be a big thing. And then Chie was tag champ earlier in this year with a different partner. And now she's getting to challenge again with her more regular partner, Hagane.
Mm-hmm. So that'll be cool. Yeah, my big wish, I guess, for January 2nd is just something Mei Saruga in a singles match. I don't know if I'll get it, but
that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might. It might be more likely to get a Best Bros tag.
I mean, that'd be cool too. That'd be cool.
That would be awesome. It's
interesting to me this is the one that's sold out, which makes me wonder if it's a lot of other people like me who are, I'm sure they're going to have their own fans there too, but like foreign fans who picked this one because it was like by far the least conflicts, basically.
Right, and that does happen this time of year. Yeah. You get a lot of foreigners coming in like that. It also, they've got, I think, a 2-week kind of gap after this before they have another show. So that might be another, since it is the last show until mid January.
That makes sense too. But yeah, because the 31st, obviously, the 30th is not Ichigaya, and the 31st they're up against All Japan Yogi, and the 1st they're up against Noah at Budokan. So the 2nd they're really the 2nd they're really not up against anything that big. I mean, there's early shows and like the late shows aren't even really started yet. Like there's a Big Japan Korakuen that starts like 6:30, but which this might actually be over fast enough for me to go to that. But
it might. These if you don't do like post show merch, these run about an hour.
Yeah, so that should be actually over fast enough to go to that. So I think Paul is also going with me to. Oh wait, no, maybe I'm thinking something else. Anyway, doesn't really matter. The point is, I could always go to the Big Japan shows. I think actually the 31st is the day with the Big Japan show. I wanted to see more though, so doesn't really help me, but. It's hard to keep track after a while. And Big Japan's also running like 10,000 shows during the Wrestle Kingdom week.
Oh, yes. The schedule is always so packed during that that time of year.
Yeah. But we'll see. This is my year to go full sicko mode on it because my partner Nicole's not coming. Next year I'll have to, because I'm going to go again next year at the same time of year, but she's going to come, so I'll have to cut back a bit with the... Can't be getting away with
choose a little more.
Yeah, I can't be getting away with going to 2 and 3 wrestling shows every night like I'm doing this year. But
those are always fun trips, tiring but fun trips.
Yeah. I mean, that was how my June 2019 one was. I just went to like a billion wrestling shows. But I'm even thinking of 2017. I don't know. One of them. I do get them confused now. But
one last thing I forgot to mention with regarding Choco Pro, just a shout out is what a great job they've been doing with Kaho Hiromi. She is I believe middle schooler now. She's somewhere around 11. And she came up through Darejo, their casual training program, and debuted at the Korakuen Hall show last year. And she's just so much fun to watch. And, and they approach her matches and her presentation very well. And I remember early last year, I actually wrote up about just how much fun Choco Pro is and how cool specifically it has been that they have all these different levels of talents and different ages and how well they've integrated Kaho into things. So that's just another, aspect I wanted to give a quick shout out to.
Yeah, there you go. Also, they never forget Lulu Pencil.
Yes. Lulu is another great example of a really fun wrestler that couldn't exist anywhere but Choco Pro.
Yeah. But definitely have not seen her in... When did she retire? 2021?
Somewhere around there. She kind of quietly left, whereas most of the rest announced their retirements. Mm-hmm. Like Sayuri wrapped up around then, and Rin left, and then went elsewhere for a while and then retired, and so on. But Lulu kind of had a big blow off to her story with Chris Brooks, had another match or two, and then just never came back. But I hope she's doing well.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All right, folks. Thank you, Zion. It was very detailed Choco Pro introduction for anybody who might be listening and never had seen them before. And so you can catch these shows. Obviously, if you're going to Wrestle Kingdom Week, you can go to 3 of them still. There's one you can't. But otherwise, they'll be on their YouTube channels. What you said before.
Yes, all of them eventually go up. There's usually a little bit of a tape delay on the Ichigaya and a longer tape delay on the ring shows, but they all get there.
Is it like JTO level, or is it less than that?
No, like a week maybe at most for the Ichigaya, and 2 to 3 weeks for the ring shows.
Yeah, that's 2-3 weeks is fast for JTO. So
yeah, I'm not familiar, but I could infer from what you were saying.
Yeah. There you go. Anything you want to plug?
Like we said, the 30th anniversary show with that great May versus Zumi match is already up, and that happened end of October.
Yeah.
So I write my personal blog is Derailments of Thought, derailmentsofthought.com. I have a bunch of wrestling content over the years on that. That's about it for me, though.
All righty. Please DM me the link too, so I'll include that in that.
Oh, sure thing.
All right, folks. And we're almost at the end of this episode here, which I've definitely recorded all of the rest of it. So next up, we have one little finals tiny Joshi promotion roundup with me and Snazzy with Diana, Pure J, and Wave, I believe, are the 3 we're covering. And then that is the end of this part 2 and the end of this massive 2-part Wrestle Kingdom Week preview. So hold on one sec. I'll be back in a sec with that. All right, I'm back here with Snazzy / Eric to wrap up the Joshi part 2 here, which is incredibly long. So if you made it to the end, like we said before, you're a true sicko. 3 promotions we're going to talk about very quickly.
Yeah.
First one is Diana. What would you say about Diana? Just describe them very quickly and also give them their 2025 a grade.
Yeah.
I don't even know where this promotion came from, honestly. I never watched them.
So Diana is a promotion run by Kyoko Inoue, who's, I guess, an All Japan women's
right.
By an All Japan women's legend. So I'm giving them a business grade relative to their size. So not just in general. So business grade relative to size is A-. They've been one of the best, I guess, led promotions at the independent scene. They've decided to shake things up heading into their 15th anniversary in 2026. They've only announced 4 big shows. So 24th of January at Colts Kawasaki, 19th of April at Korakuen, 5th of July at Colts Kawasaki, and 25th of October at Korakuen. They're one of the smart promotions that doesn't oversaturate big shows. In the lead up to this year, they've now vacated all their titles. So find another promotion that does something like that. And that's because they want to go into the year on a level playing field. They've created units and they've basically formed different teams. They've done recruiting over the course of the last 6 months, I think it's in 5 or 6 months. So they've built up these teams. They've recruited people from different promotions and they're like, fuck it, let's go to war, see who's going to win these vacant titles. That's super cool for an independent promotion. I also like their super cool strategy of not saturating shows. The other really cool thing that I need to mention is that they're launching an international cooperation project in 2026, which expands on their current relationships. So on 30th of November, during their show in Taiwan, they announced that they're partnering with a Singaporean promotion called GrappleMax. They are already partnered with New Taiwan Pro Wrestling. They're already partnered with Resso Bingo, which will be Risa Serra's promotion after she retires. And they already have a relationship with Hokuto Pro Wrestling out of Hokkaido. So they're also one of the few indies that actually cares about building bridges in different countries as well, having a collaborative network. They've also got a really good talent called Shan Shan, who's from Taiwan. She debuted in 2024, and this is purely because of the relationship they have that they were able to find her. She's legitimately a top 10 prospect in the scene, and it's very cool that she started wrestling because she saw women's wrestling in Taiwan. So I have to give them A- for that. Personal enjoyment, also A-. They, like I mentioned with all the titles and stuff, they have quite good long-term consistent booking. I mentioned the units. I love shit like that. I love when you're building units and you're going to war with each other. Very, very cool. And they also have very good young talent with Moran and Shan Shan. But Nanami and Haruka Umaseki are also great.
Now, Navi, I'm always surprised if she never ended up jumping to Stardom.
She is so Stardom coded that it has to happen one day. Like, just even the way she wrestles, like, she is very Stardom coded.
Because she was on all those New Blood shows, and they even put her in God's Eye.
She is technically still in God's Eye, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if she wasn't in Stardom in like 5 years, to be honest.
So there's 2 shows that are relevant to anybody who are on this around this time. They're both pretty small ones. There's nothing even announced for them yet. One of them is Friday, December 26th at 7 o'clock, and the other one is Sunday the 28th at 1 o'clock. So they're both in Kawasaki at Posto di Amistad Kawasaki, which is like just to the south of Tokyo.
That's the home venue.
Nobody seems to be going to these, as far as I can tell. So
I need to go to that venue one day, but yeah, it's just too out of the way.
Second promotion we're going to talk about is Pure J, which is JWP's surviving promotion, basically.
Yep.
So another one I never watch. I don't even know how to watch them, honestly.
So just want to say on Dino, I forgot to mention, that is the promotion that Suri came from as well. So just if you wanted to make that link. Pure J, yeah, you're right. It is JWP promotion. So they're on YouTube. So you can watch them on YouTube membership. Business grade, I hope they close tomorrow. Personal enjoyment is an F. So this was a grade C for me. And then yesterday I watched the top 2 shows from their Korakuen Hall on the 14th of December. And I sat through a 26-minute Saki match. Yes, Saki, who is their current champion. And I saw her pin a rising young talent called Kreia. Kreia is literally the reason I watch the promotion. She's great. Hard elbow strikes, slaps, delayed German suplexes, you name it. She's been there for 7 years, never won a title, and Saki had to go over in a 26-minute match. I had more notes. I deleted them all. Let's just get on with the card.
Yeah, so they're not very good, huh?
No, it's probably the worst independent promotion I cover.
So they have 2 shows during this trip, December 27th and January 4th. They're both at Itabashi Green Hall in Tokyo. I guess another one where I don't know anyone going to either one of these. So, I mean, the January 4th one is head-to-head at Wrestle Kingdom, so it's at 1 o'clock.
Do not do that.
Yeah. The 27th show is at 6:30. We don't have any matches, do we? Yeah, there's
we have
on the website,
one match. So Itabashi Green Hall is like their monthly show where they put title matches on. So Hanako Nakamori, who is the ace of Pure J, she's a 5-time champion. She's challenging Saki. So that's what's happening on that show.
That's the 27th?
That's the 27th, yeah. I think that's the 4th. That's the 4th of January, sorry. The 4th of January.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's your Pure J. We'll wrap up with Wave. And until I just looked this up, so Wave is the only one of these 3 promotions I've been to before. I just went to...
I remember you. In April, no?
Yeah, so even before that, I had gone to another one of their shows on one of my trips before that. So, and then April, I went to the Wave show, mostly because it was like another chance to see Meiko Satomura, because she was wrestling Shin Sakura Hirota on that show in a hilarious fucking match, by the way. But yeah, so I went to that Wave show. It was quite a lot of fun, actually. That was a Shinjuku face. So there's, again, like 3 shows anyone could possibly go to. Unfortunately, I don't think any of them are going to work for me because, well, actually, no, maybe one of them could. So the 26th, Yuki Miyazaki. So basically, both these first 2 shows are built around the impending retirement of Yuki Miyazaki. So December 26th, 7 p.m. at Shinjuku face. Yuki Miyazaki will wrestle 5 10-minute matches. We only know 1 so far, Shinshiro Takagi.
Oh my
the other 4
God.
TBA.
Wow.
So Yuki Miyazaki, people didn't see, she's the one, she's like kind of heavy set, and she does like the comedy gimmick around sticking other girls' head in her crotches.
Yep.
Or other girls' heads in her crotch. She doesn't have more than one crotch. But yeah, so like, she's a very interesting wrestler, I guess you would say. But January 1st at 6 p.m. at Korakuen. Again, can't go to this because of Noah. But yeah, it's the end of Rampage, her actual retirement show. She's going to team with Hibiscus Me to face Risa Serra and Yuko Miyamoto, the former the partner of Izami Kodaka, in the last hardcore match. Her actual retirement match is a weapon rumble against Shin Sakura Hirota. That sounds like it's going to be awesome, actually. I could see that.
Yeah, so Wave is like a comedy promotion nowadays. Yuki Miyazaki loves her death matches, so she had one with Jun Kasai earlier in the year, which was fucking great. I love that match. And so, yeah, both of those are probably going to be death match. I don't know about the Shin Sakura one, if that's just going to be a goofy one, but the Hibiscus Me, Risa Serra, and Yuka Miyamoto one, there's going to be blood in that match. So if you like death matches, you like seeing blood, you might, and you like retirement ceremonies as well, then the 1st of January Korakuen Wave show might be for you.
Okay, so what I forgot to say before, I didn't realize until I was looking them up. They're an offshoot of JD Star, apparently.
Yeah.
I had no clue that they came from the JD Star lineage, because there was another promotion before that too.
I think Gammy was in. Oh, I don't know which other one you're talking about, but yeah,
before JD Star it was called something else. I'm trying to remember.
Like Arison, is it Arison or was that not?
I don't think it was Arison.
Because JD Star is was it Jagger Yokota's promotion?
It was Jagger Yokota, yeah. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something else because I don't see anything else. Yeah, that was the promotion that formed when, Jagger Yokota. Okay, but yeah, so JD Star, I think was that the promotion that the Bloody used to wrestle for. I used to love the Bloody when I was a little kid, like a teenager in the 2000s. But anyway, Wave. It came out of that, which I had no idea, which you'd never would have guessed, because JD Star is actually kind of a big deal, I think, for the time. Yeah. So the fact that it's like an action offshoot of that is kind of funny. But they've been around forever too. Like they've lasted since like 2008 or something, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and they were like the premier kind of indie promotion in the 2010s. Like when Stardom was getting hot, Wave was the promotion that had the banger matches. So you like Ayako Hamada. People like that. So Misaka Ahata was there as well. So there was some really insane match in Catch the Wave tournament. I don't know if you know the Catch the Wave tournament. It's like a yearly. Yeah. So there were some sick matches in that. Like I remember a match with Kyoko Kimura and Kana, and they just tried to kill each other. It's not that promotion anymore. It's definitely like more mid-card comedy. They've only got 3 like younger talent on their roster. So Honoka, Saran, and Kohaku, who's formerly in Marvelous. They're good wrestlers, but yeah, it's just the promotion to watch if you just want an easy watch and you like comedy.
What would you give there as letter grade? I guess I forgot to mention that.
So business grade C-. They've had some pretty bad Korakuen hauls this year, especially after Sai Kamitani dropped the Regina the Wave title to Kahaku, because obviously Sai Kamitani was the champion for the first 8 months of the year. And
she defended the show I went to. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, when she was on the Korakuen shows, they did good numbers, obviously. Their Shinjuku face shows outside of the Catch the Wave tournament are also quite hit and miss attendance-wise, and it's also the least accessible promotion in the Joshi scene in 2025. You have to pay a pay-per-view price for every single show, even tiny tour stops. It's just ridiculous. It's 2025. They used to have the Wave Network. I don't know why they're doing this, so I have to give them a C- for business. Personal enjoyment is a C+, just because the comedy stuff I mentioned. They have some cool wrestlers, they have some cool matches, but it's too far in between. It's probably one of the ones, again, that I have the fewest number of recommended matches for out of all the promotions I cover.
So the rest of that January 1st card, Tsubasa Kuragaki and Chikayo Nagashima against Sumari Natsu or Natsu Sumari, whatever, and Isuke Aoki. Tsutomu Osugi and Banana Senga, there's a blast for the Toriyama past, against Unagi Sayaka and Momoka Hanazono. And then also participating, Rina Amikura, Yuko Sakurai, and again, Ayami Sasamura from 2AW.
Yeah, I got no notes on that card, to be honest.
January 2nd, there's a show at Shinjuku Face. This is the one I was like, maybe I could go to, because I'm staying in Shinjuku Face, first of all. And on top of that, I'm staying in Shinjuku, I mean, like right next to Shinjuku Face. And I think the Choco Pro show is until 4 that I'm going to that day. So I could technically go to this. So I was thinking about it. I'll probably see how it might be really, I have so many days where I'm going to 2 wrestling shows. I'm just like, do I want to add another one?
Yeah, see on the day. Yeah.
Yeah, probably see on the day. But yeah, there's nothing announced for it anyway, though. No. So, all right, so we can wrap this up. What is your path of glory, Eric? I know you're going to less shows than some other people because of your wife.
Yes. So it's not as sicko as I might sound, considering how many promotions I covered on this podcast and for the Social Suplex newsletter and my own podcast. But the problem is I'm going, well, I guess, is that a problem? I'm going to Japan. I'm going to Japan for the first time with my wife, so I'm compromising massively. We had a rule of only 1 show on any given day and also keeping New Year's Day free. So I'm planning on doing an actual sicko trip, maybe for Golden Week, where it's just me, mainly for like Marvelous's 10th anniversary and maybe All-Star Grand Queendom. The only thing I'm upset about missing is the DDT Korakuen Hall. That is the one that's kind of upsetting me that I'm missing, because it's one of my favorite promotions, probably like Stardom, DDT, Marvelous, and Ice Ribbon. So I'm very sad I'm missing DDT Korakuen Hall. Everything else I can live without, like not seeing Noah, not seeing All Japan. I can just watch them when I'm back from my trip. I'm not that bothered. So on Path of Glory, 26th of December, Seedling, 27th of December, Marigold with you, 28th of December Marvelous, 29th Stardom, and we're sitting right behind you. So that's going to be sick. I'm so excited for that. 30th Oz Academy with you again. 31st Ribbon Mania. I'm very hyped for that. Maybe third one after Stardom and Marvelous. Then skip over to the 4th of January. So I'm not doing anything on the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. On the 4th, I'm going to TJPW and Wrestle Kingdom 20. And then on the 5th, I thought
you just said no 2 shows in one day. How'd you get that? How'd you get into that one?
So I asked her. I showed her a video of me Watanabe's entrance, and I was like, "Don't you want to see this? Like, isn't this kind of cool?" And I finally got her to relent, and she is coming with me to TJPW. So it kind of like I get off with it, where it's just one show on my own, which is Wrestle Kingdom 20. So yes, I did negotiate that. On the 5th, I'm going to DDT at Shinjuku Face instead of New Year's Dash because I need to see DDT once. So I was just like, okay, I can skip Dash if I'm going to Wrestle Kingdom 20. And my wife is coming to me to see DDT. She doesn't want to, but she has to see Denshoku Dino once. She kind of hates Denshoku Dino. So come on, I was like, come on, just see it once. And then on the 11th of January, I am going to Dragon Gate in Osaka.
There you go. All righty. So I got to give mine. So I have 19 shows I've purchased, I believe, or maybe it's less than that.
Damn, that's a lot.
No, it's 15 shows I purchased, 4 that I'm definitely going to, that I'm going to get the door, and then I have a bunch of maybes. So I'm going to watch. This is my sicko trip. Nicole's not coming. Next year when we go back for the same time, she is coming, so I'm not going to be able to do this many shows again. So this is like, I've done this kind of sicko trip before, like 2016, 2017, when I was there by myself. But yeah, this is a lot of shows for sure. So as I've talked about a million times on this podcast, I land at 5 a.m. on the 27th, and I'm going right to Marigold at 11:30 a.m. at Korakuen, where I'm going to meet up with you and a bunch of other people. I may or may not go to Gambare in the evening. That's like one of my maybes, so we'll see. It's pretty much if I'm awake enough, basically.
You got to see Mochizuki.
I really want to. It's like, can I go back to the room and take a nap, basically?
Oh, yeah. You're landing at 5 a.m. Yeah.
I arrive at 5 a.m. So even if I sleep well on the plane, it's still I'll be fucking exhausted. So can I get back, take a nap, and then go to Gambari? That's the plan. That would make it an even 20 shows, too. So we'll see. The 28th, which is a Sunday, I'm just going to the one show, which is JTO at 1 o'clock in Ibashi Tokyo Square, which, excited. One of the only promotions I'm going to that we didn't cover. There's nobody else volunteered for JTO, but it's it's one I'm excited to see. It's a first time promotion for me. So is Marigold actually, and Itabashi Tokyo Square is a first time venue. It's really out in the booties, so it'll be interesting. And this is the only show where like you buy your tickets ahead of time, but you get them at the door apparently. So I don't know if Taka himself is going to hand me a ticket or what's going to happen, but we'll see. The 29th, obviously Stardom, 5 p.m. at Ryogoku. I have front row for that, which I cannot fucking wait. The next morning, Oz Academy on the 30th, 11:20 a.m. Again, front row for that, for the Oz Academy Korakuen. And then also great, 6:30 p.m. at Shinjuku Face, where I have the counter seat. So another first-time promotion, a first and last time I ever see great, probably. So that'll be something. December 31st, I don't have a ticket yet, but I am definitely going to go to Tochigi. That's another promotion I'm going to that we didn't talk about, because it's like one of the weird offshoot of 01 that barely runs anything besides this Korakuen. Like, otherwise they run these very tiny local shows. So I have no idea what I'm getting into besides the fact that they're running Suri versus Mirai, which sounds like I absolutely have to go to. So that's the only reason I'm going to the show. What?
That's on the 1st, right? You skipped the 31st.
That's on the... Oh, I skipped the 31st. You're right. Okay. So 31st, I have Ice Ribbon at 11:30 a.m. I don't have a ticket for that yet, and I'm going to buy it at the door. Then I have All Japan's Yoyogi show at 2 o'clock, which means even if the Ice Ribbon show goes exactly 2.5 hours, I'll probably be like 45 minutes late. If it runs longer, I'll be later. But I don't really give a shit because I fucking hate All Japan this year. So I'm just going to get there late. And the only match I really give a shit about is the main event anyway. Yeah, Kento Niyama. So I'll definitely be there for that. And then Paul and I might just go to Big Japan at Korakuen late too. If I want to do a 3-show day to be total sickos. We were talking about that on the men's episode. But yeah, then January 1st, Tochigi, 11:30 a.m., just to see Suri and Mirai. And then Noah, 3 p.m. at Nippon Budokan. My first time at Nippon Budokan, which I cannot fucking wait for. Way more than anything on the actual show. But also I get to see Naito probably. So unless it ends up being like Shin Tetsuya Naito or something. I don't know.
100% Naito.
I don't know who else it could be.
No, it's definitely Naito.
January 2nd is my lightest day, which I probably need after all this stuff. It's just Choco Pro Ichigaya at 4 p.m., which those shows only go like an hour apparently. So, but yeah, just again, I've seen Choco Pro when it was Gato Move. I saw them at Shinkiba in 2019, but I've never seen, I've never been to a show in the dentist office at Ichigaya. So that'll be interesting. January 3rd, Stardom at Shinjuku Face at 1 p.m. I have front row to that. And then DDT, 6:30 p.m. at Korakuen. I have front row to that. So I am very pleased with that doubleheader. I'm a little sad to be missing Marigold, but I'm going to see Marigold on the 27th anyway, even though obviously the Ota Ward show is way bigger. And I really wanted to see DDT at that Korakuen show. So
you made the right choice.
Yeah, I think so. Tokyo Joshi, January 4th at 11 a.m. And then New Japan, Wrestle Kingdom, 4 p.m. Tokyo Dome. We have Arena A for that. So it could be anywhere between row 7 and 13, I think. And I'll find out when I go pick up the tickets, finally. They'll finally tell me what ticket I have. Same thing the next day, January 5th, New Year's Dash, 6:30 p.m. Ota Ward. I have a royal seat for that. So I think that could be anything from first row to like 4th or 5th. But yeah, I won't find out till I pick up the ticket. And that show is my first time at Ota Ward Gym, which sounds incredible for being my 7th trip. I've never made it to Ota Ward before this. Then I'm going to Sportiva in Nagoya on January 7th with Paul. So Paul really wanted to go to this. So Sportiva is like this very small independent promotion that runs out of a bar that's also called Sportiva. So that'll be interesting to see. Dragon Gate January 9th in Kobe, just to see Dragon Gate, which we didn't cover on this either because they're not really running anything anywhere near Tokyo during Wrestle Kingdom weekends, which is what they normally do. But I am going to get to see them in Kobe. And then finally, I go back to Tokyo on the 10th, and I see the last 2 Stardom shows. So 6:30 p.m. at Korakuen on the 10th in front row, and then the 11th at 11:30 a.m. Before I fly home at 7:45 p.m. So yeah, that's the full sicko path that I may still even add more shows to, but it's a lot of wrestling. I think by the time this trip is over, I'm not even going to want to think about professional wrestling, honestly. So It is a lot of wrestling shows, but this was also a very long podcast. So if you got all the way to the end, you listened to both parts 1 and 2, all fucking 9 hours or what it was. You should type like sicko into like the chat or something and just reveal yourself as a true sicko. Because yeah, this was a lot of audio. I'm going to be back one more time, believe it or not, before the trip, because Muth and I are going to do an episode next Wednesday on Christmas Eve. Because why not? What better way to spend Christmas Eve than podcasting about professional wrestling? So Muth and I are going to cover, what are we covering? The Stardom December 24th Korakuen. We're also going to do the December 18th show with the Natsu and the Natsupoi and Suriano versus Team 200 kilogram tag match. And I guess we'll also do the December 21st or Osaka show if there's anything interesting covering there. And then we'll also do the New Japan December 22nd Road to Tokyo Dome Korakuen. We'll do the DDT December 21st Korakuen, the Dragon Gate December 16th Korakuen. So like all the last shows before the Wrestle Kingdom week starts. And I'll be like a day away from leaving, so I'll be very excited. I'm sure Arbuther will be too. So God knows how long we'll talk about Japanese travel bullshit for that episode, but we'll see.
Get mad.
But yeah, and then after, I know there people are going to be subtweeting me again. But yeah, after that, we'll be coming to you from Tokyo somehow. We'll probably do some kind of show after Dream Queendom, and then probably some kind of show after the Tokyo Dome. But I'm kind of just going to wing it with that. Like, see who's around, see who wants to do it, see who's awake and not too drunk. So we'll see. And Eric, I guess for the last 3 people listening, go ahead and plug Joshing Around.
Yes, so I host a podcast with Tim, who you've heard on this episode, and we basically talk about, pretty much every Joshi promotion you can think of on a weekly basis. We also go too long every week, so if you really like Joshi Wrestling, give us a listen, and we also contribute to the Social Suplex newsletter. So yeah, give that a read as well. We'll have a new issue coming out before we head to Japan, hopefully, is the goal. And I also wanted to thank you, John, for hosting this insane 2 episodes. The organization has been crazy. I've seen it in the documents, clipping things together, putting them in order. And there's no other podcast that covers men's and women's Japanese wrestling on the same show. So you're the only one doing this, and it's awesome. And it's a good resource for everyone. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And everybody listening, thank you for listening. I will see you next week, I guess. I'm going to not talk for a long, long time after this. Just my girlfriend's not going to hear my voice because my voice needs a break.
Absolutely.
You can follow me on Twitter at Wrestle Omakase, Wrestling When Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. And we'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Case Lowe, co-host of the Open the Voice Gate podcast. The one question I'm constantly asked when it comes to Dragon Gate is how do I get into the promotion? Well, stop asking and start listening to the Open the Voice Gate podcast, released every Wednesday on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. For exclusive news and show reviews, look no further than the leader in Dragon Gate coverage, Open the Voice Gate.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling podcasting network listeners. I am Jeff Hawkins, co-host of Shake Them Ropes, with a very special announcement. If it's been a while or you've never listened to us before, the original gang is back. Myself and Rob McCarran, back talking wrestling. We have no idea where this show's going to go, where we're going to keep any of the old bits or any of the old things in there. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a journey, and we'd like for you to come along with us. Only on Shake Them Ropes on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network.